Good morning, meatballs, and all you other beautiful people. Thank you guys so much for joining us this morning. Hope you're all having a great day. Sorry I'm late, folks. I was having a little bit of technical difficulties here, but we are here now and ready to roll. 32 peeps in the house. You guys are so super awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hope you're all having a great start to your day. Mama Bear will be joining me. Thank the Lord Jesus. Lord knows I can't handle this stuff on my own. That being said, let's do this thing, y'all. Back in Idaho, we're going. We're going to review some stuff, talk about some other things. There's stuff dropping all over the place, things being talked about, things that don't make sense, so many questions, so many whatever you want to call it. Let's talk about it. Here we go. Yoo-hoo. Hello? 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 Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Good morning, Mama Bear, which I don't think is there. Come on in, grab a seat, grab some coffee or some tea or a Coke or a Pepsi or whatever you want to do, but grab it. We're going to be here for a minute. Please and thank you. She does this to me all the time. She likes to come in, get me all excited because she's here, tease me, and then she just poof, she's gone. I have a feeling the dog may have grabbed a hold of her and dragged her out of the house, took her for a walk. Hello, governors. How are you? Tis morning, tis Saturday, it is the weekend already. And it's great to be here with y'all. Welcome to the morning show. And today, again, the University of Idaho murders. Guys, there's been a lot of stuff that has, woof. Okay, it's all me. There's been a lot of stuff we've been talking about lately. And there's been a lot of documents dropped. There's been a lot of things within the documents. There's text messages and phone calls. And, oh, good Lord Almighty. It's a mess. It's been a mess the whole time, but it's just getting crazier and crazier. Now that we're getting closer to trial, all these things are coming out. Judge Hitler wants everything, seems to be like unsealing everything and things that probably should have never been sealed. All of it. And here we are. And it, of course, everybody wants to talk about it, and we have been. So there's things that are even put out in other channels. Other creators are making videos based on things that they're seeing and putting facts together, and a lot of this stuff is interesting. I've been slowly but surely creeping around looking at different places and what they're talking about, how they're putting things together. It's a lot of smart people out there, guys. Whole lot. Try this again. Hello. Hello. She don't want to talk to me today. It's okay. I hope her headache went away. Let's see. Well, while we're waiting, Let's see. Alicia's back in the house. Good morning. Blue Crew, thank you all so much for joining me today. It's all me again. Let's see. Blue Crew, again, thank you guys so much for being here. Angel D, welcome back to you. Miss Tandy and the Seahawks fans in the house. Good to see ya. Miss Zelda, oh my gosh. Wonderful to see you, dear. I hope you're doing okay. Lacey Pear, welcome back and good morning to you. Again, of course, Miss Alicia SR B. Good to see you. There's our buddy 1 minute. Ooh, I think I almost did it. One maiden nut, Eddie. Welcome back, brother. Captain Jenks, good to see you, sir. The Tomboy's in the house. Miss Stormy, hope you're not cloudy today. All we need is sunshine. Thank you for joining us. And again, and a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a hello.
Am I still connected? Yep. Okay. We're
I
good.
hear you.
All right. Now I can hear you, and we're still okay. We're good.
You
Good
sure?
Lord. Yep.
Okay. And please, guys, make sure to jump over there with the bear. Hit the like button there. Subscribe if you have not yet, guys. And make sure to hit her notification bell so you don't miss anything she puts out along with what we do here too. The link is pinned in the chat for her. Please and thank you. Oops. Thank you. It is so very much appreciated. When you hit the like here and the share here, do the same there, please, if you will. Her link is right here as well in the chat, or it's pinned at the top of the chat. Choose one. Miss Justice Jane, welcome back. Good to see you. Noelle, welcome to you. Stormy said, wiener, 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 wiener. All right. I don't know what mood you're in, but if that says anything, I guess, I don't know, guys. Wiener, 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 wiener. Miss Charlotte, welcome back. Good morning. Wiener, 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 wiener. That's just weird to look up and see. Let's see. Horse TV, welcome back. Horse. Good Jesus. Trish Crow, good to see you. Thank you for being here or there. Let's see. We got 50 peeps in the house, 30 likes. We're getting there. You guys are amazing. Albariqua, welcome back to you. I'm in a singing mood. Where's Candy Girl? Lily Moon. Oh my goodness. Almighty, beautiful kitty there. Happy Saturday to you. And happy Dagoversary. Says member for 15 months. I'm going to say it might be longer than that, but either way, we're grateful that you're still part of this family, this community, and happy Dagoversary to you. Thank you for joining us today. It's wonderful to see you, Lily. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, guys. I was in here. I was trying to get things to cooperate. I think I was having the same type problems Mom Bear was having. I don't know. I'll just say, and some people will get this. StreamYard was
I was going to say, we're going to blame it on StreamYard regardless.
StreamYard was bugging. There we go. We'll put it that way. Again, congrats, Lily, and thank you so much for being part of this awesome community. We appreciate you. I think I'm hitting everybody here. If I didn't, I'm sorry. I will catch up. Wow, I see you guys, your patience in here. You had no patience. Were you really that excited to see me this morning?
Kind of seemed like it.
I don't think so. I think they were just like, come on, I'm sitting here. I'm tired of it. Where are you at? Damn meatball. I get it. Who is this? I don't know. Some goofball asshat that used to be in here and he disappeared. I don't know where I don't know. He's gone now, the horse, so.
Yeah.
Good morning, Miss Michelle. Michelle. What happened? 17 shot according to jailer in Mexico. Oh my God. Over what?
Yeah, another mass shooting. I don't know.
That's horrible. Welcome, Miss Lacey, if I didn't say it already. Good to see you today. Jeff C. Jeff, I think you're right. Yeah. We're going to talk about that kind of stuff today. That's a good question, sir. I joined Sarge last night, which turned into a very interesting show. I was very surprised. Many people showed up over there. Tanya, Jordan, welcome to you. I was the first one there. He asked me to join, and I popped up there. Alabama Mama 31 showed up in there. Twiz showed up in there. Cluminati was in there. It was quite an interesting show. It went on way longer than what his shows usually go. Echoes of Clarity, welcome. Good to see you. You got sunshine over there. That's good. Send some this way. Karen Edith, welcome. Lacey Pear, I think I already said hello, but hello again to you. And Tomboy was there for a while. Becky Schreider, wow. Welcome, Becky. It's been a while. Haven't seen you in a while. Wow, I don't think anybody hates you, Angel. Mr. Steven with the Crime Mobsters. I understand, Stormy. It went well considering the situation. I was surprised. Hamburg. Yeah, right. It was interesting to say the very least, but there was a lot of interesting things talked about.
That's good.
A lot of things were brought up, and you know Sarge, how he puts things out there on the line, just like blatantly just says, "Here it is," and that's what I think. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm cleaning my CPAP machine, so it might be a minute, but I'm still listening. Well, I'm glad that I have that knowledge now. Thank you.
Well, he was folding his wife's laundry, so you know.
Once again, it is beyond obvious. So obvious.
Right.
I think I hear Matt playing his guitar in the background.
Yep.
It worked today. That's good. Eddie's was a very good impersonation. It's not hard to impersonate the Sarge, guys. It's not. I agree, Tomboy. I agree. I think we were able to coexist in the panel very professionally. I'll just put it that way. Waffles. Yes, waffles. Hamburger and waffles and steak and ribs. That's Sarge. I swear to God, all the man thinks about is sleep and food. Jesse, welcome back, my friend. So great to see you again. It was great to have you back the other day. I'm just seeing all these amazing people. I miss you guys. I really do.
Hiya, Cammy. Long time no see, hon.
Cammy Q. What's happening? There's our Cammy. Don't dox me. I promise I won't. Good morning to you too. I can't because I don't know anything about you, so that won't be hard. Yes, we can't say obviously, Jesse. I watched you on Friday. Was happy to see. Yeah, it was a good show. Sarge has been trying to get me. I've been trying to get him. We keep missing each other. He sent me his phone number again, which I lost to be able to get him. So he'll probably pop in here. It's wonderful to see you, Miss Zelda. We don't get to see you often because you're so busy working all the time. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable, please, if you will. Grab a seat, get a drink. Whatever you're doing, make yourselves at home. Say casa, su casa, all that fun. Or mi casa, su casa. That's what the hell did I just say first? I don't even know. Jesse, it's probably the opposite time there where he's at over in, I think it's Thailand. I hope the weather's good for you, my friend. No crazy storms or nothing going on. The wife is folding laundry. Okay, more information I'm getting. Thank you. Sandy is in here with us, of course. Taiwan. Oh, I thought it was Thailand. Okay, Taiwan. Thank you, Eddie.
Alicia, just if Sarge gets out of control, just tell him to behave, or you're gonna tell
He's
on him
gotten
to me.
he's gotten better. He really
Yeah.
has, Elisa. There's Jeffrey.
And by the way,
Sukasa.
Sukas, whatever you said was my house is your house.
That's what I thought I said. And Jeff says, Sukase muy bueno, Diego. Buenos dias to you too, sir. I don't know all of that much of it, but I know little bits. Mi casa, su casa. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you, El Barriqua. Good Lord. Brandy B, that OG in the house. Good to see you guys.
I was gonna say I'm not awake enough to do the Spanish.
Now, it is Thailand. I thought it was Thailand. Okay. I'm not that old, you guys. I'm remembering things. I remembered that purposely because I was like, when he first told me about it, I'm like, this dude lives there. Like, you get Thai food whenever you want to get it. It's right there. That's what you eat. So, and it's a beautiful country. It is literally beautiful. The oceans and the mountains and everything, or hills, whatever it is. It's beautiful. All right, let me set this all up here. Again, guys, please make sure that you pop over to Mama Bears and say, hey, how are you? Hit the like button, share it out, and subscribe to her if you have not yet. Make sure to hit the notification bell so we don't miss anything over there. Exactly, Jesse. In Thailand, we just call it food. Agreed. Over there, they're like, I want some American food today. Chicken, what is it called? Chicken Rama? Oh, Jeff even knows some of this stuff. Sounds good.
Oh, my aching head. That's what I should have had my name as this week.
Oh, yeah, how's that doing? Are you feeling any better?
It's getting there. Still a lot of sinus stuff, so I think that's what it is now.
Yeah,
So
I know mine is because I woke up this morning and I had drainage yesterday. I hate to say it because I was getting congested and I blew my nose and I'm like, oh, there we go. Okay, I get it now.
Yep.
Chicken Roma is my favorite Thai dish from a place around here called Pasara. Sounds good, Jeff. Now, I love, I could eat it every day. Any type of Asian food, Japanese, Chinese, Sichuan, whatever you want to call it, I love it all. But the Thai stuff, I've had bites of it from other people. I've never had like a full meal, and I seem to think I like it. So, hey, Mama Bear, wait, what's this? Hey, Doug the dog is in ICU. He's having trouble breathing. He seems to be responding to treatment, so I'm happy.
Aw.
Doug the dog, doesn't
No.
Doug the dog? I thought Walt's dog name was Doug.
It is.
Huh.
His other one, he lost one, and now his other one is in the ICU.
Wow. So I'm guessing that
So
horse must know Walt.
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it'll be okay there, horse.
Seems to be responding to treatment, so I'm happy.
Good. Oh, different Doug, I'm guessing.
Gotcha.
Good save, sir. Good save, sir.
I mean, there's lots of cats and dogs named the same thing, so
we'll be praying for you, horse, to keep the puppy safe. The curry. Yeah, see, my daughter is in love with Indian food, true Indian food, and I can't do it. The only thing I like is like their naan bread. Here we have a restaurant and they put out this, I think it's a mango smoothie type thing. I like that. I like the naan a lot, the bread, and I think it's chicken tikka masala. That is the only thing I can really handle from I don't like their food for some reason. And my son, one of the twins, well, I'm lying. Okay, Cammy, butter chicken is good stuff too. As long as it's not butter sausage. Oh, my aching head, welcome. Mango lot. That's it. Thank you, Stormy. I knew it was something like that. They're amazing. They're so good. Butter chicken is the shit. I agree. But the hot, like my son got the hottest. You could pick levels of it. Okay, he got the hottest you could get, and he's sitting there tearing this stuff up, rice and some kind of chicken something, and he is just like pouring sweat. And I'm like, is that hot? No, I was like, dude, you're turning colors as you're swallowing. Okay. I said, there's water dumping out of your forehead right now. You're going to tell me it's not hot? No, it's not bad. It's not bad. He picks up his water, drinks that, picks up his thing, that mango thing, drinks that. He starts reaching for other glass. I was like, Sean, I thought you said it wasn't hot. I mean, it's a little spicy, but yeah, okay. Let's be honest here, buddy. Be honest now. I'm afraid to try food like that. There's not a lot my stomach can. Yeah, I understand, Charlotte. I get it. It's great to have you all here. 64 peeps in the house. You guys are amazing. 43 likes. Let's see if we can make a match, guys. Just pretend for a minute you guys like me and hit the like button, please. Echoes, Miss Ray in the house. Good to see ya. I'm just gonna give it a minute for everybody to roll in here before we get rolling, guys. It would be good, Eddie, if it didn't destroy my stomach. That's the problem. If it didn't do that, I would try it more, but all them years of eating them stupid flaming hot Cheetos and stuff like ate my stomach up, so I can't do that anymore. I used to love spicy Mexican and spicy Asian. What back in the day we used to get the what is that called? The General Tso's chicken, yeah, and the sesame chicken, and they used to put those tiny little skinny peppers in there because we would ask for it extra hot. That was when I liked it. Oh my god, it was hot, so hot, and maybe that could have been what tore me up. Good morning, Miss Rose. Swamp Rose is in the house. Kent Kearney, welcome to you. Peggy Bringbaugh, good morning, dear. SRB, something happened after the whole girl changed, and now spicy is crazy. It is. Stuffed jalapenos are very good, Angel. Happy Saturday to you, Miss Rose. I hope you're having a great weekend, dear, and I appreciate you joining us today. And yes, the Triple B said, don't forget Mama's Live, please. Jump on over, click that link pinned in the top of the chat. It just takes a second. Hit the like button, subscribe, please, and thank you. We're one and the same, guys. If you like me, you like her. If you like her, you like me. Or maybe not, but you could. Just saying. I know I'm rambling, guys. I've had a little too much coffee this morning. Sorry. Are you still here, Mama Bear? Or did I put you to sleep?
No, I'm here.
What's wrong?
Oh, my child decided to show me that there's something mysterious on the dog's blanket.
Ew. What is it?
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna throw it in the washer.
Is it a creature or a stain or
a stain?
Mm.
So who knows?
That's the best idea. Good morning, Christine Nevada. Good to see you. Paula Fitzhenry. So lovely to see you today. Good morning to you. Hope you're having a wonderful day today, dear. Miss Paula always puts out an amazing morning message to the world. She's so positive and so lovely, and I absolutely adore her. Her messages, I go look at them all the time, and it kind of gives you an uplifting feeling to get your day going in the day. So go check out Miss Paula, guys. She's got a channel too. Let's see, 66 peeps in the house, 47 likes. You guys are getting there. And again, guys, there's so many different things, like I said, that I want to look into. There's documents that are dropping. There's things within the documents that have come out that people are pointing out to me that I didn't see. There's things that are being talked about that took me all the way back to the first week of the case and made me go, what happened to that? Where did that person go? Why did he disappear? So speaking of, do you remember Mama Bear when this first hit, and anybody else that was here, when they were looking for a suspect? I think it was the third, fourth day, maybe. We were deep in this head first, okay? There was somebody that we had started talking about. He got brought up. We found it. We started digging. I think Molly was like all the way into her ankles looking for this person and things about this person. He worked for a bakery, okay? And I think he delivered baked goods to different places throughout Moscow. Do you remember that guy? Good morning, Sue.
Vaguely, yeah, something about that.
Mm-hmm. I believe his name was Cole, if I have that correct. Well, there's been some talk from other creators doing these things about the other DNA that was found underneath Maddie's fingernails.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very possibly belonging to this gentleman. Okay. Now I haven't seen that show yet. I'll have to look into it, but maybe we'll pull it up. We'll review some of these things and talk about some of these things as well. It's the whole point today. And I also have, did I do it already? Maybe I didn't. Hold on. Of course, I'm going to open our panel up for our guests to join us. B Geek, hello. And Tomboy, yeah, Tomboy says that it's also in the documents about
Huh.
his DNA. Okay, it's interesting because I'm pretty sure that, and the reason why we looked into him is because he would deliver these baked goods for this bakery he worked for. Thank you, Alicia. Well, he delivered to the Mad Greek, which is, we know where Maddie and Xana worked, which is what caught my interest then. And then he just disappeared off the face of the earth, and then everything was Brian Koberger. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they never went back to this guy. Now, I believe, and I'll have to find the documents. We'll go through all that, break it down, talk about it. That there was an interest in him, then all of a sudden it just dropped. He was a Greek guy, we'll put it that way, because he was, from the frats on campus. I'm curious. I'm just gonna say I'm curious, okay?
Right.
And I've been curious. Yeah. We already know they had another suspect in mind before BK. That's exactly the point. Why? It seems like they looked at him and then looked away real quick, for lack of better terms. It was I'm making this like not literally, okay? But you know what I mean. Back in the day, we discussed Cole Altnetter, former resident who stated everyone can hear each other's footsteps in a creaky house. We did talk about him too. This other guy's last name is Tomboy. What is his last name? Brandenburg, or something like that. And he was also in the military. He's a what is it? That title? I'm trying to remember. I pulled it up last night. I was looking at it. Cutlery specialist. Cutlery chef. There we go. Sorry. Which means he's very good with knives. Probably owns a very interesting cutlery set. Blah blah blah. Culinary specialist. Thank you. Sorry, guys. But there was something about a cutlery specialist attached to that as well. And culinary specialist or something else. There was something else brought in there about cutlery per se. And it kind of reminded me a little bit of like, oh my God, it's another Enan Harsh, blah, blah, blah. Something kind of like that. Yeah, right. SRB. Thank you. Reading my mind again. So anyway, I'm just wondering, why this guy disappeared. Why did they let him go so easy? Why did they take their focus off of him completely to go to Brian like that? Things like that. He also lived in the neighborhood of King Road. That's true. There's a lot of things that made me look at him then, but are definitely make me go back to him now. Okay. So, yeah, there we go. He probably delivered free donuts to law enforcement, so they let him go. Right. Never know, Albariqua. IME, hello. 3,900 people on the towers, and timing records for all except for Brian is a huge issue. What is the state wanting to hide? That's an interesting question. Good morning, Phil. In all your infinite wisdom, what amazing comment are you going to start our day with today? Where is Miss Berea? Our worlds are colliding. It's wonderful to have Swamp here today. Always wonderful to have you here, Phil. 87 people. Holy hell, that jumped. 55 likes, guys. Please hit that like button as you come through the door. The red substance is more powerful than transfer DNA. Yes, you can say it. It's okay. Blood, it is. Charlotte, I agree with you. And as Sarge was talking last night, guys, he made a good point. He believes, Sarge is, the way he looks at this is there is between 7 to 8 forms of DNA in this case that are out there, like real DNA. Okay. And we have this tiny, tiny, tiny little minuscule piece of DNA for Brian Koberger. Everybody's going around now. Brian bought a knife. He did. Maybe. I haven't seen a receipt, but he did. I'll give him that. He bought a knife. Okay. I've bought knives. Mama Bear's husband has bought knives. Mama Bear's probably bought knives, kitchen knives. All of you guys, people buy knives. It doesn't mean you're a murderer. But everybody's saying, well, he bought a knife and his car and his phone. Okay. And his DNA's on there. The knife buying and the DNA are the biggest damning things that you can say with this case, but I still don't buy it. My biggest Cat K, good morning, dear. Good to see you. My biggest thing with all of this is they haven't really been able to prove that he was in the house. Welcome, Deb Mosier. Wonderful to have you here. Would you consider doing a live stream on the Gene Hackman case body cam footage coming out now, and it's not making sense to me? I don't know that I want to play body cam footage of them, Deb. No disrespect, but especially if it's about them being deceased. I did talk about them yesterday, and what they've shown. There's some questions, I know, but I would rather respect them in death and not show them after they passed. Nothing against you, and I don't want you to think I'm disrespecting what you're saying, but I will talk about their case, but I don't want to show any photos of them and the situation there. I just would rather respect them and leave them at peace in that sense. That's all. But we can talk about the situations that pop up with it. Absolutely. I will. Absolutely. No worries. Good morning, Miss Annie. Wonderful to see you here. Thank the Lord you're here. I wish you were here the other day. But you're here now. That's all that matters. Always a pleasure to have you here, my dear. So great to see all of you guys. I've missed a lot of you, really. Jesse and Annie and Eddie and all these faces I'm seeing come in here. Deb Mosier. It's wonderful to see you guys. It really is. And I appreciate you guys joining us and spending your days with us. I appreciate that so very much. I'll go, oh, she didn't even come to see me. Whatever, Annie.
Should come see me first.
It is what it is. I'm just kidding. Can't Kearney, good to see you. I'm just teasing you. Jilly Bean. Like I said, it's great to see all these amazing people in here. Sleep is for the weak. Yes, guys, we'll sleep when we're gone. We'll get sleep then. We don't sleep now. Welcome back, old faces, and welcome new faces. Yes. Thank you so very much for that, Stormy. What are you saying now, Phil? Going good. I'm living proof that you can survive on 12 hours sleep in 4 days. That's not healthy, Phil, at all. You know that, right? I mean, I've done it too, but you shouldn't be doing that. When we get to our age, we have to do things a little differently because otherwise we'll just fall out. It doesn't work. Oh, but I still adore you.
SRB said Miss Annie did it backwards. Beauty before age.
There you go. And I adore you too, Annie. I always have. So smart. This lady is so smart. She's so with it. Yeah. And in this case, she's really been in and on and pointed things out. She's taught me a lot. She's taught me how to look at things, and I've always respected her, and I'm grateful when she's here. She helps us through a lot of these things to understand some of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So if it weren't for some of these amazing people that come in here that know what we're talking about, that understand the things we're saying, a lot of us would have been sitting here with our thumbs in our ear going, duh. okay? Because some of it just doesn't make sense. But Annie's amazing, and she really does. She really has allowed for a lot of us to understand things, to see things for what we're not seeing at first, and point these things out and go, okay, there it is, guys. And she's very patient and very I love you to death, Annie. I hope you know that. Like I said, it's wonderful to have you back here. Question number 2. If UOFL or MPD wanted to find a patsy, why not just pin it on Brent saying he confessed during SWAT raid? You know, Jeff, I don't know. These are, again, things we can talk about because I have questions. I have a lot of questions. And I'm so tired of being told you can't have questions.
Yeah.
Why? Welcome, Trish. Kim Young, always a pleasure to see you as well. Leslie and Billy, my dear, good to see you. Good morning. Echoes of Clarity, welcome to you. I didn't know you were not feeling good, Annie, but I hope you're feeling better. So, yeah, guys, I mean, that's why we've been doing so many of these lately, not to mention all the stuff they've been dropping. But, you know, at some point we were made to feel like you can't ask questions. You can't say this. You can't do that. And, of course, we don't want to re-victimize the victims. No. Or their families, and I won't. But it's okay to ask questions about the other roommates. It's okay to ask questions about the people they were friends with. It's okay to ask questions about how this was done by PD and this and that and all those. And if anybody tells you it's not okay, they need to take a walk because that's not true. That's our God-given right, and that's what we're doing. So welcome, Cap. Good to see you this morning, sir. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
Hey, Cap.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I got something I found in that selfie picture with Kohlberger.
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to see if you guys wanted to look at it.
That's what we're here for, is to talk about all of this.
Yeah.
I will, once we get, give me a minute to get things pulled up together, and we will pull it up and check it out and start going.
Yeah, I won't be up for too long. I'll be up for a little bit, and I gotta take care of 2 things, and I'll be back later.
No worries. I'll pull that up here in just a minute. Looks like Stormy just gifted 5 new memberships to the cafe. Good, amazing. God bless, and thank you so very much, Stormy. That's so generous of you, dear. It looks like EW or U was gifted. Tanel Ray, Colby, Stephanie Riff or Rife. We're all gifted. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. It's amazing to have all of you here. And Stormy, thank you again so much for that. I appreciate that so very much. 5 new meatballs jumping in the sauce. Amazing. Thank you all for joining us as we spill some of that sauce today, talking about the Idaho 4 situation. That's absolutely so very generous of you, Stormy. God bless, hon. Yeah, let me get that picture, and you can show us exactly what you're talking about, my friend. Thanks again for joining us, Cap.
Okay.
Hope you're having a good start to your day, sir.
Yep. How about you guys? Okay.
Not too bad. Not too bad. You might be excited about tonight, Cap, if you're around. I'm thinking about bringing up mythical creatures such as the big guy for Saturday. Creepy, unexplained, and scary Saturday night.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, sir. There's others out there besides the Bigfoot guy, but we're going to talk about some of them tonight too for others of you that are interested in that stuff. Okay, hold on.
I always like that stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, it's the way. That's how we take a break, from all this stuff that we cover.
Well, it's fun. It's kind of fun. I enjoy it.
Yes, I do agree with you.
This is in depth stuff. A little in depth. So.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, here.
I'm coming in okay?
Oh, yeah. You sound good today.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, bud. All right, open, says me. Come on.
And he disappeared. He said open sesame, and he disappeared. Okay.
He went to get more coffee. I don't know if Dago's got a P.O. box. I'll send him some real good coffee stuff.
I have no idea what I just did.
I don't know either. I was like, open sesame, and you disappeared.
Later,
I was
guys.
like, he opened that window and fell right out.
Yep, I tripped and fell head first.
Oh boy!
Did I hear
don't do what I did, Dago.
No.
Don't bruise the ribs, crack the ribs.
Hell no. Been there, done that, sir. How are you feeling, by the way? Is that healing up okay?
Yeah, it's healing. It's every day is gets better.
Good.
So getting more rest too, because I could sleep a little differently, so it's helping. So
yeah.
But it takes time. That's all. You just got to be patient.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you get older, we don't heal as fast as we used to, So yeah, it takes a little time. I'm glad you're doing better though, brother. Appreciate hearing that. All right, guys. So this has been a subject of controversy since it came out. Everybody's saying there's proof that he did it right there because he's up in the okay, whatever. The shower curtain is in the photograph. It's right here to the right, all the way over here, pushed back. He's standing in his bathroom. I don't think this is a mirrored picture. I think he was standing in front of maybe that, holding his phone, taking his picture like this. That's what I think he did. The Cap says he found something and you wanted to discuss it. We're going to start here today, and then we're going to move on through all this other stuff. So what do you got, Cap? Give it to us.
Yeah. Can you take he's got the left hand with the thumbs up. Can you blow that up a little bit?
Yeah. Hold on. Wait a minute here.
At the thumb and the top of the hand area.
Maybe. Hold on. Shoot.
Okay. All right. Let me just blow. Let me blow this up a little bit.
Okay.
Do you see between the tip of his thumb and the bottom? Do you see dry blood more towards the bottom where it's
right there?
Yes.
And
then it's a little bit marked up towards the tip.
I don't know if it's that or I see discoloration. I see what you're saying, but this is first and foremost, this is a pretty pixelated picture, okay?
Yeah, that's the thing. When I first seen it, it looked like I tried to blow it up the best I could, and it looked like a little bit of dry blood.
There's something there as far as discoloration. Now he's got a birthmark here.
That's a birthmark, okay, because that looked like an abrasion.
Yeah, this here, that little brown mark, that's a birthmark. It was on his hand in other pictures too. I don't know if this is dry skin, if it's blood, it's a shadow. It, like I said, because the picture's so pixelated, it's not very clear. It's really hard to see. Yeah. I do see discoloration. I'll give you that much for sure.
And then as you move up to the tip of the thumb, you could see like a little bit of it looks like scattered, like dried a little bit. Like there's something happened there, and it's like bloody, and then it was like washed off, and it dried up a little bit.
I don't know. It was somebody talked about. Remember when we looked at the welcome Denise and Beckles? Remember when we talked about the I don't know if you were here, Cap, but the Indiana stops, the 2 Indiana stops. Everybody was like really looking at his hands, okay? And somebody I remember back then mentioned that it looks like he might have psoriasis or one of those skin irritant diseases.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I'm not going to claim that he does. I'm just saying he does have very, very fair and pasty skin. I'm trying to.
I remember it's the middle of the winter too in Washington, so
yeah, that dries you out, this and that. So I don't know if it's blood. I don't know if it's just because his skin is so fair. He probably gets red easily. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, look, if you look at his hand, the fist that he's making, see how it's like white knuckled, and then around that, it's kind of like the blood has, you know what I mean? It's gotten redder. I think that's due to being fair skinned and this and that. Like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong. I can't clearly say that that's what that is.
No, I'm not saying I'm right either. I'm just saying that
right.
I just wanted to see your opinion on it. It caught my eye because I've actually worked with a lot of metal and fabricated
Mhm.
stuff and everything in my shop and stuff like that. And I would actually get cuts like that, and I'd wash my hands, and they would dry out a little bit, and then you could see them. And his knuckles are
Yeah.
so white compared to the darkness of his hand,
Yeah.
which maybe doesn't mean much. It might just be his diet. He's not getting maybe enough meat where it's got more red blood cells in it.
Well, that's it too, because he's a vegan, so he doesn't eat any meat, and I think that's partially why he looks so unhealthy. That's my opinion,
Yeah.
but
And he's got his shirt buttoned all the way up to the top, so wonder if something's covered there as well.
I
I
mean
don't know.
it could be. But I noticed I went back on purpose and looked at other pictures of him, and he does that a lot. So
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
just his. Like Mike's son does that too. I mean, he thinks it
I
looks
think
good.
it's his OCD.
I
Yeah,
just
that's what yeah.
yeah, I was just looking for opinions on it, and I figure I'd bring it up to you guys and see what you
No,
thought.
absolutely. That's what this is about. He
Yeah,
looks
and
like
I'm
a
not
ghost.
like, if I could take this picture and clean it up real nice, and I just don't have that technological skill. But if I could do something like that, I
No,
could work on it more. But I don't.
maybe if somebody takes this, he does have it. That is true. He has been diagnosed with a specific disease. It's in the documents. I can't think of the name of it right now, but it does affect certain things like physical features and things like that. I'll have to find that and pull it out for you. But maybe
Yeah,
if somebody,
some kind of skin rash or something. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah.
definite. If somebody took the picture and like put it in sepia, maybe it might be a little bit easier to see, or even black and white. But you're not going to see the color. You'll just see that it's shadowed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it could be he definitely has the ASD, which is the autism spectrum disorder. He also has
OCD
OCD,
and then
and there was something else in there. Just it's not
dyspraxia.
dyspraxia. That's it. Thank you.
Looks like,
Jeff,
he looks kind of like definitely been through something and kind of like cleaned up real quick, and
I don't know. I just looks to me like he got up and took a shower, maybe got dressed, ready for work, and
yeah.
I don't know. I don't see.
Everyone's different, right? So,
Yeah, everybody sees things and perceives things in a different way.
but
Jeff,
I thought it was interesting under the thumb, where the that like
yeah, I
little
get
reddish,
it.
and then it kind of like lingers out like it was dried up a little bit. But
I
even
don't
though
know if he. Go ahead.
if you're cut, you still get out of the shower. You take a shower, it's still going to bleed, and it might even bleed more. And then you wipe it off, and then
It depending on how deep it is, that's true.
so it's not going to wash it away. It's going to disappear. It's just going to. But it was something
I've
for you
dealt.
guys to look at. That's all.
No, it's fine. Yeah, absolutely. I've dealt with a lot of that stuff working as a first responder and this and that, and blood clots in weird ways and this and that. I will say this though: if he did this, okay, I can't imagine that he would take a picture that he's going to send when he can see his hand. If there was something there that would show that, is my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I think he
Yeah.
would be real careful to cover that stuff up. I would think,
Yeah.
but that's just an opinion.
Sure.
And go ahead.
No, I agree. Sure. I just I know I don't. I'm not saying it's there. It's not. It's just something I saw, and I figure maybe it'd be good for you guys to look at it and see what your thoughts were. That's all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And
So
with your statement, Jeff, with the collar, I do that all the time. He's probably going to put a tie on at some point if he was going to work. Maybe he may, or may not be a tie guy. I don't know. I don't know what the rules were for like clothing and stuff, but he may have just done that and was going to put the tie on after he got to work, before he went to work, whatever he was going to do. But that could be why the button is buttoned all the way up too. That collar thing, I just noticed. I always do that. I don't ever pay attention to my collars when I wear down those types of shirts until my wife has to fix it most of the time.
yeah, I see a little bit with the collar, and then whatever. But you could rip apart anybody's picture. Like if
Absolutely.
you,
That's been done with this one.
Yeah. But I just see the thing with the thumb, and I just thought it odd, and it kind of looked like.
Barbara's right. I just thought of that. This was Sunday, so no, he wasn't going to work. Probably he could have just been. I don't know if this is I think I remember seeing him when he got stopped. That stop with the female police officer. That he had on a kind of a nice shirt there too. This could just be the way the guy dresses. I know a lot of people that dress this way. Get dressed for success, whatever. I don't know, but hey, Greg McNeely, welcome.
And Critical said if he got cut at the scene, his blood would be at the scene, and we would have more DNA than what we have now.
That's probably true. I think if he got cut, they'd have found it somewhere.
Is he left-handed? Does anybody know if he is left-handed?
I think he's right-handed.
And that's his left hand.
Yeah, that would be his left-handed or his left hand. You're right.
And
I think if you're standing, or well, don't the pictures revert or something like that? But I think that still would be his left hand if you're standing.
And did they know what glove that was, the right or left hand that was found that had some DNA on it or something they were saying?
I don't know which hand it was. Well, they're universal, but I don't know what it would be.
Okay.
You're like getting really crackly, for some reason, Cap.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just.
It's okay.
I didn't know if it was him or if it was my headphones.
It's the microphone.
I probably got to step down and then restart.
Yeah, that's fine. I can bring it back up anytime you want to.
Okay, I got to take care of two things and I'll be back a little bit.
We'll be here.
You.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, Cap. We'll see you soon.
Okay, bye.
All right. His left hand would be the one that was holding the sheath for those 8 minutes. If that's the truth, yeah, Jesse's right, because he's a right-handed person. I can't imagine. I don't think this is a mirror shot, though, Phil. I think this was just with the camera phone. I don't think he was standing in the mirror, because I think it would have reflected things differently, the background and stuff. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. And that's a good point. Jesse, walking in Tonka, welcome. I'm right-handed, holding my phone in my left. Right. Yeah, I gotcha. Annie says, wouldn't it be more suspicious? Bethany has taken pictures of the crime scene from 8:41 to 8:42. Right. It absolutely is more suspicious, considering as well as everything else. I know, Jesse. I know. I was just teasing. With everything we've seen in those text messages, every bit of that is suspicious to me. That's one of the big conversation pieces we had with Sarge last night. And I still question it, especially that you're taking pictures, you're on Indeed, you're on all these other things. We had this conversation the other day. It bugs me. You know what I mean? It's one of them situations that just bugs me. I think this picture has been way far read into too much. This picture was brought about so that they could look at him and see his bushy eyebrows and prove that he has got bushy eyebrows. There it is. Other than that, I don't think anything else means anything in this picture. I don't think this means that he did anything or didn't do anything. I don't think this means that he's anything more than he took a picture of himself. He could have sent this to his mom and dad saying, hey, happy Sunday morning. I'm doing great. How are you? Or it was rumored that he was dating an Asian woman. That could have been to her, other friends, or just to post to his social media things, because people do this every day. The only thing he didn't do that I don't see on a regular basis is make those damn duck lips that I couldn't remember the other day. That's all he's not doing. Thank God, because that would look really bad. So, I don't know that this means anything in the world, you guys. There's so many people who are saying this is proof that he did this. Why? And how? Just because you're putting a thumbs up? Come on. That's too much for me. That's just ridiculous in my opinion. So, Beckles said, go rewatch Cheap Fry's press release about the roommates. We can look into that. What would give context would be where he sent the picture. Thank you. That would be what would give something to this photo. I agree with that. There she is. Candy girl. Good to see you this morning. Carrie Perstula, welcome. Let's see here. What side are his buttons on?
It looks like the right, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think the overlap is on the left, so the buttons would be the right side, Phil. Kim Young, welcome. All right, everybody. So, as we jump into this, where do you guys want to start? Because there's so much that I wanted to cover today. We have so many different things to look and talk about. There's other videos that have been put out by other creators that I have questions on that I kind of wanted to review as well.
Men's shirt buttons on the left.
So is it reverted then? Inverted? Sorry.
Looks like it. Probably a
That-
female shirt
I
is
don't
what
think
she's
that's
saying.
Oh, I don't think that's a female shirt.
The
Can you
pic is
see-
reversed. So yeah, that's what I was. So if
It
the pic
looks-
is reversed, yeah, I get what she's saying. Okay.
Yeah. I understand. Jody Walters, good morning and welcome. Yeah, men's shirt. Gotcha. That's what I thought. No darts. Okay. That pic's reversed. But it does okay, that's my question is when we do this, I don't know this stuff, you guys. When we take selfies, does the picture automatically invert?
I don't know. I don't take very many selfies, to be
I don't
honest.
take any at all, so that's why I don't know that. Jeff is a videographer, so you would know that, sir, wouldn't you? If you just Google male shirt, then you'll see this pic of BK isn't reversed. Okay, so it's not inverted. Thank you. That's what I was wondering. Right hand thumbs up and incontrovertible. Thank you. Good morning, Miss Kim from CLK Creations. Good to see you today.
I am.
If you have a rear view camera, that's true too, B. Thank you, B. Welcome. Yeah, because my phone has cameras on the front and the back. It's got the lens on the front and on the back, so you can use it either way. Hello, Miss Tater. Yvonne Poole, welcome back. Yes, he has dyspraxia, which affects hand and eye coordination. It is harder to tie shoes and button shirts and fix your collar, maybe. That is very cool. That is a true diagnosis in the document.
Taylor said it depends on how you set it up, which, yeah.
Right. That's what probably is going to be said, Eddie. People are going to, you know what Eddie just said there, that he stole a shirt as a trophy from the crime scene. You know how these people are saying these things. So, yes.
Oh, my gosh.
It is crazy. People say the craziest things. Good old Eddie. Yes, folks, Eddie has a sense of humor, too. All right. Yeah, it'll be a new narrative. True Seeker, welcome. It doesn't prove anything, like I said. And I said this before, guys. If he did it, they prove it. Okay. Do what you got to do. You know, give him the death penalty. Just make sure it's him. That's all I care about. And that's why I brought up this Cole guy that was talked about. There is a video I watched last night that I was quite interesting by another creator that I started watching what other people are thinking on all this stuff. And other people have brought me information about this to go check this out. Go check that out. Certain ones I won't watch, but it's been interesting. Okay. And a lot of these people that I'm telling you are coming with proof and receipts to these things of what they're believing and what they're seeing and things like that. So I kind of wanted to review some of that stuff today with you guys, see what your guys' thoughts were on this. And then, of course, it's an open panel and we're open for discussion on everything and anything. So I want to hear it all because I want somebody to make me understand how and why this is going the way it's going, because it's hard to do that right now. He has man eyebrows. They do look normal to me. They are bushy, but he probably doesn't get his eyebrows trimmed when he goes to the barber. A lot of people don't do that. Photo is a nothing burger. Just gives AB something to be biased about in her one white shirt she owns. Yep. Bundy had manly brows too. That's true. If you are a detective, you would know that is a man's shirt and the buttons prove it. So if it's worth questioning, then it's worth agreeing to facts. Yes. Mikey, what's happening, buddy? Okay. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to keep up with you guys in chat. I think if BK
Hi,
actually
Mikey.
would have known immediately or had a gut feeling once she's seen him, you don't forget something like that. That's a good point too, IME. Amethyst Nor, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Greg McNeely. Where's the deletion weapon and the DNA blood-soaked clothing at the bottom? of the Snake River near Clarkston Thompson's Capone murder case in Moscow. Good point and question. Heard the state including this pic to show or let the jury decide whether or not he has bush. Yeah, that's what this whole photograph is all about. Good morning and welcome, Kelly Coker. Thank you for joining us. Anybody I may have missed, I promise you I will do my best to catch up and find you in here. I appreciate you guys so very much for being here with us today. Be geek. Okay. Echoes of clarity. Good to see you. Richard Roberts, welcome. All right, guys. Let me move this now. Let's get things moving. And thank you again, Cap, for your insight and feelings. Is this going to let me do this now? Let me get out of here. Come on. Jesus, I can't. Hold on.
Hello, Amethyst.
Good Lord. I want out of this. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Good stuff. All right. Let's see what we got here now. See where we're going. First and foremost,
Amethyst Noor says he's left-handed.
okay. I was told that he was right-handed, but obviously that could be wrong. Welcome, Miss Girl 2. Good to see you. I do want to see this real quick. I haven't reviewed this. It's a new video and an interview with Steve, real fast, and then we'll jump into the other stuff. Came out yesterday. I'm sure most of you guys have seen this. I haven't, so let's look at this real.
They don't, because my link's pinned at the top. I don't know if you can do more than one. They don't have the link to come up on panel if they want.
Oh, okay. I'll fix it. Give me 1 second, guys. As soon as I hit this, this is 6 minutes. We'll be done, and I'll fix that. No problem. Sorry, guys.
Now is Kaylee's father.
Welcome, Rhode Island. Good to see you.
Now is Kaylee's father, Steve Goncalves. Steve, thank you so much for joining Top Story. And I also want to say I'm so sorry that you have to join us and that we have to speak like this. I know you were doing this to speak for your daughter, but I am so sorry this is a situation you find yourself in at all. I want to start with just asking you about that selfie that everyone has now seen. What went through your head? What did it feel like when you saw that selfie of Brian Koberger allegedly taken hours after your daughter and her housemates were murdered?
It was a trophy. He made himself a trophy. He felt like at that point he had just returned from the crime scene. There was no one there. And he believed, very confident, that's what the thumbs up. He's going to look back at that, remember what he got away with. And, it's a challenge to Idaho to let everybody know that, he thought he could kill people in our state, get away with it. He was far smarter than everyone else around him. And, he studied it, he's trying to be a PhD in it. So I think it was a challenge to Idaho, and I think Idaho will definitely step up, and he's going to regret that photo.
Steve, I want to also ask you about one of the requests the defense is making to the judge, asking that they do not allow spectators to wear T-shirts with pictures of the victims on them or anything like words in the memory of. How does that make you feel?
It's petty. I don't worry about it, though. My daughter's, justice and getting this conviction is much more important than wearing a shirt. I've never worn a shirt in court. They'll never be able to ever show that I ever did. So, when you got somebody facing, death row, you probably should focus more on, the case and the evidence rather than who's going to be in there witnessing it.
The defense has also claimed that they're going to present alternate perpetrators. Do you believe there is anyone else involved in the murder of your daughter and her housemates?
No, No, not at all. There's surveillance all around there. You're going to clearly see who was coming into the place and exactly when they were leaving and what that vehicle looked like when it took that corner. Yeah, this case is solid. It's super solid, and we look forward to it. They're just trying to delay it, but it's time to pay the piper. We're all going to see what the state has, and I'm very confident in what they have.
How is your family holding up and handling all of this? I mean, last week we heard the 911 call partially released. We've seen this selfie now. What is it like for you and your family to keep having these items, these bits of information come out?
It is hard. It's very hard. You kind of just prepare your family, tell them to stay away from the TV, stay away from, parts of the internet. So, but it's nice to get this information out. It's good to see the facts. I mean, it's weird to wait 2.5 years to know like some of the final things that, your child has been through. We're still waiting on even like laptops and things that, so we can see, her playlist and things that she was working on. It's tough. It's tough to go through this, but I just think of all the officers and, the FBI agents and all the hard work that they put into this. So, I can wait and, we can get this out. We can figure it out.
As we move closer to seeing Brian Kohberger actually face a jury and answer to these
This is Kaylee Goncalves' father, Greg.
charges, what for you and your family is the thing you hope people focus on the most when that coverage really gets in full swing? What is it you hope people don't forget about what y'all have experienced or about your daughter?
I think if people can concentrate on how much victims they were, how these people were just going through their everyday life, trying to be educated, try to be like the best type of human being that you could possibly be. And even having all the way from like their meals that they shared together till their Uber ride, they weren't drinking and driving, they weren't doing anything bad, and come home and to go to your bed and to have some stranger he's not even a part of our state, he just didn't even belong here, and to have that person sneak into your home and kill you in your bed. If there wasn't ever a moment for people to rally together and say, it's time to take this to the full closure and have a message that's out there so we can kind of point to say, we put our foot down right here. And, when we have these school shooters and people that do these mass murders, maybe we have to start, putting our foot down and taking it to the darkest part, all the way till we finalize these people. And then maybe we can stop having these so often.
Have you been able to speak to any of the other families, Ethan's family, Zaina's or Maddie's?
Yeah, I've spoken to all the families, some more than others, but yeah, I mean, Karen will call. She'll call us in the middle of the night, So we know if you're struggling, you're having a hard day, that you picked up that phone and you spend some time talking to somebody. Mm-hmm. And I love talking.
See, that's one thing that bugs me is everybody in here now knows that everybody was awake. They were all awake. Okay. I don't know why that is a narrative that is being stuck to. Like, let's be honest about, I'm not, in all due respect to Steve Goncalves, I know everything he's been through is absolutely horrific. I could never imagine going through what this man and his family and all these other families have gone through, guys. But like, let's be honest about things as we're talking about this stuff. I mean, let's put it all out there the way that it's supposed to be and show it for what it is.
Mhm.
That's what the way, that's part of what's been wrong with this is there's a specific narrative that has been put out with all this propaganda. In turn, the court of public opinion has had this man on death row from the day that he was arrested. Okay. Now we're seeing things changing. And here we go. Every time, and I said this before, every time something new comes out that makes people start to doubt things, here we go again. Not just him, just everything that gets put out. There's always somebody like, hurry up, grab it and bring it back in. They're getting away from it. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And yeah, oh, definitely, Jesse. I want to hear what you got to say too. So it's a problem. We're almost done with this, but just saying, I'm so tired of seeing it. Not with him. I'm not being disrespectful to him by any means, but all of the this picture says he did it, and this says he did it, and that says he did it, and that's even though they're showing things that point to the fact that he couldn't have done it. It's crazy. Good morning and welcome. Good to see you, LR. Claire Bear, good to see you.
About Maddie all the time, so it's pretty easy for us to do.
Are you and the other families confident right now that prosecutors have what they need to get a conviction here?
Yeah. They broke that down early on, and they basically outlined a couple different scenarios. And one of those was, hopefully this person comes out and says that he was framed. Was ideal, because that basically just means there's so much evidence that he just can't combat it. We didn't think we'd get as lucky as no alibi. We thought he'd think it out, and he is a smart guy. I figured he'd have some better way to explain what he was doing that night. I mean, I could think of a lot of better ways he could have done it. Really tricky stuff, but he didn't. And luckily,
maybe because he's just trying to be honest. Maybe that's really what he did. It's not such a big, long shot to think that that's possible.
Case is going to be, it's going to be handled, and we'll get the eventual. We'll never get our kids back. I take that over any of this, but
yeah, definitely. I think this
is the best that we can make of the situation that we're in.
Steve Goncalves, thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, so there's that. Okay, and like I said, I try to follow up with everything that comes out to hear what's said, just in case something is dropped in an interview that we haven't seen or heard. I don't know. There's a few of these that I wanted to review, but I'm going to go ahead and get this other stuff fixed so that you guys can join us up here. 1 minute. Welcome, Angela. Hold on, let me slow this down. Chat's moving a little quickly, guys, so give me a second to fix this so I can pin the link. There it is. All right, and also, again, guys, when you pop in here, if you're not... Oh, okay. Jesse got it. Good morning or evening for you, I'm sure. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good to see you guys. I hope the gun show isn't going to offend anybody.
Oh, no.
I didn't have to work today, so it is Thailand, and
I was going to say,
shirts are part of the uniform over here.
Yes, you have that weather that you can do that. I'm not quite there yet, so I'm a little jealous.
So yeah, I really enjoyed being up the other day with Jeff H., even though I think Jeff H. does enjoy the sound of his own voice a lot more than he likes listening to me, but he's a nice enough guy, and it was a good conversation, and I enjoyed every bit of it.
Yeah. Well, everybody has their outlook on things. Jeff is a good guy. I think he's definitely perseverant with what he feels, and that is what it is. I respect that. But yes, I agree with you on both of you guys. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed listening to both of you. So
I wanted to apologize to Mama Bear as well, because while I was feeling sorry for myself that Jeff H. was talking over me, we were all talking over her even worse. So I'll try to make a point of being more respectful in that manner to Mama Bear.
Wow. I'm sure she appreciates that. I do as well. It's hard sometimes because I, just like me, Jesse, I'm ADHD, chronic ADHD. So if I don't say or speak a thought that I'm thinking right now, I will forget it and it'll drive me insane. So that's why I constantly do that. It's understood.
My problem is my microphone isn't that strong. It's okay if I'm the only one talking. I'm sure it sounds fine but if I'm trying to interrupt somebody else that's talking over me, you just can't hear a word I'm saying. So it puts me at a severe disadvantage if the debate turns into that kind of a debate, right?
Yeah, absolutely. She's back now. Mama Bear, did you hear what Jesse just said?
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but that's okay. I need to learn to speak up and louder to myself. And
I told you before, just say, shut up, my turn. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Welcome, Philip. Good to, where'd he go? Philip Hughes, good to see you. Good to see Brandy back at work and stopping by. Wonderful to see you here, Philip. Make sure you tell her, he's talking about my wife. My wife is a dialysis tech. She takes care of him. He's one of her patients. So wonderful to see you, sir. I hope you're doing good, and tell her to take good care of you. And there we go. Welcome, Edward. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me. Hello, everybody.
Always, Eddie.
Eddie.
Hi, Mama Bear. Jesse.
Hey, Eddie, interesting that you mentioned that list that I came on here with, 2 years ago now. I remember doing that, but I don't remember. I think I remember the number one thing on the list was just that the DNA didn't put him at the house. And at the time I was saying, a lot of people are saying that now, but at the time that I was saying that, actually, not that many people were saying it. I remember Harsh Reality took my comment and made a video out of it because it hadn't occurred to him that the DNA didn't put him at the house, apparently.
Right. And yeah, Taylor, it's an open panel. Anybody's welcome. Like I said, if you're not a regular up here, just make sure you stop in the back, show your face, so I can make sure you're not trying to show your waist. That's all I care about. Just for a quick second. Jesse and Eddie are regulars. And I've seen them. So just pop back there, show me your face real fast, turn your camera off, and come on up. You're welcome. Everybody is. So yeah, Eddie, listen, guys, if you don't know something about this case, find him. He will tell you. He's like a dictionary with this case. He has every bit of it, and he has a good memory on it. I was surprised that he remembered that too, Jesse, to be honest with you. But when he brought it up, it was instant like, whoa, I do remember that. So it's great stuff.
I truly believe that those of us who are open-minded and I don't think, they call us pro-burgers. I tried to explain to Jeff H. that if they prove to me that Koberger did it, I'm willing to change my opinion based on the information available to me. And I know that everybody on this panel is, because we've had deep conversations about this. And when we're presented with information, we will talk about it and explore the possibility that perhaps they're right. I think Proberger is not an accurate description of this community. And I think that the people like us that live, sleep, and breathe this case, that it keeps us up at night. And I know Jeff H. is a guilter who nobody can accuse him of being any less passionate about the case than us. He
Not
just
at all.
doesn't happen to fall on the same side. But most of the guilters that I hear, the people that, just say offensive things like fry him, I hope he rots in hell and all this stuff, they haven't bothered to, if you gave them a litmus test on the case and asked them who some of the main players were, I don't think most of them know a damn thing about the case, because it's just easier to suck up what mainstream media is giving you and say, and it makes you feel smart, right? Like, oh, look, my opinion's the same as what I see on TV. I must be a genius.
It makes you popular in that sense too. And I'm definitely not the people that are what Jesse's talking about. We're not pro burgers. We're pro justice. And that's what this is about. Pro justice and pro truth. Because that's what these victims and their families deserve. And that's what we want. We just want to ensure that it's the right person. Because again, it's been said many a times. Jeff even said this himself. If they put the wrong person behind bars and give him the death penalty, that's not justice. That's not real justice. And they deserve better than that. So that's why we have open minds, critical thinking, and we break things down that we see to see exactly what's going on. That's all this is. Getting answers to questions that shouldn't be there. If these questions didn't exist, we wouldn't have these conversations. Okay. If the things that have gone on in this case didn't exist, we wouldn't be having these conversations. There's where the problem lies, in my opinion. So, both of you, welcome. Well, all three of you. I'm sorry, Taylor, welcome. Eddie and Jesse, it's wonderful to have all three of you here with us today as we break this down, review, and see what we can come up with today. Appreciate you all. So what do we got today? What's on everybody's minds as far as this goes? Where we'll start there and we'll see what we can get to from that.
Well, after we left off with our last conversation, Dago, I'm even more in a firm belief about what I was saying, because I think you remember I proposed to you that we go back and we look at the interviews and all those. Yes. Dave and WSU Kim, and also the Chronicles. The one that I think is most powerful, especially if you're a guilter, is this came out of the G family themselves on Chronicles Olivia. They said at about 10 o'clock in the morning, they received a call saying Kaylee was shot. Mm-hmm. Why was somebody aware that Kaylee was no longer on this planet at 10 o'clock in the morning? And you combine that with the Dave interview and the WSU Kim interview, it's easy for me to confidently state it's very obvious that 911 call now, in my opinion, is completely staged. There should be an investigation into that 911 call, and we're doing not only that, but law enforcement took that text chain that they presented late on a Friday, almost like a PR move, the way they released it on a Friday, so you don't have time to respond until the following week. And they cherry picked the stuff that fit their PCA, only to find out that when the additional context comes in, that the PCA was actually, I'm not going to say it's irrelevant now, I'm going to say it was a lie. I mean, if law enforcement had access to those texts that just got released, then the PCA is a lie. It is misleading at best, horribly misleading at best. And Dylan did not awake at 4 a.m. They did not sleep until noon. And I want to know why. And I think we all need to know why. We need to,
that's what, absolutely. I mean, if here's the thing, I agree with you, Jesse, mainly because law enforcement allowed mainstream media to bring this case to us. We didn't, okay? That's what they allowed for this to happen. They handed it to us, said, here you go, walked away, came back and threw a PCA at us and said, there you go. We're just supposed to sit there and stare at it and go, okay, Brian did this, put him to death. Let's move on to the next case. That's not how this works. That's not how this works at all. The American people look at these things as they're handed to us and want to know why things happen the way they do. So yes, we need to know the answers to these things. We deserve to know the answers to these things because they were put in our face. I have to agree with you.
I believe every word of it, Jeff H. I believe I'm entitled to say what I believe, and I believe that based on the information that I have available to me, I believe that 911 call was staged.
Welcome, Gordon. And Jeff, everybody has the rights to their feeling. Exactly, Jesse. And I want that known. Everybody in here has the right and the ability to express and feel their feelings, opinions, thoughts, and feelings about theories about this. The only thing we don't do is we don't, of course, shame victims or guilt the families or any of that kind of stuff. That's not one thing we do in here. But talking about this stuff right here, the 911 call, this, that, everything else, it is absolutely okay because that's what it's all about. You're talking about this interview right here, Jesse?
This should be it, but I will caution you. I was looking for all the Dave and WSU Kim stuff, and the only place I can find those interviews now is other creators replay, streaming tidbits of it from Wasted Chicken Man's podcast. He's pulled down everything that doesn't go with the prosecution's theory, which again, I'm in the business of giving out predictions. I give out that this is what I do for a living. I take information, I make guesses. If I'm right more than I'm wrong, people pay me for that information, and I do pretty well. I'm 11-0 in the NCAA tournament right now.
Congrats.
So wow. I do have a history of being very good at taking information and making educated guesses on how to interpret that information.
Well, and, remind me when betting season rolls around to get a hold of you and ask you some questions.
So that was my thing. I might need you.
But I guess my point was going to be what I was getting into is I put predictions out before the games start. Obviously, there's no value in predicting what happens after the score is over. I don't go and scrub the internet of my wrong predictions because that would ruin my credibility. Could you imagine if I'm putting out predictions and then I'm going to scrub the ones that aren't correct? That would make me, I would lose all credibility. So why then are these creators scrubbing the interviews that aren't fitting the narrative? I find that offensive. I find it insulting, and I'm not happy with it. And it's also a sign that maybe that makes me want to dig even deeper.
Yes, sir. And that you answered your own question. Why are they scrubbing their interviews that don't fit the narrative? Well, that says it right there in itself. Why is there a narrative instead of the truth? There shouldn't be a narrative. The narrative should be the truth, period. And that's all there is to it, but it's not.
With the Wasted Chicken Man, my hypothesis there is he's got a close relationship with the G family, and it's out of the respect for the G family. And that's a no. So I can understand why he, if they asked him to remove that stuff, okay, that makes sense. But then I got to ask myself, and I don't want to say bad things about the G family. I empathize with them. I would love to give Steve a big hug and buy him a beer. But man, that guy is a wealth of misinformation. And I want I have other questions about why his tone has changed so much. He's gone from saying things in the early going, and he's pushing a different narrative than he was pushing a couple years ago. He was questioning the official story, and now he's endorsing it, and he's going on News Nation and spewing these really character assassinations, highly speculative. This is a message to the people of Idaho. He's a foreigner, or he's an outsider that shouldn't even be here. I find that language very xenophobic. Who has the right to tell other people that they shouldn't be here? That doesn't sound very American to me, to be honest with you. Eddie, you're awful quiet. Surely you have something to say.
You're so well spoken. I just feel like letting you continue and make your great points. And I agree with them all.
Yeah, well, if I continue, I'm probably going to piss a lot of people off. Jeff H isn't going to want to be my friend anymore. It's almost as if Steve G has more info than, well, that's the thing, Jeff. Steve G has acted as if he's got more info, but a lot of the info he puts out there doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Nothing he was saying adds up with the recent document releases and the revelations that we've seen. And I guess when Dago plays this clip, hopefully we get to see, when they tell the cousin, I believe that what we're going to hear here is a cousin called in the morning, well before noon, to tell them that Kaylee was shot. And I think Steve needs to ask himself how that cousin came across that information at that time, and why he's willing to just let that go. Because to me, maybe he knows the explanation, and maybe it's just me that doesn't know, but I sure would like to know.
So I took some notes during the Dave interviews, and I put it in the chat, the dates. So Lana was first on the 14th of May, and then DTS show was the day afterwards, the 15th of May. And I don't want to share all the notes. It would take too long, but there was a contrast between what was said on Lana's program versus the Drunk Turkey show. One of them being which Dave added the detail about 9 or 9:30 a.m. where the two of the students who had received the minor in possession citations, they went back to the band field to look for some item on the band field that they purposely dropped, contraband, the night before. Uh-huh. And they looked up across the street and saw a guy dressed all in black with his arms in his hoodie and his shoulders high up and hunched while he was walking hunched with a cold, weird stare that freaked them out. Thick brow and large nose. So just putting that out there. But I didn't know that Drunk Turkey had taken his down. That's very interesting. One of my notes, and I'll end with this, is I asked myself, was Dave planted by law enforcement or prosecution in order to push a timeline narrative? So that was interesting to read my notes from 2 years ago, nearly.
My take on Dave is I listened to the full interview with Lana, and I couldn't find the full interview with Drunk Turkey. Did you find it on his channel?
No, I haven't looked since that day, but I watched it on that day.
Oh, you're talking about you're referring to old notes that you took notes.
That I took, yeah.
See, this guy is way smarter than me. I'm not taking. I got no notes, ladies and gentlemen. My notes are all up here. But
Eddie has all the notes.
I got all the notes except for Taiwan versus Thailand. I should have remembered to put that down because I forgot.
Well, we'll let you away with that just this once.
Let me slide. Yeah, I'll correct my mistake.
But my takeaway from Dave is he didn't appear to want to put himself in the spotlight. He didn't have a whole lot to say. I mean, everything I gathered from his conversation was he seemed to be defending the roommates, defending the people, sort of saying, listen, it's you guys just don't understand. We're just kids. We don't think about stuff like this. And And all I want is I just want everybody to be okay and everything to go back to normal. But yes, we did know what happened at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it wasn't just him. The way he described it, there must have been, wow. He didn't give a number, but he said there was upwards of 60 people on the group chat that he was following. And that anybody who was following that group chat at that time, potentially up to 60 people, would have had that knowledge.
Yes, he did mention that group chat, the Pi Beta Phi on Snapchat. The snaps discussed the house and specifically a couple victims' names. The rumor started as a stabbing, then they changed it over to overdose. The police never interviewed members of Dave's fraternity, nor searched their trash. And the 3 kids on the Banfield never got interviewed by LE.
And the guilters will say, well, if that many people knew, you couldn't keep that a secret. But the thing is, it wasn't a secret. We've all known about. I've truly believed everything Dave said right from the beginning, because what Dave said matched up with what I saw in Chronicles Olivia. It matched up with what WSU Kim was saying, and it explained the 8-hour delay and made more sense. Again, I'm just looking at all the information and trying to make it go like this and fit into place. And this information fits into place a lot more than the PCA and the stuff we're getting out of law enforcement. And so I always believed it was true, and it wasn't a secret. And this recent doc drop isn't new news to people like us as much as it is vindication that when we were speculating in the past, we were on the right track.
Just more of a mystery.
Good point.
In a consistent theme of deception throughout this whole case.
I do agree.
Dagmar, by the way, this morning, probably about 15 minutes before you started live streaming, I sent you an email. I came across an interesting article yesterday about the K-bar knife. I didn't realize this. On November 17th, there's an article on Fox that is discussing a K-bar knife. So I don't know if you found that in your email or not, but I prior to seeing that article, I would have swore that the first time we learned about a K-bar, specifically brand knife, was with the PCA, but boy, was I wrong. It was out there. I don't know if we covered it as a true crime community or not on after learning about it on the 17th, but it's been out there that long. So I don't know what to make of it. Maybe we as a hive mind can kind of toss it over in our thoughts and share our opinions on that.
Yeah, of course. Hold on a minute. Let me pull up my email and see if that's there real quick.
What I was looking for is, I remember on your show, we talked about the time of the reported time of death, which was noon officially. And the source of that was a press release by Latah County Coroner's autopsy results for the homicide victims on November 17th.
Right.
By, I believe, Coroner Mabut.
Yeah. Mabut is the one that put that out. That's very true. And I've always kind of questioned the whole time of death thing being noon and all that other stuff, and the way that was all handled, I've had a lot of questions about that.
Well, it's purposely obfuscated. You know, there's a minimum of 2 crime scenes in that house. There might be 3. One of them is up on the 3rd floor, and there might be 2 crime scenes. Who knows where Ethan? Because notice in these texts, they're not really discussing about Ethan, so we don't know where his body was, right?
Yeah, we don't have absolutes on that. That's true.
Yeah, we have 0 facts about what happened in that house, other than what we have over 1,001 times repeated over and over to ourselves, and we have a mental picture of what it was, but that's the furthest thing from what it truly was.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I do agree. Absolutely. So this is the article, the video you're talking about right here.
That's the one.
All right, let's check this out real quick, you guys. See what Eddie's talking about, and then we'll jump back over to that other interview and break that down too. Again, thank you all for joining us. Eddie, Taylor jumped down, or maybe it was just transferring out devices. Welcome, Brian. Good to see you this morning. Let's see what we got here.
John, let's bring in Dr. Michael Bodden, forensic pathologist and a Fox News contributor. Dr. Bodden, thank you very much for joining us. Just troubling every aspect of this story, and parents are rightly just terrified. The fact that this person is clearly still on the loose, no suspect.
Diego, can I have you pause it real quick?
Yes, sir.
Just in the spirit of saving time, it's more, I think that article has text as well. You're not obligated to play the
okay,
video portion of it, and just scroll down to save us all time and get to the next topic. In that article, you should be able to scroll down and just get to the K-bar knife.
All right, hold on a minute. 1 minute. Okay. The deaths of University of Idaho students found stabbed over the weekend were officially ruled homicide, authorities said. Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt said the manner of death was a stabbing for all four individuals. Cause of death was murder, according to Mabbitt. The victims are Ethan Chapin, 20, Madison Mogan, 21, Dana Kernodle, 20, and Kaylee Goncalves, 21, who police say were attacked with an edged weapon, likely a knife. Mabbitt, who wrapped up the autopsies Wednesday, previously said the killings were not a murder-suicide. The toxicology reports are still outstanding. She said the same knife was likely used to kill all four victims. The police have not recovered a weapon or publicly identified a suspect in the quadruple homicide, which has shaken the small town of 25,000 people.
So there it is right there. We can see it.
Right.
And read the caption of the photo.
One moment here, if I can make it a little bigger for you guys. There it is. Gotcha. Police suspect that a K-bar knife may have been used in slayings of four university students. Caution tape surrounds the house near campus where the students were slaughtered. K-bar. Derek Shook for Fox News Digital. Okay.
So there it is. You don't have to keep going on and reading more. It's right there that we just saw for ourselves. They're talking on the 17th of November about a K-bar knife. That's interesting.
It is.
I didn't recall that.
I didn't either, because I thought that came way later. Let's see here.
Sarge, if you want to come up, the link's pinned at the top of the chat.
Yes, Sarge, you can come up here, bud. I'm glad you joined us. So what? Like I said, I didn't think that we caught that the knife was there, and now she's saying that she believes that same weapon was used for all four. Okay, then it came out within the interview with her as well that and if a lot of people took that as a specific meaning behind the fact that all the wounds were different. Okay, which obviously means that they were done in a different way with the same knife. Obviously, I still think there's a possibility that there could have been another weapon as well. For different types of wounds, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, though. I'll leave it to that.
Certainly, Steve G did allude to that in several interviews, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He definitely did. In fact, he described the wounds as being large gouges at one point, more like, not like stab wounds, but like gouges, I think he said. And I think Mabbitt even led to some of that too, in some of what she said. It's been a long time, so bear with me trying to remember these things, guys.
There's one more thing that Steve G said that we've never really got any clarification on, and I'm sure you guys remember this. He said some information's going to come out, and some people will find it gross.
Yes.
And I don't think he was talking about blood and guts. I think he was talking about like sexual stuff.
Yeah,
it had those undertones to it that it wasn't in the context of blood and gore. It was in the context of gross, like homosexuality. And this is not my opinion. This is not my opinion. This is speculating what he was referring to, something that some people might not find normal. And
something somebody would think was that way. Yeah.
Like a lifestyle that somebody would think was gross. That's the way I think that's the way a lot of people interpreted that comment. And we haven't heard anything that would fit that yet.
No. And he said that it was, and he said about, and there's going to be people that will be dragged through the mud. I remember that was part of that statement. And I'm glad you reminded me of that, because I completely forgot that he made that statement. And I still don't think, I don't think we've heard anything about anything like that. So,
Dago, can I say something a little bit controversial that people won't like?
As long as it doesn't.
I'm a stats guy, right? If you read the internet,
yeah, of course.
The stats on OF for women aged 20 to 30, I think what they say is 1 in 10 women in America have an account.
Yeah.
So if there was 5 women in that house, there's a 50-50 shot. You know what I mean? Now those numbers might be inflated a little bit, but it's not that much of a shot in the dark. That's something to consider. Sergeant Friday probably knows more about that than I do, though.
Welcome, Sarge. Good to see you this morning. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm doing awesome, bro. How about Mama Bear? Good to hear your voice. Nice to see you.
Sarge.
I wonder if the Instagram moves in the morning with Dylan Mortensen are what he's referring to. As far as one of them were on Instagram that same morning of the killing.
Yeah.
Were they doing something gross? I don't know.
It could have. Well, we're talking about Bethany taking pictures too.
Yeah, we don't know. So, right.
I mean, a lot of these people get requests when they have those accounts. I guess I don't know how they work, but I believe they get requests and they act on them as they get them and do things for those requests when they get that, I guess. So I don't know. It's an interesting question though. Welcome, Justice.
Hey, Dago, can I have us kind of reflect back to what we began with that photo, and you don't have to put it back up.
Yeah.
The photo of Brian Kohlberg taking a selfie.
Yes.
My only question to that is, I wonder if that was done spontaneously. If he has a history of taking selfies, how often was he compelled to take it and to share it with someone? Was there texting going on prior to him taking that?
Mm-hmm.
These types of questions. Because it feels like I have known and spoken with people who have they're dating or whatever, and sometimes someone you're dating can I guess coax you or tease you into, if you love me, take a picture and prove it to me and send it to me right now.
Yeah.
I want one of you in the bathroom right now. Prove it, whatever.
Right.
You can be manipulated into taking a selfie. So, no one's asked that question yet.
Well, I had to wonder, because when he's taking the picture, he's got earbuds in. Were you on a phone call before this and you're taking a picture to send to somebody based on something that was on that phone call? I mean, most people don't walk around with earbuds in their ear all day long just listening to music that I know of. Taking pictures, you know what I'm saying? So
look like a headset to me, more so.
Yeah, they were what do you call those? Over the ear things that you put in your ears. But again,
I have something a little parallel to what Eddie said, because Eddie said, does he have a history of sending selfies, which is a very good point.
It is.
I mean, we've seen one selfie. If it's one of many selfies, it's even more irrelevant than it already is. But it reminds me of our conversation a couple days ago, Dago, about the text chain, which establishes the timeline, which is the basis of the PCA, and it's done via old school texting, phone to phone. And I don't know if Eddie or Sergeant Friday heard me say this, but I think it's a very strong point. I know Jeff H. didn't think much of it, but it would appear that the standard method of communication between these kids is Snapchat and other apps, and not, and as I understand it, I am almost 50 years old, but as I understand it, standard phone to phone text between kids this age is not normal. So
No.
if there's no history of them communicating in that manner, and all of a sudden there's this long thread of standard phone to phone text that establishes a timeline and a PCA, something's rotten in Denmark.
That's
Let
a
me tell
red
you.
flag. That is definitely a red flag, because if you have talked to each other through Snapchat for 14 months in your relationship, and all of a sudden out of nowhere this one night you have a full chain of regular standard phone to phone text messages, that's something to be looked at. I agree. What is it? I was gonna say
That would be what you call developing a script.
Yeah, habit is a real thing, folks, and people live by habit every day. When you change up your schedule, your habits, your whatever, there's a reason why that happens. So,
I think it's the habits of the police department that everybody seems to be aware of, but doesn't really pay much attention to. And you're seeing the habits being played in this case, as well as in the doctor, or the case where the guy was falsely accused of murder.
mm-hmm.
And the cops made statements and analysis of information that was false.
Idaho State Police was involved in that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the behavior of the police in this case is pretty obvious. They've incriminated the guy with half truths and inferences, right? And then they held back all of the stuff that would go to people wanting to question the entire narrative, and then question, in fact, the entire argument that an individual did this unknown to the victims. When you look at what happens the next morning, and now we're looking at 4:37 in the morning, their texts stop and they start working their phones again at 7:30. I don't think those two girls were sleeping. There's got to be information in that 3-hour time span, and that's what the cops. That's how they operate. They give you a little piece of information, and then they don't fulfill the continuation of what more is attached to it. So right now they're hiding 3 hours from us. What happened in those 3 hours? What were those girls doing? Are we to suspect that they just fell asleep at 4:37 a.m. after they just had all of the conversation about chaos in their own home, and their fear, and they're scared, and so they're hiding that from us. That's the way the police have worked, and they're doing it in such a way as to impugn Brian Koberger as the murderer, which, again, I don't know that he's innocent or guilty, but the whole way they've played this is to paint a narrative and hide exculpatory or questionable information from us. And that's a problem.
Agree with that.
The way the police are operating there.
Agreed. Yes, agreed. What the heck was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. It happens. It happens all the time to me. I'm sorry. Go ahead. It'll come to me with whoever wanted to say something. I do remember. Amethyst Nor made a statement in here because we were talking about the autopsies and this and Dr. Mabbitt and all that. Mabbitt didn't do the autopsies, okay? And all that information is what she's stating that has not been turned over is still an outstanding disclosure of evidence. So wouldn't that be the first thing that should be handed over in a case like this, is the autopsy information and everything about him? Not to mention, speaking of the autopsies, I believe Ethan had a secondary autopsy done that his family requested per se. So there's another reason for that, dude. These are these smaller questions that people don't pay a lot of attention to that I have a lot of questions about. These things, in my opinion, it's a quadruple homicide case that's going to court, blah, blah, blah. Somebody's going to be convicted. The autopsies, toxicology should be one of the first things that's handed over. And why has it not been? I don't understand that.
Tomboy said Spokane coroner's office did the autopsy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, everything they're releasing now should have been released in the beginning. There's nothing in the 911 call that would make it secret or special. They even identified the people in this release, which shocks me. They should have kept other than Bethany and Dylan, none of the other people should be identified, even by initial.
Right.
Until the trial. I would understand that. But the fact that they held that for 2.5 years.
Well, they couldn't exactly roll out that PCA if that information was available at that time. And Jeff H is in the chat saying, is there anything that is in that chat that would disprove the prank narrative? And I just think, we get
Yeah.
accused of speculation all the time.
Is there
The
anything
prank
that
where
proves
there's
that?
there's no indication that there was a prank.
There's
Nobody
a
said
glaring-
they were being pranked. Nobody said they were suspecting it was a prank.
And
There is absolutely no information to support the prank narrative.
Their behavior proves they weren't under the illusion of a prank because they never went to the bedrooms to go check on their roommates.
And I told you
Until
because
Steve G said that in that interview, nobody'd ever mentioned this. So 2.5 years later, all of a sudden, we're going to throw some spin on it and say prank. I mean,
and
for us,
everybody's running with it.
that would be the same thing as having some of these wild, crazy Bamfield, bushy eyebrow theories that based on pure speculation. There's no information. There's no facts to back up that. There's this talk of, well, they did prank each other, but they're not offering any actual concrete history of
Well, I don't think they need to. I think that the actions of the girls that throughout the night and throughout the next day are indicative of it not being a prank.
Well, there's testimony from 3 different individuals, and we were just about to play the Chronicles of Olivia that said that. But the Dave, the WSU Kim, and the Chronicles of Olivia, that's, in my mind, testimony that they all were aware that people had lost their lives at between 9 and 10 in the morning, 2 hours before the 911 call. And I mean, that's just that's very damning. That's I
agree.
There's no way they thought it was a prank if 60 plus people on a Snapchat group knew about this.
That's right.
I'm going to say this too. I honestly think, as I've pondered as I slept, that when you hear in the phone call the mention of Kaylee by Dylan, I connect that now to the warrant that was required to get information on Dylan and Kaylee and potential involvement in the crime back in August of 2022. This was, or was it? Yeah, 22.
Yeah.
And that FBI guy or officer, I forget the cop, but here's the point. She mentions Kaylee, and I think that she suspects there's going to be nothing wrong with Kaylee. And that's why she's like, should we warn them? And so when you take that statement that burbled over that phone call and you connect it to a warrant that Miss Potts or India, one of these young women, they have the actual document that was mistakenly released for that warrant, and it was for Kaylee and for Dylan Mortensen's phone activity that they thought may connect to this crime. So there's so much that you can actually extrapolate from the data that's actually available, but you can't really conclude anything because they don't really give you enough data to make a conclusion other than we do know these 4 young people were slaughtered. Method, means, and who did it, we're still in the dark unless we want to believe what they tell us with blurry pictures and headlights on a street over here and headlights over here.
Right.
It's a chaos. It's very much chaotic. And even Jeff G, or was it Steve G?
Right.
He told us there was blood on a sleeve. Now we know that the sleeve he's referring to is the knife sheath. That's a sleeve.
Yeah. And that's the misconstruity of words or something like that. It's based on how critical everybody has been following this. That can change things and make people feel different ways about things and misunderstand things. So yes.
Right. When he said there was more DNA, there's more DNA than you guys know. It's not just on the button snap. And he let you believe that it was all Brian's DNA. And now we're finding out none of it's his DNA.
Yeah, right. Not anywhere. Even none of it. None of it has been able to be attached to him by any means. So,
and I think poor Steve and the families of the victims they've got that Stockholm syndrome. They are dependent on the police to bring to justice the person that did this to their kids, and they have nowhere else to turn. There's no one else looking, and they're trapped in this cycle. So when the police say there's more DNA than just a button snap, Steve instantly would internalize that to suggest that it means Brian's DNA.
Yeah,
fair enough.
I'm just reading the chat, and they're still talking about the prank narrative. And I want to point out that in the interview with Drunk Turkey, Christie talks about the 911 call, and there is no mention of any prank. Based on my memory, that was not the narrative they were selling. And again, this prank narrative to me from that Jeff H seems so enamored with, it seems like it's something that's new, that's just been injected, like a forced explanation of some really troublesome text messages and
Well,
and calls.
I
And like
think
I
the
say,
individual you mentioned, he's doing this for attention. That's why he does these things. He'll pick up on one thing and just keep riding it to get people to respond to it. Well, I don't even think he believes what he says, in all fairness. He just wants the attention.
well, moving on then. I told Jeff to stay tuned because I actually haven't seen this interview in two plus years. So if it doesn't go the way I expect it to, I might have egg on my face.
So Jesse and chat, that interview was on the 7th of June. And that was where Drunk Turkey Show did a live where he's relaying information he got from Christy. The actual
And
live
she did a
was
small
taken
clip
down.
just to prove that he got the information from. He offered like a 30-second clip with Christy saying, "It was me. I did give this information." Right? Is that the one you're talking about?
No, I believe the night before he did like over an hour interview. I believe it was the night before, but the following morning he struck it down, he deleted it, and then he did a 17-minute pre-recorded recap in its place. And then Jules did a reaction to it.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's what I saw was Jules' reaction because, like I said, that guy's deleting all his stuff, and I just find that I find it highly suspect.
Right. I can agree. And thank you so much, Stormy. Gifted 5 memberships again. Very much appreciated. Very generous. I can't see who got them right now. But congrats. Welcome to the sauce for those of you that did. And again, thank you so much, Stormy, for that. Also, what the heck was I getting ready to say? Oh, the statement that Steve, that's what I was going to say when they brought up this whole prank thing. And I stated this the other day when we were talking about it. Steve made the statement, and I said, everybody is going to run with this now, especially on the guilter side of things. Giving that reasoning for it covers one of the bases, and it's going to be ran with. And I just don't feel that it has anything to do with a prank, respectfully towards him. I think, again, that there's things that are required to be answered in fast circumstances, I guess you can say. That's I just don't understand that answer as an answer to a question or as a statement being put out. If it was stated between him and Hunter, okay, fine. I don't believe that just because it's a statement, it just doesn't mean it's true. Okay. So I don't know. I don't.
Well, it also doesn't explain the fact that,
wait a minute.
Half the town knew what happened 3 hours earlier. You know what I mean? Like,
what?
They could have thought it was a prank all they want, but they told everybody in town what actually happened, and we're about to hear that right now.
You know what? I gotta say something, Jeff. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. All due respect. You can hear the change of tone in the 911 call go from scared of a prank to realization. I don't believe that. I don't hear that. I worked.
Why did it take the police to instruct them to go check the rooms? What do you mean a prank? I mean, are you kidding me? If you call me over and this was a college prank and I'm a frat college student, I'm going to go in the house laughing, opening up the doors to these people's bedrooms. I'm not going to wait for 911 to tell me to go check.
I don't hear any difference in the tones, or they sound terrified. She sounds terrified at the beginning when she said something's happening or happened in my home. We don't know what, which is a flag in itself.
Too terrified.
Yeah, that's that. There's no prank there anywhere. A prank or no prank, that was real. That, in my opinion, was real. That part of it was. And people disagree, and that's fine. I respect that. But there's no prank. I don't believe there's any thought of any prank in there. Sorry.
None of the people that came to that house didn't ask him, have you checked on them? Have you gone to their room? No.
Right.
I mean, the simplest things that cannot not be questioned when you're called over, if you're brought to a friend's and there's a prank or you don't know something happened, maybe there's a joke. And then my question, well, did you go talk to them? Have you opened the door? Have you knocked on the door? Have you looked? I mean, are you kidding me? This is a prank.
Well, Sergeant, what about the neighbors that had just arrived, and
Right.
then all of a sudden they're told? Originally they're told. I mean, the neighbors on the phone telling 911. This is basically testifying to authorities that we're here for a drunk person who passed out. Then somebody mutters to her, "Oh, and there was a guy in our house at 4 a.m," and then she just relays that information as if it's nothing. Like, you called me here because somebody passed out drunk. Now you're telling me there was an intruder in the house at 4 a.m. And I find that
what would prevent you from going? Listen, if Zaina is passed out drunk and that's what brought me to that home, I'm going into that room.
But why wouldn't you be completely shocked if somebody introduces that far more? Somebody passed out is one thing, an intruder in the house, and now it could be a murder, and you're just throwing this at me while I'm on the phone with 911.
But wait a minute, in the context of 2022 and today, when someone says someone's passed out, and you're a friend of in that age group, and you know about fentanyl, you know the dangers of alcohol poisoning, you know how hard you party. What would have prevented any of these people that were called over from simply going into the house to check on this And who came up with unconscious? Was it the two survivors? And why would they make the statement unconscious? What did they see before anybody else came? They had to have seen something to come up with that story, folks.
Well, apparently they climbed up a ladder on the side of the house and peeked through the window, and the curtain was just the right shade to obscure the view so they could only see this, but not that. That's the Occam's razor explanation that I was given the other day.
We don't know that to be true. There's no statement of that.
I don't believe that.
I'm being facetious.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were told that could be how because I questioned with Jesse, if you remember, how do you know that she's passed out? If you haven't been in that room yet, you don't have that information.
Well, not only that, our friend was drinking the night before. That seems like an odd thing to say about somebody that age that's in a house that's a party house. Let's presume that people are drinking all the frickin' time and not passing out, and people are well versed at getting drunk and not, and holding their alcohol and partying. We saw the body cam footage from the police. Those girls were pissed all the time. The idea that she was drunk and passed out just seemingly was baseless. There was no excuse for why that. And then also, if you put it into context with, she talked to her dad and they're going to grab a pizza and just relax and watch movies. There was no information that they were I mean, if you had told me Maddie passed out and she might have, maybe I could buy that because we saw her staggering around drunk. Xana and Ethan were supposed to be home well earlier than that. They were never described as being overly drunk. They were described as ordering pizza. So it's an odd, it seems like a narrative that was pulled out for a reason and not based on any information that we've been privy to anyways.
I can agree. Welcome, Annie. Thank you for joining us today, dear. Appreciate you.
Hi, Dago. Hi, panel.
Hi, Miss Potts.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
You sound good.
Are you sure? Because I feel like I have feedback on my end, so I don't want to fuck up your live.
No, I hear you okay.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I just want to say, I can't stay long, but I first want to say, Stormy, thank you for your gifting memberships, because I got one. You're awesome.
Congrats. Welcome back to the sauce, Annie.
Yes, it's good to be back.
It is. Have you?
So there's just a couple things I wanted to say. I missed some of the conversation because I had to go run and pick up some cat food for my cat, so I was in PetSmart. I'm not supposed to be moving around too much, but I had an errand to run. And I was listening, and there's just a couple things that I kind of wanted to point out, right? I don't know why Jeff is under the impression that Bethany thinks Dylan's passed out. Dylan is still on Instagram when Bethany is calling 911. So that's just one thing I wanted to point out. Dylan is not the passed out person that anybody's speaking about. I'm not exactly sure why he would be under that impression. It was not Dylan who people were speaking about, the unconscious person. It's Xana. Sarge was talking about a document regarding the cell phones of Kaylee and Dylan. This is something I covered a couple months back because I was going back through all of the warrants in the case and came across a warrant for Kaylee and Dylan. This is not an original warrant. These are warrants that went out. I don't know if anybody remembers, but they did a whole bunch of other phone warrants like the summer after. They went back and redid phone warrants like the following summer. I think it was in like June, if I remember correctly. The warrant for Kaylee and Dylan's cell phone specifically states, from Lawrence Mallory, he swears and affirms in his request for this warrant that he believes evidence of the crimes related to the homicides at 1122 King are going to be found in these two phones, and he references the date range that he believes that evidence is going to exist. And the date range for it is June 23rd, 2022 to August 1st, 2022. So what Sarge was talking about is an actual fact of the case, and it's something that the defense themselves just referenced in one of their recent filings. They also talk about how some of these text messages that the state is seeking to introduce when they're speaking about Dylan, okay, when it comes to Dylan's text messages, these were obtained via the same warrant. This is where the information came from. It came from the warrant on Dylan's phone. This is information, right? So this is information that was obtained via the warrant, number one. Then number two, the fact of the matter is the warrant is for the summer, and it's for the summer prior to Kaylee even moving in. If I remember correctly, Kaylee didn't move in until August.
Right.
Maybe end of July, something like that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I just add something quick? Listen, what date did Brian Koberger end up in Washington? Wasn't it the 23rd of June?
End of June. He moved there end of June.
The end of June, which would be consistent with the time his warrant is seeking.
That's true.
I understand, but Brian's warrants aren't some of his warrants have nothing to do with June. The point that I'm getting at is that at some point in this investigation, okay, what they did is when they started going and getting other warrants, for whatever reason, they are claiming that they believe, this is law enforcement believes evidence of the crimes related to the homicides at 1122 King are going to exist in Kaylee and Dylan's phone from the time period of June to August, and Kaylee wasn't even living there.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't even living in Moscow yet.
That's a huge point.
Right, but I think also suggesting Koberger or knowing Koberger showed up around that time doesn't include him in that information, but it is kind of that's kind of a unique coincidence to go from the 23rd of June to August.
Oh, I agree. Well, that's why a lot of that's the point. That's kind of the point I'm getting at. They were trying to connect him and they couldn't.
Okay. Well, we don't know that till we see what the text messages are, right?
I mean, well, we know that as far as the defense is concerned, as of right now, everything the state has turned over that they have been able to dig through in discovery, there has been no connection produced from the state for Brian related to the victims. Does that mean he's not, they didn't say he's not connected to a survivor, that he's not connected to someone who knows these victims, right? I think it's very interesting when you're looking at the fingernail clippings. Now that we have this unredacted, the state filed their reply to the defense's motion in limine for these fingernail clippings that, you know, everybody who a likelihood ratio was created for. All of those people fit in the same shoes as Mr. Koberger, meaning all of their likelihood ratios were technically inconclusive and or exclusionary. So what the defense is saying is if all of these people were inconclusive and or exclusionary, why did you focus on his when he has the least of the likelihood ratios created?
Right.
So when you're looking at the fingernail clippings, it's very interesting to see that law enforcement at this point, when they are comparing DNA to the DNA recovered from under Maddie Mogen's fingernails, the left hand. Their likelihood ratios that they're creating are for very specific people.
Okay.
Those specific people are Jack DeCore, Cole Barenberg,
There it
Ethan
is.
Chapin. Okay, you have Jack DeCore, Cole Barenberg, Ethan Chapin, Sandra Kernodle, Bethany Funk. Out of all of them, Ethan Chapin had the highest likelihood ratio as being the contributor to the DNA.
Okay.
Okay. So it's very interesting to me to see that law enforcement is looking at these particular people
Yes, ma'am.
as being contributors to the DNA. Where Cole's name came up, I have no idea, but somewhere in their investigation, law enforcement was given the name Cole Barenberg. They obviously were looking at him as a suspect. It's just very interesting to me when you look at it,
Annie,
who they're looking at.
And yes, and when you bring up Cole's name, I brought that up at the very beginning before you guys all got in here. I remember, and I don't remember if you were here with us then, probably the first week of when the case hit, when we all dove in head first. Cole's name came up as working for a bakery or something, I believe. That's how we found it out, that delivered to the Mad Greek, which we all know Maddie and Xana worked for. And we started looking into him. He was in the military. He's a
culinary specialist with the U.S. Army. Yep.
And
well, someone in chat is saying too that that Cole here was the highest contributor, and he wasn't. Ethan's, if you look at the document and you look at the numbers, Ethan's is 3.33. Everybody else is 0. whatever their number is.
Gotcha. Okay.
Ethan had the highest likelihood ratio.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for that. Okay.
So, this is something that, this is why I don't choose to go too far into what I think occurred or what my opinions are or whatever. Okay.
Right.
I just read the documents and I go by what they say. And I'm not perfect at interpreting them. I'm not a lawyer, but it's very interesting when you look at it that this is who law enforcement was looking at. It doesn't matter who we're looking at. Law enforcement was looking at these people. Wherever they got Cole's name from, someone here gave up Cole's name as a likely person of interest, which is why they're trying to compare his DNA to DNA recovered from the crime scene.
Right.
So it's interesting to me. They want to compare Jack DeCore, Cole Barenberg, and Brian Koberger outside of the victims and the survivors. Those are your three outsiders who are not victims in this case.
Can I ask a question?
And they're not the survivors.
Can I ask a question? You're not suggesting Koberger's DNA was on her nails. You're still sticking with it was on the button.
No, Koberger had the next to Bethany Funk, I think it was. Bethany had the lowest, I think, and Koberger was second.
So there's
being under the nail.
The problem, here's the point, Sarge. The point is that the defense is saying all of these people, including Ethan Chapin, who had the highest likelihood ratio, fit in the same shoes as Brian Koberger, that their likelihood ratios were inconclusive and or exclusionary. They fall in the inconclusive or exclusionary range.
And then the defense went and did their own work and excluded Mr. Koberger from being under the nail. Is that right?
Correct.
So we're still stuck with it on the knife sheath and nowhere else. His DNA.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, it is wildly interesting to me that one of the actual victims has a very high ratio in this aspect as well. That's wild to me.
And then even when it comes to the DNA on the sheet, for 3 years we were told all that was located on this sheet was single source DNA from the inside button snap.
Right.
We now know that is absolutely not true.
Correct.
Q14. That's right. The Q14 area of the sheet, swabs from the back of the sheet tested presumptively positive for blood and were DNA tested. it was a mixed sample, and Brian Koberger was excluded.
Yep.
Wow. That's wild, you guys. That is wild.
See, we're running on this. This is why I say we have to evaluate the police. We're assuming that these 4 victims were killed in place in their room separately. We don't know what happened. Did he run upstairs to help? We don't know. We just don't know.
Yeah,
what would explain Ethan's DNA sample under her nail? Did he?
Well, the point, that's what I'm saying.
Kind of weird,
Harlot is saying in the chat here, pull up the document. I read the document on a live. The 0.485 for Cole, Ethan's is 3.33.
Way higher. Way higher.
The number would dictate 0.485 is less than 3.33.
Absolutely.
Right. No, but I'm saying we are now learning, and we've kind of made this observation through this whole process that nothing the police have laid out in their initial and in their continuing arguments of his guilt is now holding water. You're one single source of DNA. What about swabbing the inside of the glove that had blood on it? Right? There's even
the
DNA
profile.
Hold on,
Brian's
everybody.
profile, the Q11 sample for Brian was 0.168 nanogram.
Right.
It's less than a whole nanogram of DNA, but they had other blood they didn't bother to create an STR for.
Right.
So they created the STR for CODIS from this 0.168 nanograms, but they have this other blood, not only from the sheep, but male blood B and male blood D, and apparently no STRs were created for that, other than to compare to Koberger, and he was excluded. So he was excluded from the hairs collected at the scene. He's excluded from the fingernail clippings. He's excluded from the blood off the sheep. He's excluded as male blood B, and he's excluded as male blood D.
And not to mention, he has zero connection to the victims. There's no DNA that's been found on anything that he owns of the victims. What is there?
Well, let's add also that Othram Lab, using the swab from the button snap, identified 4 brothers.
Yeah.
Right.
So people say Othram didn't do anything, but they did. No, they did.
Well,
they actually went with the state police to talk to one of those brothers.
But it didn't identify 4 brothers of interest, meaning these are the people who are suspects.
No, they used
the
those
4 brothers. The 4 brothers that are identified, meaning these are genetic relatives of interest. You should try to get a swab from.
Yeah.
Right. But again, it's on the same sample that they used to identify Koberger.
Right, and even his DNA. Yes, and Bicca Barlow has said that Othram's IgG work would have eventually led them to Koberger. Eventually.
No, I think that they said it wouldn't. Othram said that it would not have led them to Brian Koberger. He wasn't
I promise
in the window.
I promise you. Bicca Barlow states very clearly in her filing that the work that Othram was doing would have absolutely eventually led them to Brian Koberger. However, in the case of the 4 brothers, that is the wrong branch of the tree.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, because I read that Othram, the guy or woman from Othram stated that Koberger was nowhere in their sight, and the FBI stepped in.
Because the FBI came and took the work on the 10th, and by the 19th, they allegedly had Koberger's name. They took the work and had his name in 9 days.
Othram's testimony said that they were nowhere. He was nowhere in their window, and I think the only reason the FBI was able to get him in the window is because they took what they had to places that they were told that they shouldn't be going to. And the reason Othram said they weren't going to get to Koberger was because they were staying within the legality of not using websites with user agreements that prohibit them.
Right.
So I'm not saying that they wouldn't have fully got to it, but go ahead.
Well, his defense experts have already come out and said they eventually would have gotten to him with what Othram was doing. The problem is that when the FBI took it over and they got this whole 4-brother tree, it's the wrong branch of the tree. They added a wrong branch.
So if you could explain that, Annie, I'm not dumb, but I don't get some of that stuff. What does that mean by that? The wrong branch?
So when you're building an IgG tree, you start usually great-grandparents or like a third cousin. You're going to start pretty far out.
Right.
You're going to start really far out, and you're going to get this pool of putative people, okay, that you could be looking at. You're going to go through birth records, marriage records, divorce records with someone adopted. If you start to build your tree, and at some point you add the wrong relative on the tree, you have to start over. You can't keep building and adding on wrong relatives and wrong branches. You have to start over. And the problem is they took the work that Othram did. Whatever they did, they added on this wrong branch. Instead of starting over, they just added on a wrong fucking branch.
Gotcha. Okay. And okay, so there's the mistake. That's where the mistake comes into play then.
There's a mistake in the tree, 100%. I don't know. All I know is that this is what his defense team is saying. This is what his defense DNA experts are saying. This is not my opinion. These are their words.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And yes, SRB, I believe Othram was told to stop when they got to his name per se, and that was it. So
it's not that they hit his name. When you're doing IgG work, IgG does not produce a singular name.
Oh yeah.
Ever.
I know what you mean. I'm sorry.
IgG is going to produce you a huge fucking pool of relatives that might be related to this profile.
In one document, it says they had as many as 600,000 hits on that DNA.
Because
yes.
Well, this is how Picabarla knew they went in. This is how Picabarla knew they went into a database they shouldn't have. Because if they only used GEDmatch Pro and the other one they're allowed to use, I forget the name of it off the top of my head. There's two that law enforcement's allowed to use. Like if they only use those two, maybe. If they only use those two, it would have only given them approximately 10,000 hits. But because they produced over 20,000 hits, that's how she knew they went somewhere they weren't supposed to.
And that's
because if they stayed within the databases they're allowed to, they only would have gotten so many.
And that's what I was saying like 2 years ago, you guys. I said, to me, this seems to me that they used an unsanctioned database to do this. They weren't supposed to, which is why everything went all of a sudden.
It's not that they're not supposed to, Dago. What they're supposed to do is provide information that tells them that this person was likely at the home, and then get a warrant for the other.
No, they can't get a warrant for the two databases they use. The two databases they went into, they're not allowed to specifically bar law enforcement from access. One of them being MyHeritage.
They don't even allow it with a warrant?
They uploaded a profile. They uploaded the profile as though they were the owner of the profile.
But
they backdoored it because they are not allowed to access it.
Miss Potts, if they've got information of a suspect and they want to compare the DNA,
matter,
and they've
Sarge. MyHeritage does not allow even with a warrant.
Is that written in their user agreement?
100%. It's literally, absolutely. It's out of Israel, and Israel will not give you a fucking thing, even with the warrant. They will tell you to fuck off.
That's
Israel protects their DNA database like we used to protect our gold at Fort Knox. Okay, the Israelis they have high protections on their DNA, and they don't play around. So MyHeritage is one of the databases they access, and the way that they did it is they uploaded the fucking profile as though they owned it, because they know that if they say they're law enforcement, they will not get anything.
Interesting. Well, that's an awful lot of work for transfer DNA, and no work for DNA that was in the form of blood. That's just incredible.
Yeah, I agree. And I've always said it. If you had all of this other DNA in your crime scene, including Koberger's, okay, great. All of them should have been pursued.
Well, and all the transfer DNA cases that have been convicted and overturned, every single one of them were because of unknown DNA that wasn't tracked down. Every single one of them, to no exception, including Amanda Knox, including a black guy that was in prison for raping his own girlfriend.
Eat every one of them, you fat fucking hog.
It's insane the amount of cases that have been overturned because transfer DNA was the main mechanism they used to convict.
No, then don't touch none of my food. Eat all your food. Don't touch none of ours.
Your
Good
mic's on
Lord.
there, Dago.
You
Your
go,
mic's
Mike.
on.
Lord.
Mute.
I don't need to mute. He's just freaking out about food. I'm sorry, guys. You don't need to hear it all, but Jesus. Kids are kids, whatever. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you guys.
No, it was just a point. The transfer DNA has been overturned by than any other DNA, more so than anything, because it's transfer. And if you've got 7 other samples or 6 other samples at the scene, that's an argument to suggest that means you can't say he actually wielded the weapon. How do you say that this guy used the knife if you got 6 other unknown samples that you didn't track down and investigate? And that causes the cases to be overturned.
I think that's kind of what bothers me the most, right? Is that you have Brett Payne here testifying under oath that he's under the impression, for whatever reason, he was under the impression that you can only upload 1 profile from a crime scene at a time to CODA. When a basic Google search, I'm no investigator, but I know that a basic Google search as an investigator would tell me that whoever is informing me that I can't put, that I can only put 1 profile in at a time, that person is lying to me and they're misinforming me. And he could have found that out with a basic Google search. CODIS is specifically designed to take multiple profiles from a crime scene. That's the literal reason it was designed.
And you go back to what I said.
It is its specific function.
It's the composure of the police and their continual behavior.
What?
To do what they're doing. The idea that Payne would say, I was under the impression you could only put 1 up, he's lying. And that's what these police have been doing in this case. And it's not every police department that would do this, but in this case, they've told a story, frozen shock face. She woke up around 4 a.m. No, she was adding somebody to her phone at 3:51 a.m. That doesn't just come magically. That means she was probably on her phone before 3:51 a.m. Right? On Instagram.
All I know is that no one's asleep, and I'm sick of the bullshit. I'm not going to put up with it anymore. Anybody trying to say Dylan or Bethany was asleep is not paying attention. No one was asleep. Maddie wasn't asleep. Maddie was calling Bethany at 2:53. We were told Maddie's last call was to Jack. Oops. You know,
Everything's changed.
It is what
Everything
it is.
is changed.
The fact of the matter is that the lead investigator in this case, what these people are doing is they're going into court and they're testifying under oath. Oh, well, all of this was done as just a collaborative effort. It's a collaborative effort. That way, nobody can point the finger at one specific person. Nobody has to be held accountable. They're just gonna, oh, well, it was a collaborative effort. We all decided to just ignore all the other fucking DNA at the scene. Well, we all were under you're going to try and tell me that the FBI is under the impression they can only upload 1 profile at a time to CODIS from a crime scene? And they're telling Brett Payne that? Well, does anybody actually believe that?
This is consistent with the FBI's goal to make all criminal convictions based on electronics, not witnesses or people or gumshoe detective work.
My point is does anybody believe? Yep. We have Brett Payne over and over again saying he was heavily relying on the people smarter than him, okay, to advise him on what to do. Does anybody believe that the FBI was telling Brett Payne, hey, by the way, buddy, just so you know, even though you have all of these profiles, bloods from your crime scene, sorry, friend, you can only put 1 in. Pick which one is going to be the best.
It's ridiculous, man.
No, by no means. And that's what it's ridiculous, Annie. It makes no sense. Excuse me. And that's what they're trying to force down our throats. Right.
Well,
looking back at the PCA,
I agree
and
with
the
you.
fact that Bill Thompson told everybody that there's a gag order, and all the press, all the reporters, please refer to the PCA. Everything you need to know is in there. And now that we know that it was all lies, blatant lies, and they must have had the information to know that it was lies at the time, it really makes you question what the intention was with that PCA, with the gag order, and how misleading they've been the entire time.
Right. Why was that allowed? I don't understand that. This is a legal process. The law, the judicial system. Why is this allowed? It's all lies. Every bit of it, in my opinion.
Yeah, that might be why Judge got himself off the case. Is he wanted to wash his hands of this filthy, disgusting situation.
All I know is that if Dylan's awake at 3:51 a.m. entering a new contact into her phone, and then she's awoken at 4 a.m., what, she slept for 9 minutes?
And who's that contact?
Right.
And why
The
haven't they let us?
right.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
why
whoever that contact is would appear to be extremely significant in this case.
Oh,
I
yeah,
would.
because
My guess is the contact is Cole, which is why they had his name.
that could
Yeah,
make
that
sense.
makes the most sense.
Yes, it does. Who adds a contact to their phone at 4 o'clock in the morning?
How are you adding a contact to your phone at 3:51 a.m. if you're fucking asleep?
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Well,
because
again, the PCA starts with Dylan awoke at approximately 4 a.m. to the sound of Kaylee playing with her dog. I mean, the opening sentence of the PCA is
a lie.
absolutely fucking bullshit. So, yeah. And then the gag order and Bill Thompson telling the media everything
And
you need to know
Angela's
is in
right.
the
I have
PCA.
that
I mean,
photo.
it's quite clear that this case is being run trial by media,
Well,
and it's a propaganda war. Like I said, that last document dump late on a Friday, that was done very similar to what PR firms do, right? You come out with something that you don't want really to hit. You know, you want it late on a Friday, can't be countered until the following week. I mean, all this stuff. When you really zoom out and look at it, it's pretty clear what their intentions are here. They're trying to.
I think.
Why? That big question is why? Why, Jesse?
I think they give it to us. I think they give it to us on Friday, so we all have something to cover all weekend long.
I'd like to think they were that kind to us, but I suspect they have other motives. But I mean, I don't know. I mean,
they want to see what we can come up with over the weekend. Yeah.
Look at the big divide in how people are dealing with information. You got people that are going to come out to insist he's guilty, and everything they see, they're going to interpret through the eyes of guilt. And then those that see him as innocent, and they're going to interpret everything they see as innocence. When in fact, all we should be looking for is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Brian Koberger was involved in this crime.
Right.
And when information comes out that does not support that argument, that throws into question, like you just said there, Jesse, everything you need to know is in the PCA, and the first statement is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Those things matter. And they matter when you're going to try someone for stealing a candy bar or for a multiple homicide. This is the United States of America. It's our job to question the actions of our representatives and our officials. And if they can't give it concise, not beyond a reasonable
I think the reason this case caught so much interest is because of that 911 call and the 8-hour delay, and that's why we're here for this case. And it's not. I don't believe. I know. I speak for myself when I say I'm not invested in protecting Koberger. He's not my buddy. I'm not bothered. You could prove to me. You could prove to me that he's involved or guilty, and I'm not going to cry about it as long as I believe the actual evidence that you prove it with. Yeah. That doesn't answer the 911 call. That doesn't answer the lies in the PCA. That doesn't answer the behavior of law enforcement. Doesn't answer the behavior of the roommates. And those two things are separate issues to me. You can believe he's guilty all you want, and that's what I see from Jeff H.
I suggest that if we all looked into the backgrounds of the available officers to operate this case, Brett Payne was probably the cleanest of them all, right? And that's probably why he got that posting, not because he was of superior intellect or skill, but because he was probably one on the chain that would get on the stand and make statements like, I was part of a team. I didn't make any decisions. Well, that's not what a leader does.
He had no clue. He was kept out of that, in my
many
opinion.
people in that police department have got a lot of strikes against them over the years, right? This guy's only been there 2 years.
Solely focused on Koberger's guilt, and they're not interested in explanations about the surrounding information of the case. Like the 911 call, they're only interested in just twisting that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about any of that because Koberger's guilty. Like I said, I don't care if Koberger's guilty. I still want to know why there's so many lies and what the lies are about and what's the purpose and what's the motivation behind them.
And that's it. And when this is what started, like Annie just said, we're all done with it. We're all sick of this shit. Okay. When they come out, they hand you a PCA in a quadruple homicide, and the first 8 words are lies. And then they tell you, take it and pay attention to that. Don't look at this and shut up. bullshit.
Yep.
I'm tired of it.
Yep.
It's
Well,
been,
like I said, that's why I was like really harping on a couple weeks ago when the document came out about the blood on the sheet, right? I took so much heat for weeks because I said, well, if they had a mixed sample of blood on the sheet, they had to have done YSTR testing. It's the only way you're going to pull a male profile. You have a mixed sample. It's either multiple male mix or you have a large female, minor male. You need to pull the male profile. And that's obviously what they did to compare it to Koberger in order to exclude him. And I caught so much shit for that.
I'm
And then sure enough, here we have the state disclosing none other than Eric Seat as the lab analyst from ISP who did the YSTR testing on the mixed fucking sample. Okay?
Yep.
And I was told, no YSTR testing was done. There were no mixed samples, blah, 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 blah. And yet the state is disclosing this Eric Seat person. Eric Seat produced a lab report 3. So basically what happened here is when the state disclosed Eric Seat, the defense was like, oh, well, that's interesting. You're disclosing this expert here, Eric, claiming he's going to testify about this method of DNA testing known as YSTR testing. But in your discovery, you didn't turn over anything in your discovery that shows this form of testing was done other than Eric Seat's lab report. Lab report number 3. Well, lab report number 3 from Eric Seat is DNA data of an alternative perpetrator. And the defense is saying if you want to have Eric Seat testify, he can only testify to his lab report and any information he has regarding the alternative perpetrator.
Yeah, good point. Very good point.
Okay. So you have the state themselves basically telling the defense, listen, we understand discovery is a shit show. Best place we can point you to for Eric Seat is going to be lab report number 3. And when they go find lab report number 3 in the discovery, lab report number 3 from Eric Seat is DNA data pointing to an alternate suspect, not Brian Koberger.
Right.
So there was DNA from a mixed sample that they did YSTR testing on to pull a male profile. And when compared to Koberger, he was fucking excluded. And it pointed to an alternate suspect.
Right. And that so where's that at then? That's my point. Where is that and why?
Well, they have the lab report. Eric Seat's going to be called by the state to testify. So Thicka Barlow's going to get to have a nice little conversation with Eric Seat about the YSTR testing and exactly which mixed sample Eric Seat dealt with. Was it the mixed sample? Because it's not the fingernail clippings. That was Jade Miller. My guess is Eric Seat is the one who has the mixed sample blood from the sheet. Because Jade Miller is the one who did the fingernail clippings.
Okay.
So if Eric Seat has a mixed sample of blood off the sheet, he pulled a male profile, and that male profile doesn't match Koberger but points to an alternate suspect, that means you have another man's blood on that sheet that is not Koberger's.
That's the whole point. That's what I don't understand. Once we turn that corner, why that person was not allowed to be brought to the surface? Why we're not allowed to know that? What is this about? That's my
not only
point.
that, but did you compare that to male blood B? Did you compare it to the hair? Did you compare it to everything else that you compared to Koberger that wasn't a match?
So how again did
Candy
we get
Girl?
Brian
Wait,
Koberger?
see, no, this is what I don't want happening. Candy Girl, no. I am not saying there was mixed blood on the sheet. There was blood taken from the sheet. Q14 was a mixed sample taken from the sheet. It tested presumptively positive for blood. It was DNA tested. Koberger was excluded. Whether or not that is the sample that Eric Seat worked with, I don't know. I'm assuming it is because it was Jade Miller who handled the fingernail clippings. So I just want to clarify. I'm under the impression here the mixed blood sample from the sheet is what Eric Seat was dealing with.
Okay. Well, and that's why we're doing this, so that we can clarify all these questions and stuff. So thank you for asking, Candy, and thank you, Annie, for clarifying. That's how we keep everything level with this. But again, with what you just said, everything you just said, Annie, I know this is a broken record statement, folks, but how the fuck did we get to Brian Koberger? Okay, there's my big issue right there. And they won't let it go. No, we can't. God forbid we bring this up and anything. Everybody comes down on you. Oh, no. That person. No. I'm tired of that. I'm tired of that. So, that's what
All I
I'm
know is
trying.
I'm tired. I'm absolutely tired of when it comes to, for as long as we were told that the only DNA recovered from that fucking sheet was his single source transfer DNA on the snap.
Mhm.
And now we find out that area Q14, which is the back of the sheet, was swabbed and tested presumptively positive for blood. And then they did further DNA testing on that blood, and Mr. Koberger was excluded. That's to
crazy.
me, right. I'm sorry. If you excluded him as being the blood contributor on the sheet, you excluded him as male blood B, you excluded him as male blood B. He did match the hairs recovered from the crime scene, and he has the lowest probability as to being the DNA under her fingernails.
Yeah.
I don't know at that point, like, what you're going with. I don't know how you plan to even try, especially when his cell phone experts are saying they can prove his phone never even traveled into Idaho.
Right.
Yeah.
Twiz proved that. Twiz will prove that. Okay. It didn't happen. So
he also talked with Cy Ray, so we had a little. I don't know what info he may have got, but he did have
Well,
a
I
direct
just want to say
conversation with
too,
Cy
like
Ray.
Harlot here. She's saying that there was a mix of blood on the sheet, but it was never identified whether it was male or female, most likely just the victims. Well, it's not most likely just the victims because they compared it to Koberger and he was excluded. So if they were only dealing with female DNA, they wouldn't bother to even compare it to him.
Correct.
That's true.
Clearly, male DNA, right, clearly male blood was in that mixed sample. This is why they compared it to him, and he was excluded.
Listen, about 2 years ago,
Great
on
point,
this
Annie.
screen, I showed a document where the police's own statement said that there was DNA on the button snap, DNA on the sheath, and DNA in the sheath. And I got excoriated for that. Okay, now we know that. Here's what it really ended up being: button snap, sheath, and they swabbed the inside of the belt loop. So in fact, when I put that information out, I was 2/3 correct. But the fact that they did swab something on the inside of the sheet, they were referring to the inside. So I was completely correct in my assessment based on the document that was released in this case.
Yeah, but Sarge, we just find out in one of Bicca Barlow's latest filings that the snap itself may have never been swabbed at all, in fact.
Was it brass? That's the big key question I want answered.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because what the defense is getting at here, okay, this whole IGG sealed hearing, what they did is they got all of these people from ISP to say, yep, this is what we did. We swabbed here. We swabbed there. Well, Riley Nolan gives testimony that the top and the inside of the snap were swabbed. In that sealed hearing, she has to correct herself when an email is put in front of her face to read. She says, I misspoke. The top of the snap was not swabbed. Only the inside snap. Okay? Well, the motion in limine sealed hearing happened. I'm sorry. The sealed hearing happened first. Motion in limine comes next.
Right.
Defense files the motions in limine regarding Rylene's testimony for the touch, DNA, blah, blah, blah. Well, there's a footnote in there. Footnote 3, it states very clearly from the defense that, in fact, the snap itself may have never been swabbed at all.
Now,
so if they have the swabber's notes or they have the swabber's testimony that this swabber was told, do not touch any area of the snap, inside or out, because we're preserving it for fingerprint analysis,
Right.
you have a major problem, because that would mean that you did not get his single source profile from the inside snap if the inside of the snap was never swabbed.
And let me clarify something, folks, real fast. This right here, okay, that's what this entire damn case is based on, folks. Okay, the whole thing is that this bullshit. Sorry, guys, hold on a minute. Right there, and how they got to him, and now we're saying that they may not have even touched that. You've got to be kidding me.
If you go look at, you can bring it up right now for anybody who's saying, "Oh, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about." It is the motion in limine, I believe, number 6 from the defense, page 2, footnote 3. I even screenshotted it and put it on my community tab. The footnotes 2 through 4 in that document are booms right out the gate, starting at page 2 and 3 on that document. The footnotes in 2 through 4 are insane, because not only does it talk about how the snap may have never been swabbed at all, that's where it talks about the Q14 sample. It talks about the 2 other men's blood that were never put through CODIS.
Give me that document one more time, Andy. I'm sorry.
It is going to be defenses, if I remember correctly, motion in limine number 6.
Okay, hold on. Let me get this up real fast.
Or number 5.
What do you remember? What date it came out on? Was it 17th, 19th?
I have a concussion right now, so I'm trying very hard to remember.
All right, hold on. I'm looking at the unredacted responses to dependents motion in limine number 5. Is that the one, or is it the?
What does it say regarding what?
It
should say like motion in limine number something regarding something.
Okay, so I have. Hold on here. You know what I'm gonna do? This is even better.
Go down there. It says state seated number 1, 2, 3, 4 in the middle of the page. Go down, scroll down a little bit, and they'll start numbering.
We want the defenses. We want the defenses motion.
I was using it as an example for him to see. Go up.
There we go.
Defendant's motion in limine. Go to number 6. There you go.
Is it 5 or 6?
Yeah, but what is it? What's number 5 say regarding what?
Inconclusive data.
Number 5.
Okay, it's not it's not include. It's not.
Here it is. Here it is. Number 6. Reference to touch and contact DNA.
Might be that one. Look on page 2, I think, at the footnotes. Footnotes 2 through 4. See if there's footnotes 2 through 4.
Hold on. Bear with me, guys. I'm not. Wait a minute. What page? Page 2? There's page 2.
Yeah, it's going to be on either page 2 or 3 where you're going to see the footnotes 2 through 4. It'll have footnotes like 1 through 4 listed. It's 2 through 4.
That's the wrong one.
I can't go look on my thing right now.
It's all right. I'll find it, Annie. It's no big deal. This isn't the right one, so hold on.
You know, the answers that we get to some of these questions or these oddities that are just off the wall.
It's on my community tab. I did a screenshot of it on my community tab.
Okay.
And that'll tell you like the document. I'm sorry. I truly, when I tell you like the brain fog is real.
I get it. I get it.
It is Vicka Barlow is the one who wrote the document. It's not Ann Taylor. It's Vicka Barlow.
Okay. One moment here. I'll go to your community page. Find it faster that way. Eddie probably fell off.
Somebody do me a favor though, because I know there's someone in chat right now. Go ahead and Google whether or not 0.399 of DNA is lower or higher than 3.33.
If they got to Google that, they shouldn't be in the audience.
Yeah, there's a zero.
I'm just saying. I'm almost positive that, I mean, you know, I know I have a concussion and brain fog, and I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I'm almost positive 0 point anything and then 3 point something 3 point whatever is your higher number. It's not your lower.
It's a whole number versus a fraction. Anything 0
Fuck
point
my
is
life.
a fraction of 1. Any number below 0 is a fraction of 1, and any number that starts with a solid number, a 1 and up, is a higher number. It's a full number, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, I know,
Yeah.
I know. I'm just,
Some
I'm
people
fucking
don't.
blown away sometimes. I'm sorry.
It happens. Okay, so I'm on your community page, Annie.
Okay, so, you'll see documents that are screenshotted in some community posts. They have a lot of pink highlighting. I'm sorry about that. It's just for me because I'm nuts. But one of them.
I see the Styray one, and then in the paper.
Okay, it's not Styray.
State says it. Hold on. The substance of
It's
the tip.
It's a bunch of footnotes that are highlighted.
Got you. Okay, hold on. I'll get it. Give me a minute here. Down. Those are the text messages.
Little Sarah, that was a good comment there.
I think this is it, and if not, I'll bring it back up. Sorry, guys. I think this is it. Looks like Jesse fell off too.
Tomboy said she posted it in chat. If that helps any.
Okay, thank you, Tomboy. Does this look right, Annie?
I can't see what you have, Diego. I'm so sorry.
That's it.
What does it say?
Relevant facts. A knife sheath that was recovered tucked under the covers to Miss Mogan at 1122 row. Blah, blah. Sheath was tested using standard DNA STR methods.
Look at the footnotes. Are there footnotes?
Yes, ma'am. There's 2, 3, 4, and yeah. 1,
Perfect.
2, 3,
there
4.
You go. So those footnotes right there are where you're going to see whatever the fuck I was talking about before I told you to go look for the footnotes. It'll refresh my memory when you read the footnotes.
You're okay. So I love it. The government has indicated that these terms will be used at trial in Exhibit S21. The disclosure for witnesses Rylan Nolan. The government stated that Ms. Nolan would testify about general topics, including what is labeled as touch DNA. Number 2, the exact location of the sheath is unclear in both photographs of the room and in the written description of its location. That is true. The body cam footage of one of the first officers on the scene shows the sheath tucked under the covers next to Ms. Mogan. Number 3, while item Q1.1 was tested for DNA, it was never subjected to standard biological testing for the presence of blood or saliva in one exchange of the
Annie, someone's feeding in. Annie, you're
I am. I'm sorry.
There we go. We're good.
I think she cut
Sorry. In one of the exchange of the emails, Rylan Nolan described the swabbing as being of the leather strap and internal metal area of the snap. The snap itself may have not been swabbed at all for DNA. Holy shit. The defense has no ability to retest based on the fingerprint process on the sheath. The other 2 male profiles identified in the ISP lab reports as unknown B and unknown D were never, quote, never run through CODIS or subjected to IgG testing. The defense has never received an explanation as to why these 2 male profiles were not further investigated. I'll be damned.
So read that again, because there was a lot of noise in here.
That's okay. Number 2, again, the exact location of the sheath is unclear in both of the photographs of the room and the written description of its location. The body cam footage of Officer Nunez is the first one there. On scene shows the sheath tucked under the covers next to Ms. Mogan. While item Q1.1 was tested for DNA, it was never subjected to a standard biological testing for the presence of blood or saliva. In one exchange of emails, Rylan Nolan described the swabbing as being of the leather strap and internal metal area of the snap. The snap itself may not have been swabbed at all for DNA. The defense has no ability to retest based on the fingerprint process on the sheath. The other 2 male profiles identified in the ISP reports as unknown B, and unknown D were never run through CODIS or subjected to IgG testing. The defense has never received an explanation as to why these two male profiles were not further investigated. That's big, folks. Okay.
Well, I want, but the unknown B and D are separate locations from the sheath.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes,
they are. They are. Isn't
Yes.
that right, Annie Potts?
Hold on. I want to make sure she's not muted.
It's
There we go.
because they're saying, so notice what happened first. First, it's the IgG sealed hearing. You get Riley Nolan to testify that this part, and this part of the sheath were swabbed. Then, what does Bicca Barlow say? Well, the snap itself may have not been swabbed at all for DNA.
That's insane.
So if the snap itself was never swabbed at all for DNA, where did you get this single source male profile you claim is Koberger?
No, she's referring to the snap itself, the outside of the snap that you push down on. They reserved that for fingerprint
No,
testing.
that's not. That's not. Go read the transcript from the sealed hearing. They clearly get her on record describing precisely where allegedly the snap was swabbed. Now they're coming back and saying, well, we may have a problem here because according to the swabber and the swabber's notes, it looks like the snap itself was never swabbed at all because they wanted to preserve it for fingerprint analysis.
Okay.
Where did I see
And
that
once
they were
they
referring
did,
to the... Listen, I saw where they were referring to that. The snap is the enameled exterior that they wanted to preserve for fingerprints, but that the inside of the button, the snap and the button are shown to be two different things in the way they're talking. Just be aware of that.
I understand, Sarge. This is what they're doing. I'm trying to explain to you what they did. Like Lana's been saying it. It's like tic-tac-toe from every corner of the board.
Right.
No matter which move you make next, you're going to get tic-tac-toe. So what they did is they got all these people on record first saying, this is what we did. This is how we did it. And the fact of the matter is they are going to be able to show, likely through the swabber, from the swabber themselves, that I was told not to touch the snap at all, inside or out, because they wanted to preserve it for fingerprints.
Which means that it was never swabbed. In turn,
and if it wasn't swabbed, where did you get his DNA?
There's no Brian Koberger DNA based on what you've told us, right? That's crazy, Annie. That's nuts.
I honestly, I accept that explanation, but I'm still under the impression that this is just a conflagration of statements and words that don't mean exactly what they've turned out to mean. I think that they're looking at the button snap.
Listen, it's from Bicca Barlow.
I know it's from Bicca Barlow, but what I'm saying is the people that made these statements are confusing the internal button snap with the surface button that you would push to lock it.
Well,
they're confused. In other words, and I bet you they're going to come forward and show you that the inside of the snap is not the button. The inside of the snap is the snap.
I understand. And this is why Riley Nolan had to correct herself in the sealed hearing to say, I misspoke.
Yeah.
It wasn't the top of the
that
snap.
did happen.
So what I'm getting at here is if she already misspoke about one, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you're, I know you play chess, Sarge. When you play chess, you're always planning how many moves ahead.
Right.
Well, I think that that'll be clarified by the swabber because the swabber is yet to testify.
Agreed.
Right? She's getting information.
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Right. Yeah.
And again, okay, guys, if this comes out and the swabber says, yeah, no, I didn't do that. I was told not to do that because we need to preserve that for fingerprints. Oh boy, there's a problem, guys. A big one.
I don't think so. I think it's because the snap on the
they
front
likely
of it is flat.
They likely did swab the inside of a snap. I'm just saying, I was throwing it out there based on how the order of everything went.
Yeah.
You have the sealed hearing first, the motion in limine comes second. Motion in limine is saying, you can't allow this bitch in. Don't allow her testimony in because the things that she's saying are out of bounds, not within the standards of the DNA forensic community. Furthermore, we know based on the swabber here, the snap itself may not have been swabbed at all.
Right.
And if
Well-
the snap itself was not swabbed at all, next move from the defense is going to be, how'd you even get his DNA?
Which takes Ann back to what she's been saying. How did you get Brian Koberger? He said it.
How
many
did you
times.
get to him?
I have
Right,
a
now
question. Has anybody seen the photos of they produced as evidence to identify the car? And does
Yeah.
anybody know
Yeah.
if an infrared camera will show a black and white image? In other
Well,
words, when you
infrared,
look
you
at the,
can't see color.
can you
Right.
see black?
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
it depends. So, like, a really dark car could look lighter. A white car could, like a silver
But
car,
if we
could
have,
look white.
listen. If we have a black car and it goes by an infrared camera, will it not be displayed as a black car?
I would imagine. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's
And I
gonna be-
understand
yeah,
that
it's
an
gonna show
infrared
up,
camera,
yeah.
because infrared is on the red spectrum, it's going to see a silver car as white. I understand that, but I'm asking specifically, will a black vehicle appear black on an infrared camera? And if that answer is yes, when you look at the departing vehicle and the evidence support supplied by the prosecution, the car leaving is black.
Yeah, because
It's
black
not
is
white.
yeah, black would look black. Black is
Okay.
the absence of color. On infrared, it shows up as black. So absolutely.
Okay, so when you look at the make model chart number 3, when they call departing car, third brake light, lower window, the car that they're showing is black. It is
Okay.
not the white Elantra that they're claiming it is.
Yeah, a
Every
white
panel
car.
on the car, the roof, the sides, the doors, the trunk, the bumper, black. Tires, black. Rims, chrome or shiny. So I just wanted to make that point. The make model chart number 3 it shows you a black vehicle leaving, and that's just not consistent with them arguing it's a white Elantra.
Right.
It's retarded that they even put that in there, if you want to know the truth.
I mean, I can agree, but let me read this one more time because this is bugging the hell out of me now, and I want
Oh, yeah, trust me. When I saw those footnotes, I said, son of a bitch.
listen to the way this is
Wow.
stated, because I know you break these things down and listen to the wording, but this clearly says, there he is. Welcome back, Jesse. This
Had to do a
clearly
video
says-
for work.
Oh, no problem, buddy. No problem. Appreciate you coming back. The snap okay, back up here real quick. Describe swabbing as being the leather strap. Okay, and internal metal area of the snap. Now, I'm gonna show something real quick. This is just me, okay? Again, I do this all the time. I look like an idiot. That's fine. This is a snap. That is a button for a snap, okay? So, the internal area of a metal snap has to be this, in my opinion. Otherwise, it would have said internal area of a button snap, okay? So,
Right.
at least that's me. That's me. I'm not saying everybody thinks or talks that way, but that's how I've always known this, and that's just an opinion I have. So, I'm taking this as that the snap, the internal part of the snap was never swabbed based on what she's saying. That blows my damn mind, okay?
Yeah.
And at that point, then the defense has no ability to retest that based on the fingerprint process they did.
Because
We
they
know
did fingerprint, right.
And we know that
So once
Nebraska,
they did the fingerprint analysis on it, it destroyed any chance of retesting to recover any other, DNA or whatever.
right, and everything else that has been taken that could be his he's excluded from it. Where the fuck did you find him at? How did you get to him?
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Yep. Well, like I've said before, and I've made this abundantly clear, even I do it on my own channel, I keep my mind very open, and I'm not a guilter and I'm not a pro-burger, right? I'm neither. I look at both sides for what they say. I read the documents. I try to decipher what both sides are getting at here, and I'm of the opinion right now that the only reason is DNA. If his DNA was recovered from the snap of this sheath, like they claim it was, right?
Right.
If that is all that you have, in my opinion, it's classic secondary or even third party transfer, not direct contact with the object, right? Even with the whole purchase, he made a purchase of a knife, a sheath, a sharpener. Okay, I noticed they're leaving out the knife and sheath he purchased, they're not saying that he bought the exact same one that's USMC stamped like the one they recovered.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Did you know, by the
So-
way, I found a piece of information out last night. I can't clearly verify this, but somebody gave me a piece of info that they stopped stamping the USMC on these knives. I think it was in 93 or 94. Somebody else that's in this chat knows the same thing. So if
I have
that's
no
the
idea.
case, if that's the case,
I just thought it was interesting. They're not saying
96.
I just think it's interesting that the state isn't saying that it's the exact, they were doing their search, right, with a specific serial number. They had specific serial numbers for the knives. They were right. So I noticed that even in their own filing, they're not saying that it's a direct match to the exact knife and sheath that they were looking for that he purchased. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. I absolutely do. That's why I brought that statement up.
I also think that
1996. Go ahead.
The Pennsylvania search warrant, that its first item that it lists is a knife, and then later on it describes a cutlery knife in a sheath. And I suspect that the identification being so generic, because every knife has a label: a Perry knife, a butcher knife, a steak knife, a butter knife, and yet they list knife. And I suspect that is a K-bar that they located at his parents' home where he bought it. Okay, and they didn't list it as a K-bar; they just simply said knife. And then they're going on telling us now that he bought one in March of 2022 before he went to Idaho. And the bottom line is that knife, I'm sure, along with his gun, were recovered when they searched the Pennsylvania residence of his parents. A K-bar knife is what I'm going to stand my ground on.
They recovered 3 knives from his parents' home: a Smith & Wesson pocket knife, the Taylor cutlery knife, the Smith & Wesson pocket knife, and then number 1 was just knife.
Right, and I think that knife is going to be a K-bar that he ordered on Amazon in March of 2022. And he left it behind because he didn't take his gun.
Oh, probably,
he wouldn't have taken that to Washington, right? And these guys, their behavior is to make a description to impugn the man, and they never release anything that's exculpatory to him, ever. And now that they're feeding all this dirt into us, now we're seeing, wait a minute, there's a billion more questions that should have been reviewed here.
Well, that was the other thing, too, that I just read, one of the documents regarding the timing advance report. That was the other thing that's interesting to me. So not only are they not confirming that the knife and sheath he bought are the exact knife and sheath they believe was, the knife that they believe was used, the sheath recovered from the scene. They're not saying it's an exact match. Also, with his the timing advance report, what they did is they turned over this discovery. This discovery has the timing advance report for all 3,800 people from the tower dump, 2 of the victims, and 1 person who was another suspect. And they're saying, we just don't have Brian, right?
Right.
So it's really, really interesting that the state of Idaho is trying to claim that they were able to obtain the timing advance reports for all 3,800 people on the tower dump, 2 of the deceased, 1 other suspect. But at the time that they wanted Koberger in November and December of 2022, AT&T wouldn't provide them those records at the time, right?
Didn't they also file a motion in limine to ban the defense from mentioning this as well? I thought they filed a motion to ban the defense from even
but
saying
the judge already handled that. Yeah, the judge already handled it, and the judge said that. Well, the judge already said that Cy doesn't have to appear as a witness; he can attend via Zoom, and she can just submit his declaration. So, everybody thought that this whole motion to keep Cy out was like for the trial. It's not what it's for. It's just for the motions and limine hearing. And the judge is saying you can submit his declaration, and we'll keep him on standby via Zoom.
Wow. Okay.
Everything was just for the motions and limine hearing. It's not to try and exclude Cy from trial.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not what they're asking for. And the judge already decided that Cy can attend the motions in limine hearing via Zoom, and Ann can submit his declaration. And if the judge needs anything clarified during the hearing about whatever she speaks about with Cy findings, then he will click him in on Zoom and clarify by asking him a question.
That's
so
good.
Cy is going to be at the motions in limine hearing on Zoom, is the point I'm getting at.
Right.
Which is good. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
I wish Judge
So
would
what
have
I
kept
was
this
getting
case,
at
to be
regarding the
honest with you.
timing advance reports, what I was trying to say about these timing advance reports, and then I'll shut up.
Oh, you're okay.
The state is trying to claim that, oh, well, no, in November and December of 2022, AT&T did not provide those records. They only gave those records to Fed. Sorry, we couldn't get them for Brian Kohberger. And then, oops, in their discovery, all of the timing advance reports for the 3,800 people, the 2 victims, and the other suspects, all of those were obtained in November and December. Okay, so checkmate. We know that you had them. We know you're withholding his. And by the way, our expert already got them. We have the timing advance report. Okay, that timing advance report is going to show that Brian Kohberger's phone never traveled along the Moscow-Pullman Highway, as they claim it does in their affidavit. And this is exactly why the state didn't want Cy to be able to testify at the motions in limine hearing. Ow, that hurt for me to laugh. But it's literally that's literally like what they did here. It's tic-tac-toe, no matter which way you go, checkmate. So it is what it is. The timing advance records for Brian Kohberger are exculpatory, which is why they happen to be the only ones not turned over by the state in this case. And the defense went and got them via their expert. And they have everybody's everything. You understand that, right? So they've already indicated in these documents that they plan to show, I think it's in the alternative perpetrator document, they plan to show a pattern of life, not only for Brian Kohberger, but the alternate suspects via their devices. They have 67 devices in this case, many belonging to alternate suspects. They're not just Brian Kohberger's. They belong to the victims and the alternate perpetrators, and the defense plans to show a pattern of life for all of them.
And that brings me to say, why then, if they have this, have we never heard of anybody but Brian ever? Why won't they put any of that out?
I know.
That makes no sense to me.
I've always said if there are, I notice his defense doesn't say these are co-defendants. Right? They're referred to as alternate perpetrators, alternate suspects. Yes. He has maintained his innocence fully according to his defense throughout this entire thing. Right. So I've always said, like, if there is in any way the slightest chance possible he's involved, he didn't do it alone, and every single person who was involved should be sitting right next to him with the same charges.
Sure.
But if he has absolutely nothing to do with this, and you ignored all of the other evidence pointing to alternate suspects and perpetrators, that is just diabolical.
Absolutely.
I have no other word for it other than sheer, like, you're diabolical. You're hiding the exculpatory evidence and ignoring the evidence that points to the alternate suspect.
Absolute pure corruption, in my opinion, if that's fact. Yes, ma'am.
I don't even call it corruption. It's literally you have to be diabolical to think it's okay to destroy an innocent person's life, all because whatever reason you feel you need to ignore this other stuff. I don't know what that reason would be.
And that's what my question has been, is that why are you, if that's the case, what are you protecting, and who? Is there a reason why this person or these people are being protected? Who are they? What importance are they? What's the deal with this? That's the biggest problem with this whole thing, if that's fact.
I'm almost more interested on what's going on in the periphery and why the cover up than I am about who did it. I mean,
well, yeah.
Obviously, it would be nice to know who did it or get some proof of that. But the secondary stuff, the why the information's being presented this way, why is it being treated like a propaganda war, and why are they protecting the roommates in so many ways? Or also, it's tough to see, are they protecting the roommates or are they throwing them under the bus right now? Is the other question.
That's another, yeah.
And I haven't quite wrapped my head around which one that is.
You could see it both ways. That's absolutely true, Jesse, in my opinion, because the way it's coming out, they know.
I do think that the roommates have committed a crime now. I mean, with all the information that's come out, and if my suspicion that 911 call was for alibi purposes, to when they should have called 3 hours earlier or 5 hours or 8 hours earlier, if that was a fake call, a staged call, that's obviously a violation of some pretty serious laws, and it seems blatantly obvious now. It seems like I know Jeff H. doesn't like when I use that obvious word, but there's an awful lot of information pointing that way. Solid information that's in court documents, not speculation, but actual information.
Yes.
Well, I do find it very interesting too that when Brett Payne was asked about like who was attending these meetings, right? Mm-hmm. These daily briefings and debriefings twice a day.
Right.
We already know prior to the hearing that the university, more importantly, President Scott Green, was attending the briefings and debriefings twice a day. Okay.
Right.
That's just a fact. And I noticed that when Brett Payne was asked about it, he named everyone but Scott Green and people from the university.
That's right, because they shouldn't be there.
Exactly. And it's very interesting when you look at it to think that, like, well, is there a possibility? I'm just throwing it out there. Moscow PD obviously works closely with the university. That's why your president is attending your briefing and your debriefing. The fact that this president of the university is gaining access to knowledge of the crime, what happened, blah, 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 twice a day, he's being briefed and debriefed. I don't understand that. I don't understand why he would have ever been brought in and given critical knowledge like that.
Because if they can bring Scott Green in, yes, and Annie, 100%. I've been wanting to say that. If they could bring Scott Green in, then they can bring Jesse Schul and Annie Potts and Dago and Sergeant Friday in, because we're just the same as he is. Sorry.
Right. He's just a regular outsider civilian, and I don't understand why you'd be giving him any access to privy pertinent information in the case.
Right.
On twice a day. And, you know, a lot of people thought it was this big conspiracy theory about Scott Green and stuff. And it came out that literally the house that these 4 kids were killed in was his childhood home.
Yes, ma'am.
He grew up there. It's a fact.
Wasn't it in the book that he wrote? The book that he wrote before the trial even happened? Yeah. And
I'm not saying that this person, I'm not making accusations or anything like that. The point that I was getting at is that it would appear the reason that the university is sitting in on briefings and debriefings is because that's who MPD actually takes their orders from, right? So when you have the FBI and all of these other agencies coming in, it almost appears that MPD is more of like your third string, and they're more or less just kind of reporting back to Scott Green and the university because that's what they have to do.
Well, let's take that. Let's take what you just said there, because we do know, you guys, based on body cam footage and things that we've stated, Idaho does not have campus police. Their campus police is Moscow PD, period. So that kind of goes hand in hand.
Yeah, they like contract with them. Yeah, they like contract with them or whatever.
Exactly. So that kind of goes hand in hand, Annie, as far as I'm concerned.
I just figured that's exactly why. So when people say, like, you know, why would the MPD do this or why would the MPD do that? I mean, it's because technically it's not like they're their own entity. It's quite clear that they obviously take their orders from the university.
Right.
I just think that's obvious, and I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. I just think it's the the obvious thing.
It's not a conspiracy at all. That town is run by the university. The town relies on the university to survive.
Right.
Period.
Right.
That's
And
why
it
It
makes
could be
sense
as
that the
simple as they
police,
just don't want any of the students to be implicated, and they want it to be a foreigner. And the fact that he's from Pennsylvania, I find it odd the way Steve G speaks about people that aren't from Idaho.
shouldn't be there.
Thankfully, Koberger is not African American, because he would really probably have some choice things to say about that. But when he calls people outsiders and foreigners, it seems very xenophobic to me. I know he got in a fight with Harsh Reality, and he called him a foreigner and suggested that he should stop commenting on the case at all. And I'm a foreigner. I'm not an American citizen. I'm obviously, you look at my background, that doesn't look like America. But I've got opinions, and my opinions are worth just as much as anybody else's.
Yep. And to say he shouldn't even have been in Idaho. Well, does that mean that anybody that comes from out of state to go to the university doesn't belong there?
I'm not going to use the R word, because I don't appreciate it when everybody paints things in that light when it's unnecessary. But that sounds a little bit disturbing. He shouldn't have been here. To suggest that people shouldn't be somewhere you're getting closer to that R word, xenophobia, nationalistic, in a negative way. Some of the things Steve says makes me wonder there.
You got to be able to separate your anger and the feelings you have for the situation from public statements, in my opinion, because it can cause you to say things maybe that you didn't mean to, in my opinion. And that's a problem, because people hang on to every word sometimes. So yeah, I agree with you on that.
Like I say, I've noticed similar comments from him on several occasions, speaking about people that are foreigners, people that don't belong, people that are outsiders, and also his appeal to. He was thumbing his nose at Idaho. He was telling Idaho that I came here and I did this. That was extreme propaganda. I mean, that was some pretty hardcore propaganda stuff that shouldn't. It almost has no place on mainstream media. They should have to pull that down, actually. But that's my opinion.
Jeff thinks that the word obvious, right? I think it's obvious. To me, yes, obvious. It's obvious that for whatever reason, the law enforcement in this case felt that for whatever reason, they needed to make sure that the president of the university was involved in their briefings and debriefings every single day, 7 days a week. Okay. So I don't know why the word obvious, it's not a conspiracy theory. The reason it's obvious is because they've already admitted to it. They've already admitted to it that the university and the president were sitting in twice a day on these briefings and debriefings. When this crime occurred in an off-campus home, and other than I think 2 or 3 of the people in the home, it hasn't been stated that a couple of them weren't active in their sorority at the time.
Here's the problem. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Dylan was a freshman. Dylan had to have lived on campus. How did she get out of that? Explain that one to me.
I don't know. I just know that it would appear that like a couple of them maybe weren't as active in their stuff as they were the years prior. And then they're living in an off-campus home. So the point that I'm getting at is I could understand your university being involved if this crime occurred in a dorm.
Yes.
In one of the sorority houses or a frat house, okay, then yes, you're gonna, but this is off-campus housing with a private landlord, all right?
Yeah. Isn't it for their students?
No, there would be no reason. Yeah, and right, and then the person who's sitting, the president who's sitting in on these debriefings twice a day, it was his childhood house.
Right.
Why is
I just want to bring up Jeff H. and his opinion of the word obvious, because I got in a bit of a debate with him the other day on this channel, and he said that I was being disingenuous by using the word obvious, and I pointed out that I don't think I have been, and he didn't provide the context of what I said was obvious, and he told me to look at the
I
tape.
just know that it's obvious. The reason it's obvious is because they've already admitted that the university and the president were sitting in twice a day on the briefing and the debriefing.
Agreed.
So
Jeff,
that's why
Jeff
it's
actually
obvious.
told me to look at the tape. So I did look at the tape. And the thing that he was complaining about that I said was obvious after I reviewed the tape was I said that it's obvious based on the text message dump that the roommates knew something more than what they represented. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that that's an evidence-based statement that it's obvious that they knew more than what we were led to believe they knew,
Well,
based
he
on the fact that
supports-
new
listen,
information came forward in a legal document in the
He
court.
supports your position in as much as he's arguing about it being a prank. He's clearly saying that these roommates knew something. He wants it to be something other than. And your observation, it's obvious that nothing told to us in the PCA lines up with the data dumps that we've been given. It's all completely.
He and I have a very different opinion of what Occam's razor is, because his position is his theory is based on Occam's razor. My knowledge of Occam's razor is it's got to be straightforward and simple and to the point. And when you have to start going over a lot of maybes, and maybe they got up on a ladder and looked through a curtain that was just enough to obscure the view, but not enough to obscure. I mean, that falls very far away from Occam's razor to me. And the guilters, they criticize us for saying that, or for speculating or trying to fit things together. But the amount of hoops that you have to jump through to be a guilter and to justify all this stuff and to act as if there's nothing suspicious, as Annie's pointing out, that they've got the head of the university sitting in on all this stuff. And the hoops that you got to jump through and all the explanations you got to do. I mean, there's nothing. It's not even close to Occam's razor. It's
there's
the
nothing in
absolute
evidence to support.
antithesis of Occam's
There's nothing
razor.
in evidence to support these extracurricular activities to define how these girls thought. There's no evidence to support anybody peek through a window. There's nothing. And Taylor, and there's the other thing too. A lot of people are holding their pocket. Well, there's evidence we don't know about, and that's just completely inaccurate. As I said from the beginning, the probable cause affidavit is the immensity of what they're going to present in court. And in fact, even though what they're showing in court is contradicting the PCA, it's all in line with that dishonesty. They're not bringing in 3 witnesses or a secret camera in the backyard or some jerk off coming out of an airplane in a parachute or tunnels under the house and all of this nonsense that these people have brought into this topic, or reflections of Ethan being killed in a parking lot and peed on by 4 other members. The insanity that the guilters bring into this, and even some of the people that argue innocence, how hard is it to say he's innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? And in that context, show me a chain of events that place Mr. Koberger in the house that meets that standard. It goes beyond a reasonable doubt, and there is none.
Right.
And that doesn't mean he's innocent.
Right.
It just
Jeff,
means they did a bad job.
Agreed, Sarge. Agreed. Jeff, listen, you just said, which can be interpreted at Jesse, of course, that the surviving roommates obviously knew death happened as they just played on their phones. Jeff, no. Listen, no. Obviously, meaning they knew something happened, not death itself. Something happened. You can hear it. She says it.
I think what I actually said was they knew more than what they were representing.
Yes, she says it in her own
isn't
words.
very specific. I mean, they don't have to know that much to know a little bit more than what was represented.
Not death, but Jeff, she says in her own words, exact words, something is happening or happened in our house, and I don't know what. That's her words, not Jesse's or mine or anybody's. So obviously, she knew something happened in the house, or she would not have said that. And it doesn't mean that it's death, okay? And it doesn't mean that somebody's saying that they killed them or did something to them. It means obviously she knew something happened, or she would not have said that. That's all that means. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt anybody. If I did,
it was also said on the stand that Brian Koberger was excluded early on.
Yeah.
When Brett Payne was confronted with it, when did they have his name? He goes, well, I think early on his name, but why didn't you pursue him? Well, he was excluded. And that confirms the identity of the car. That when he was excluded, they were looking for an 11 to 13 for whatever reason, whatever just made them decide to look for that car. And I think it's the rear shot that you see in the images that I printed, where it does not show a rear marker on the outside edge of the bumper in the white. It doesn't show it. And so because it's not there, you would naturally conclude that the only make, model, Elantra that did not have markers in the white section of the bumper is the 11 to 13. That's in my opinion. If they used an image, that would be it around the house. So again, they had his name from WSU law enforcement, I think, in November, but he was excluded.
Right.
Then once
Right.
the DNA hit came on the 19th, he became all that mattered, and all the other DNA was irrelevant in their eyes.
Very good
And then
point.
that's when they changed. They decided it was a 14 to, it could be an 11 to a 16 then.
Right.
Everything they've done is suspect, and it just doesn't add up to the facts that they've shown us.
I agree. And that statement that, okay, here it is. Amethyst said, Dago, Tyson Barrett was the Moscow PD officer that ran the UOFL police and the drug enforcement unit, was the lead officer until Monday when he disappeared with no explanation and Brett Payne was put in the lead. That's interesting. That's really interesting. I did not know that. These are the things that make everybody say these things. Why are they doing these things?
Could it be because, as I said earlier, that Payne was the least stricken one, the least one that had any violations or any issues within the department?
I think it's
because
because
he didn't have complaints against him yet.
I think he was clueless. That's why he had no idea what to look for.
No,
The guy
it's
was
because Tyson Barrett was conflicted out. That's why they had to put new leads on, because Tyson Barrett's kids allegedly knew some of these victims and had been in the home before. So he was conflicted out because he knew them.
Gotcha. Conflict of interest. That makes sense. But still, you bring in the guy that was writing parking tickets the day before as the lead detective on a quadruple homicide.
I agree. Like Blaker and Payne were assigned, and I feel like that's why they were both put as lead, technically. Blaker is the one with the most experience. But Payne also did, 6 years as military police. And military policing isn't that much different than civilian policing. They just kind of have better toys and better tools. So
I can agree, but he didn't work for the NCIS. He was just a military police officer. Therefore, in turn, you're not a detective, my friends. And
he did still conduct investigations as a enlisted military police officer. If there was crimes that occurred on base, he would be your investigator or one of them. So
I get it. Ever since he took the stand, I've been highly irritated.
I'm not one to give Payne.
I know. But when you're told probably 2 weeks ahead of time that you're going to be testifying, and you come to the stand with nothing, and your answers all fall in the bracket of I don't know, I don't recall, I don't know, I don't recall, I'm sorry, I don't recall, I don't know, I don't recall, I'm sorry, I don't recall. Get off the stand then, okay? You know what you were doing. That's bullshit to me. I'm sorry, and I'm again, like you said earlier, I'm sick of this shit. Okay.
Well, there's something else that was interesting too. After like the whole Franks hearing and stuff, when they were filing their motions for Franks, one of the decisions that Hitler came back with, I know he denied everything, but in one of those decisions, he's talking about how allegedly some of this audio that's played from the ring cam, according to Hitler here, he can hear a struggle occurring, right? And I found that very interesting when I read that in the decision. And then as we got further into these motions in limine and all of this new stuff, well, the defense is saying there is no video and no audio, and they put it in capital letters. No audio of this crime. None.
Really?
Okay? So your Linda Lane footage, your King Road footage,
your
any
Banfield footage
they're talking about, there is no video and no audio, and they put that shit in capital letters. So I'm not exactly sure how Hitler, what he heard that leads him to believe that what he's hearing is a struggle. But according to the defense, there's no audio. So what the fuck are they talking about that they can hear whimpering, a thud, a struggle? Because they're saying there's no audio, none.
Yep. Thank you.
And they put that shit in capital letters.
I think we should all put a petition together and send it to Judge Hitler and have him clarify, while all the accusations of the police are being contradicted by the police with these documents that you finally unsealed. Where is it when you're going to step in and protect a citizen from the government's overreach?
I mean, that's what we're doing. If this kind of stuff gets out this channel is not that big, but bigger channels need to start talking about this stuff. It seems like the Gilters channels are bigger. I guess that's a more popular narrative to sell, and that might be why they're ignoring what
That's
should
why.
be obvious to some of us. Is it? But there are
Bingo.
bigger channels that have come around a little bit, and the
Mama
more
Bear,
we get it out there and talk about it. I mean, I think that's the best we can do.
like Mama Bear just said, bingo. That's why I don't get those types of people, that many people, because I refuse to just say, okay, he's guilty, let's move on now. Because
Well, I mean,
you can't.
there is an
He's-
appetite for this kind of stuff, though. I think you can get bigger, and bigger channels can't. You look at some of the stuff that, like, and I'm going to bring up a name, and I don't want to get into politics, whether you like this person or not. They rock the boat. Candace Owens, she's one of the top channels on YouTube. She talks about all sorts of stuff that you're not supposed to talk about, that isn't popular with mainstream media.
Right.
So it's possible to get that narrative out there, and there's plenty of people that have the appetite for it. But YouTube isn't going to help you out. You're only going to get sort of authentic viewership. You're not going to get boosted by YouTube like the guilters will. They'll actually get propped up.
Absolutely.
Well, the moment that people like Candace Owens, the people like Candace Owens, the moment that they hear that the FBI, the FBI did what? They went into 2 databases that they're barred from, and they pretended someone's DNA was their own so they could get information. Excuse me. Most people who have nothing to do with true crime.
We need those channels of that size to get to, because you look at Megyn Kelly. She's really interested in this, but she doesn't have a goddamn clue what she's talking about.
No, but
she
a lot of the
Howard Bloom.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a lot of
and
these conservative creators, they're looking at it because they're looking at the government overreach. They're looking into the FBI with scrutiny.
Yes.
So most people, like these people who would never be looking at a true crime case, the reason they're looking at it is because they understand the constitutional implications.
Right.
So that's exactly why you would want these people looking at it, because they can look at it objectively. They're not even looking at it victim, defendant. They're looking at it as what the government did and what they're trying to hide and what the state is trying to hide that the government did and that they don't want to come out. The state does not want to have to go into a courtroom.
What if it happened to us? What if they took our DNA from a website that they weren't supposed to take it from? I mean, if you're not thinking that, you're a damn fool. And if you're sitting there telling me, oh, I got nothing to hide, you're a damn fool. You don't even know what you're going to need to hide in the future.
Well, the state doesn't want to have to go into a courtroom and try to explain why the FBI violated its own policies and procedures, never mind their oaths, and access databases they're barred from by pretending someone's DNA was their own.
Can I say,
that's why both sides have agreed they are not going to talk about any of this IGG shit. It's already been stipulated.
They don't even know what a judge is, and the judge's sole responsibility is to prevent the government from overreaching the limits the Constitution placed on them. That Constitution is not a list of your rights. That's a list of what they're not allowed to infringe upon. They cannot cross these lines. And in this case, where you bring up them going into databases where users are specifically told that their information will not be shared with the police, they have the expectation of privacy no different than when you're sitting in your home. You need a warrant to transgress into this house. You can't just kick in my door and start searching. And in this case, it's a clear overreach for the FBI to have done that, and for Hitler to not protect. I don't care if it's Koberger or if it's somebody I don't like Jeff H. Wouldn't matter to me. You overreach, okay? And you need to be held. You need to be reined in. This isn't about personalities. Is the point I'm making? Is that act with those databases are a Fourth Amendment violation. You have an absolute right to your privacy where you can expect it. Not when you walk out your front door, you can't expect it. Not when you're driving your car. Not when you're in Walmart. But when you're going to a website that specifically tells you this, the Fourth Amendment must apply to that. And the fact that Ann screwed up that argument, I think. And I think that argument in and of itself should exclude his DNA and the identity that they received from that DNA because of the Fourth Amendment violation.
Right. Twiz, there's a link pinned in chat if you want to join us up here, bud. I agree, Sarge. I do.
It's pretty funny, too, that even Hitler is stating that, I noticed when I was reading through the docs, even though he denied everything, I still read through it all. And even in his denials, a lot of his denials weren't saying that, like, oh, none of this is relevant. A lot of his denials were, hey, listen, in my opinion, this isn't enough to trigger a Frank, but you can argue this shit out at trial. This is things that you're going to litigate at trial. A lot of the things that you want to try to trigger a Franks with, you can litigate at trial. And one of the things he kept repeating was that if you abandon your DNA at a crime scene, you have no expectation of privacy, and law enforcement can fucking do whatever they want with it to figure out who you are.
I remember that. Yeah.
But that wasn't her argument, though. That's why I was a little upset with that hearing. She wasn't trying to say that DNA in the sheath had a Fourth Amendment protection. That's not what, that's the argument that the prosecutor framed it that way, and Hitler accepted the framing of it that way. But that wasn't her point. That's why she got flustered. She wasn't saying, well, the DNA, the sheath, it's his DNA and he gets Fourth Amendment. No. She was saying that what she was trying to argue was the point that I just made. I'm not going to reiterate it. Is that the violation comes in the fact that they use sites that the users are told will not be used by law enforcement. And by using them sites, they violated Brian's Fourth Amendment right. The prosecution and Hitler did not hear that. Pardon?
Yeah, no, agreed 100%. They went into two databases they're barred from. They pretended the profile was their own in order to get the information they needed. However, number one, it's not illegal. It's just a policy violation. Is it a constitutional violation? Possibly. As of right now, SCOTUS, there is no Supreme Court, higher court decision that states otherwise because it hasn't been brought up yet.
No, there is
likely going to trigger it.
And there is a ruling on your Fourth Amendment, and the ruling states that if you can naturally expect privacy, then privacy must be enshrined.
But you don't have a privacy expectation to DNA you abandoned at a crime scene.
No, that's not.
So
but
if the
that wasn't
FBI violated FBI violated their policy to figure out your abandoned DNA, it's just a policy violation, not his. If they went and took his DNA, say, they went and surreptitiously obtained it and then put it into a database they're not allowed to, that would trigger maybe your Fourth Amendment violation. But because this is evidence they obtained from a crime scene, technically it's only a policy violation because he abandoned it there.
That's their argument, but the argument of the Fourth Amendment comes down to your reasonable expectation of privacy.
That's Hitler's decision on it. That's
Hitler is wrong on that. No sample that they obtained can be run through those databases because the database tells the user that the expectation of privacy is enforced here. So any information that they in other words, they would either need to provide a warrant, and if denied, they can't use the database. That's where the Fourth Amendment violation comes in.
But that's why they upload the profile as though they're the user, not as law enforcement.
I know they do it as they cheat, and then they're going to let the court. Yeah, I see what they did.
As of right now, it is not a constitutional violation with abandoned DNA.
I think you got to have a screw to be giving.
But if I got to kick in your door to get to your lab work, to identify that sample, then I violated the right of the person's privacy within that database. It isn't just Koberger that they violated; it was the entire database.
They violated the rights, absolutely, of like whoever his relatives and all of that. Agreed.
Exactly.
But what listen, this isn't my argument. What I'm saying is that as of right now, if the FBI takes a profile from a crime scene and they take it and they put it into two databases they are barred from, what Hitler is saying is that, yes, this might be a civil issue, a constitutional issue, but it's not criminal and it's a policy violation.
I see their reasoning in it, and I don't accept that reasoning as constitutionally valid, but I do understand exactly what you said and on the premises under which they're going to continue on with this prosecution. I get it, but I think Brian Koberger, I think anybody in the anybody in that database that came out, if like a relative, I think that they have an argument of a Fourth Amendment violation because they expected privacy within that database. So somebody connected the Brian.
Yeah, Hitler says that too. Hitler does say that in his decision that maybe the other people whose information they access, but not him because he abandoned his DNA at the crime scene.
Well,
So even though they violated their own policy, if it's going to be a constitutional violation, that's something that's going to come up later on appeal, and a higher court may decide that his decision on that was wrong, but he doesn't see it as a constitutional violation. He sees it as a policy violation.
I also think because it's transfer DNA, you can make the argument he didn't abandon his DNA. So there's a lot of ways to run this through legal discourse, right?
Agreed. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's many different ways to
of,
argue that point of Fourth Amendment protection in this case.
Right. Yeah. Agreed. Because technically what they're saying is he abandoned it. His defense is saying, as of right now, based on a lot of the documents that have come out recently, it looks like what they're getting at here is that the alternate perpetrator suspect is the one who transferred Brian's DNA to the sheet, not that he made direct contact with it. Right. And that they plan to have, you know, experts who can testify to secondary transfer, third person transfer. When you're dealing with such a small sample, 0.168 nanograms of what would normally be considered transfer trace DNA, and because it's on a movable object, like if they found his trace DNA, say, under the fingernails, for example, or like on the bed even, you know, if they were able to like find his trace DNA on one of the victims, like on their skin, something like that, right? We're talking a movable object. And his defense is getting at that, like, the person who transferred his DNA to the sheet is the person who left the sheet at the crime scene, not Brian.
Right.
So does this case set the precedent, though, that from now on they can access any websites they want and it'll still be admissible in court?
It appears
no, because it's not admissible. They already determined, both sides have already
because they're excluding
both
it.
Both sides have already stipulated they're not using it.
So no precedent will be set then.
It's only going to bring precedent if after his case goes to trial, depending whether he's convicted, he gets automatic appeal. On the appeal, you could bring it up. It could trigger they may go to the Supreme Court citing a constitutional violation. But as of right now, both parties have stipulated the IGG is not going to be discussed. They're not going to use IGG.
Surely none of us believe that this is the first time that law enforcement has raided those sites and violated those terms of condition. And that's another reason to pointing towards his innocence, is because in the past, if you believe like I do, that this is probably what they do they probably very often violate terms and conditions to access DNA that they shouldn't. I've argued with friends and family for years. Why?
Well, the proof in that, Jesse, is that the police offer it as a tip, and that's why it was sealed and protected.
Well, normally they can find additional evidence that's going to support the case, so it'll never come down. We'll never find out, right? So
that's the whole reason the FBI has that policy. Yes.
The normal procedure probably is they probably use it to find their guy, and then they get enough evidence that'll never need to come into the conversation. In this case, they couldn't find that evidence. They don't have enough.
In this instance, just so you know, I mean, and I say this all the time, DNA at a crime scene is circumstantial evidence. It is not direct evidence unless you've got multiple samples of the DNA directly tied into the crime scene, like a rape, right? You have a semen sample. But in a case like this, where you have even a fingerprint, or if my firearm is at a crime scene, that's circumstantial to my involvement. You have to now build a case to put me there. And that's why you saw that happy horseshit and all this stuff you're seeing come out now. The evidence itself of DNA presence, that also gives them the reason not to go after the other DNA, because it's circumstantial. You need now to frame but you need to build the story to show that he was in that house during that time on that night. And now the DNA becomes relevant in the explanation of him being the killer. And that's what they've been doing with all these half-assed pictures and pings and stories. They're trying to build a case to show him there, because the DNA sample itself is not enough to convict somebody. No different than if you found my gun at a crime scene. You can't just simply finding the gun convict me of shooting somebody. You have to place me at the crime scene.
I mean, if they had Brian's blood on the sheet, if they had Brian's blood on a victim, if they had Brian's blood on the handrail or his blood on the gloves outside, how much different do you think this case would be?
Right.
Way different. Way different.
Right. We'd never hear the end of it, that his DNA matched not only the blood on the sheet, but the fingernail clippings, the hairs, the blood on the rail, the blood on the gloves. None of that is true.
I want to know about the transfer DNA inside them gloves.
They had other people's blood at this crime scene that they didn't bother to create an STR for CODIS, yet they jumped through hoops to make an STR for his trace profile.
Right.
And you can make a path to travel from Dylan's room down the staircase, which we know she did make that trip. Where's the footprint? What direction is it pointed? And there's blood on a handrail. Could be transferred blood. That could be from a male perpetrator that was in the home, either directly made by them or carried by Dylan as she went from upstairs to downstairs.
The footprint is on the threshold. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to say, I think it's interesting the way they worded it too, the language. I look at the language in the filings too and how they say things.
Oh, yeah,
and
of course.
I noticed the way that Ann worded it was that this blood drop on the handrail was going down second to first floor, which has me under the impression that their little crime scene reconstruction people were able to determine that this blood droplet hit the railing as someone was running down the stairs, not coming up. It's someone leaving.
And that if we're to, and I know she did that on purpose, because from what we're led to believe by both sides, Brian hit the
perpetrator went out the back door, right?
Thank you. On the second floor, never made it to the bottom floor. So how did that blood drop get there? That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
And it's not his.
Right. It has nothing to do with him.
And
so
it's
there you go.
And it's not his.
That's the most important piece of that right there. So
gloves. Now what? Now if Bethany states that if she did see a naked man running from the property and there's gloves up there with blood on it, I don't understand how those two things don't.
Yeah, but where did I don't even know where that came from. No, so far nowhere in any of these documents has the defense said that Bethany fucking saw a naked man. Maybe that will come out when they tell us whatever her exculpatory information is. But that shit came from goddamn Ashley Banfield. I don't even. I can't even believe some of the stuff, the misinformation that these people have put out.
Agreed.
I thought
we were also told Hunter
recently.
Like
we
they don't seem to know the details of the case the way that we do.
I don't know. All I know is we were told Hunter Johnson had to break down the door. We listened to the 911 call. It doesn't sound like he had to break down anybody's door at all.
No,
that's exactly what we were just about to view when before you came on was the Chronicles. Or well, we were going to look at the Chronicles of Olivia, but also that description from Daniel about Hunter kicking down the door. That whole story, it doesn't jive with what we heard in the 911 call. You're absolutely right.
You don't hear anybody kicking a door in. You don't hear any kind of loud bangs, boom, slams, or nothing.
Which is why I feel comfortable stating that it's obvious that they knew more than they let on.
Well, that's why I try to only go by what I've read in a document. And outside of that, I'll say, so this is just my opinion of what I've seen or what I've read. I'm not out here trying to figure out who committed the crime. You understand? That's not what I'm about. Nope. I'm just a doc nerd. And when I look at something and I see that I knew first when we heard about the crime, I was like, okay, kind of weird, but whatever, right? Kept an eye on it. It was when the PCA dropped. Mm-hmm. And I read that document that I said, we have a huge problem. There's something very wrong here. And that's when I really got into it. You know that, Dago.
Yes,
ma'am. You know I've been
on this. Yes, that's when I started looking funny too. And I think the rest of us kind of went, something's not right. Let's take a look at this. And it just went downhill from there.
And then when you read we learn that there's multiple affidavits.
Mm-hmm.
And it clearly looks like they're copying and pasting from each other. And some of it is contradictory. And then some of it, you read it and you know as you're reading it that it reads like, I've always said it, my opinion of the probable cause affidavit, it reads like novella. it's like I'm doing a dramatic reading, you
Right.
know, of like a Spanish soap opera, where they have the most outlandish story plots, and that's just how, when I read it, it felt to me. My first reading of that probable cause affidavit, I felt like I was reading novella.
Yep.
That's
Agreed.
just my opinion.
No, I gotta say I agree with you. Let me run this interview real quick. It's been sitting here for a while, and
I
pull
just
out
want to
here
say that Annie and I came under the same pretenses and didn't even know it. That's the only reason I paid attention to the case, was that PCA.
Oh yeah, you
Yep.
both had the same feelings about things too, and started questioning around the same time, and both showed up around the same time, honestly too. So,
Yeah, and like, and it's funny too, because the more that came out, the more I said, "Holy shit!"
right,
This is nothing like what it's just my personal opinion. I always kind of had a feeling that eventually we were going to learn it's absolutely nothing like what we've been told, which is why I've always said nope, there's no way that what they're saying is how it actually went down,
Well,
because
I based my
and
opinion
now we
off
know
being
it's not
arrested.
true.
right.
I was arrested enough times criminally to know that the accusatory instrument is usually pretty fucking blunt. Okay? And they don't beat around the bush with opinions. It's my opinion that criminals turn their phone off before committing the crime to master location. That isn't evidence to support probable cause. That's your opinion.
That's an opinion.
And that's why I got attached to this PCA in this case.
Mm-hmm. That's what started it. That's for sure. Yeah, Jesse wanted to point something out within this. That's why we're checking this out. I'm gonna speed up just a tinge and see what we get out of this here real quick. Again, thank you everybody for joining us today. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for being here, your input, your output, and every bit of what you're doing here. So thank you.
And we want to help in any way we can. And I think telling Kenya's story is profound, and I think that's really important, given her humanity.
Hang on, I forgot I blew this.
Yeah, and
1 second, you guys. Good Lord. What am I doing here? All right. I forgot that I blew this screen up so big that now this thing's monstrous too. Here we go. I was wondering why it looked funny. That's better. Okay. Full screen there. Re-add it. All right. Here we go.
Yeah. It must have been that year that they dressed up in the bunny costume. It was Jack dressed up in that bunny costume when my kids came over.
And Kaylee hopped off down the street in the bunny suit.
Yeah.
And she still had her dark hair. Yeah, the years just fly by, and but that's her only family photo.
Their daughter, Kaylee Goncalves, followed me on TikTok and shared my videos with her family, which is why her father, Steve, reached out to me a few weeks ago. This interview is bittersweet and personal.
well, thank you for having us. We're very honored, and we're very sorry for your loss, and we want to help in any way we can. And I think telling Kenya's story is profound, and I think that's really important.
Given her humanity.
And humanizing her story. What was Kaylee like as a child?
She was very rambunctious. She just was full of energy. She was the middle of 5, so 2 older, 2 younger. Libby was the oldest, and just was constantly trying to keep up with the elders.
Jesse, do you happen to know how far into this that part comes up, roughly? I can't hear you, bud. I think you might be muted.
Yeah, no, I haven't actually seen this video. I'm going based on memory. This one I wasn't able to find.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So,
all right. Well,
so I don't know, but there was people in chat, so I would ask the chat for a timestamp, because I was seeing people coming up in chat saying they watched it on their own and saw when and what they exactly said.
When she starts explaining the phone calls coming in. Okay. I got you. All right, guys. We'll just get through it and then no problem.
And then, vehicle boss hog the littles. She was the fair police. Nothing got past her. If there was, a $200 pair of shoes that she wanted during when school started, and we had school clothes to buy for everybody, it was like, Kaylee, you got to bring that down a little. We have 5 kids to buy for. You might as well just buy them for her now, because she would just be happy to death and tell you just buy them, just buy them. And the other kids would be like, wow, we'd be like. She was a total hustler, though. Yeah, she was. Where she would be like, Mom, can I, mop the floors for $5? Mm-hmm. And Mom would be like, yeah, that's a super good deal. And so she kind of got this name about herself growing up, where she was a cleaner, right? So Kaylee was the one who was like she was known, where she knew that if she, before Mom and Dad got home or whatever, did the dishes, wiped the counters, swept the floors, and mopped, Dad was gonna give her 20, and she was gonna beat you to do it. And I got to the point where my brother and I didn't even try anymore, because we were just like, Kaylee's gonna do it anyway. Because she was just a hustler like that. Because even before, now she was into, obviously her Range Rover, she's really proud of that. Her designer clothes, stuff like that. That was just who she was. But it started with Claire's.
I believe this interview was 3 or 4 months after the fact. So they've had time to kind of.
It was prior to the arrest, wasn't it?
No. This was after the fact. This was January of 23. So.
Okay.
With hair accessories, and then it was Bath and Body Works, and she was collecting the scents and the little hand sanitizers.
Everything was a competition.
Hold on, Eddie said I believe the date. Now this one says January 13th of 23. So I know there was another one that was done, but it's not this one.
Everything was a competition.
Steven woke up after playing a video game with her, and she was still playing it. He was like, "I'm in trouble." This girl wants it more than me. She wants this more than me.
It seems like she's starting from a very young age.
She had 2 older brothers. Bryce was just right there.
Her cousin grew up very close.
So she thought she could be as fast as them. She could ride the
always
bike.
wanted to race them. Wanted to ride the motorcycle. We would go out on the lake with the boat. My parents had a boat. We would go out, and my dad would say $5. Whoever is the first in the water for the season, right? And it was cold. It was about 59 degrees by the time we were going out. Kaylee it was $5. It was $5. It was $5, and she would do it for $5. She jumps into that water. She instantly pops her head up and is bawling, just bawling. It was that cold. But she couldn't let the boys beat her. She couldn't let me beat her. No, she couldn't let anyone beat her. She was like, it was definitely the financial motivation, as well as her just being like, I'm gonna be number one. Yeah. There was this big pole in the lake, and you could kind of climb up it. It was a little rickety, but you could get to the top and you could jump in. I was always too scared to do it. Kaylee was like, she watched Steven do it, the boy. I was like, I'm not doing that. And I was like, Kaylee, don't do it, Kaylee, no. And she was like, I'm not scared, Olivia. You're just being a baby for being scared. And she climbed her ass up that pole, and she jumped off. And it was tall. We have pictures of her.
He was ripping. He's like, don't look down, because I told the kid,
don't look down, Kaylee.
You'll do a face plant.
It was tall. Yeah. So it was my idea. My mom she had Autumn, who's the 4th baby, and she was pregnant with Aubrey, was the 5th. So she was upstairs taking a nap. And my dad was still at work, and I was kind of just watching. My little siblings, we were all just hanging out. I had an idea that we had a double garage, and it was an automatic door. And I don't know why, but I got this idea that we should have a competition and see who could hold on to the garage door as it went up the longest, and then you would drop. And so we were doing this. We had a whole setup. At one point, my brother was like, "We need a washcloth. This is cutting my hands." Right? That should have been our notion to stop. Right? I should have known better. But we all got so competitive about it. So by the time my dad, drove up home, and the kids were hanging on the garage. That's been going nonstop for 40 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Just the little garage engine that could. And this garage door, if it had come around, it would feel about 250 pounds. Oh yeah. Would have crushed us. It was the only time ever growing up that Dad actually got mad at us, and we were give her any corporal punishment. Tell her you're disappointed. They moved out of their sorority houses a couple of years ago, and Maddie moved into that house, and Kaylee had moved into an apartment. And then last June, Kaylee moved into my.
Yeah, I think it's coming up here soon. I respect and love hearing about all that stuff. I'm just trying to get to the one point we had there. So.
House.
A lot of people, I think, don't realize, but Kaylee was just about to graduate.
Kaylee did graduate.
She did. She was fully graduated.
It wasn't fake.
She was done.
She was done.
Yeah, it wasn't given posthumously. She earned that. Yeah.
She earned it, and that was really frustrating for us.
Yeah.
It's almost like she knew she only had a certain amount of time on this planet, and she was rushing through it as fast as she could.
She always did summer school and whatnot, so she just told me, a few weeks before that she was going to be graduating in December, and she was like, I don't really want, but I just want to just get my degree. And I'm like, well, that's not, because.
But I was proud of her to be like, I don't need the attention.
And then
I've earned it, and I've earned it fast, and I'm ready to just move on with my life. And I was that's how we look at life. You know, it's not about the celebration; it's about just moving on to the next step. And gosh, it would have been just an amazing citizen for our country. The person that would show everyone like you can come from anything and do anything and just work hard and be a success. And that's such a good positive message, and we lost that, you know, and that's really hard for us.
Yeah, and she just bought that Range Rover, and you guys must have been so proud.
I wanted her to buy something for her life.
Yeah, I wanted.
As a dad, I was like, no.
She was looking at a few cars, and I said, get the Mercedes, get the Subaru. I said, but do not get that Range Rover, Kaylee. And she goes, I know, Olivia, but the name. And I said, it's gonna be nothing but problems for you. I tried to talk her out of it, and then she
It's been a family.
she got.
She's just gonna.
I never worried about Kaylee.
No.
She called us frequently. We called her.
There was a private driver that they had actually used before, so they, you know,
We might have
with
gone
love in
past
her
it.
heart too, to be like, help me be better, because you know she knew that's what we all wanted.
And you guys touched on something. I think we touched on it earlier at lunch. Going back to the night of the 12th, November 12th, and I think you hit, and I can even state of that perspective, that they did everything right.
Yeah.
And we discussed that. The buddy system. Explain all the things that they did.
Yeah, they Ubered out together. They only went to known locations that they had been before.
Private driver.
They had a private driver. I apologize. There was a private driver that they had actually used before, so they knew him. They had a relationship with this
We knew him
individual.
as a family member, and he really helped us.
Yeah.
He turned us on to food truck stuff.
Yeah.
He's a great person.
Good people. And then we only went to like known locations with known people, traveled only together on well-lit, known streets to get food before taking a private ride from the same individual who would pick them up home.
There is another one. I think Brian Hinton did Twiz, if that's what you're talking about. But this one, I think, is the only one that Olivia gave them, isn't it? I think. Welcome, Canes. Good to see you. And Denise as well. Tommy G, all you guys, welcome. For anybody I may have missed, it's wonderful to have you here. I will catch up. I'm sorry. I didn't just seeing everybody now. So, Richard, good to see you as well. But yeah, I think there is maybe two other ones. I think one was Brian Hinton. They may have both been Brian Hinton that were like this. If that's what you're talking about. If that's the one that you think has more that info, then I can go to that one. But I'm pretty sure that's in here too at some point. It's coming up here soon.
To go eat after a night of drinking, being 21, Ubering out, Ubering home with your friend.
They were totally shot.
And then going to bed.
They were doing everything the way that you tell your kid to go.
Yeah.
Don't be two girls all by yourself. Have somebody there that can walk with you. Everything was perfect. Everything was good.
Yeah.
All the way up to where they went to bed and went to sleep. And that I can't control. As a family, we can't control what happens when you go to sleep.
Yeah.
When you go to sleep, that's us as society. We have to determine, are we going to let these people be out here that can do whatever they did, sneak in the house, whatever it was? Are we going to allow that to be? Are we going to allow that to be okay?
Yeah.
Because we all go to bed at night.
Yeah, what was their flaw? They didn't have a nanny cam in their home. What could they have done to be more
They
safe?
locked the door perfectly.
Yeah. You know, it's Moscow, Idaho. It's safe.
I wonder about the door because Kaylee was a door locker. She would come
totally
here,
was.
and so I question that all the time. Like, why wasn't the door locked? Why wasn't the door locked?
But that's not what society's built on. You don't say, oh, well, you didn't lock the door, so you deserve to die in your sleep.
Yeah.
You don't do that. We have to make a society where these people show red flags, we identify them, we address them, and then we remove them from hurting other people.
The phone call the Goncalves family received on November 13th is one they'll never forget.
We were, it was Sunday around
We're watching football,
one-ish, and we were
like
watching
every
football.
family, or a lot of families on Sunday.
And
We're
then
watching
our
football.
son was here. Everybody was home except for she was down at her home
We
in LA.
gather on
And
Sunday.
my niece called me and she was freaking out. And she said, Christy, have you talked to Kaylee? And I said, that's right. Like last night. And she said, something bad happened. Something bad happened. And she was just bawling. And I said, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? And she said, I think Kaylee's dead. And I said, well, what do you mean? And she
All
said,
our stomachs just dropped.
she said there was somebody just called me and they live down there. She said there was a party last night and somebody went in and shot the party up and Kaylee was shot.
Okay, so there's that. Did it give the time?
They just said they were watching football, but I think they might elaborate further afterwards.
Okay, all right.
Football starts at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Yep. I will keep going. Sorry, everybody. I backed it up a minute just to see if the time was there, but
I was listening carefully, and I don't think they mentioned a time. I do remember in the past we were trying to piece it together with the football comment.
Right. No, absolutely. Gotcha.
And is Idaho Pacific time or Mountain time?
They are Pacific, I believe.
So that's 10 a.m. start time for football.
Yeah, they're 3 hours behind me. I'm Eastern. It's 2:49 now, so it'd be 11:49 there, in my opinion. I think I'm right, and it's Pacific. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Leslie and Billy, for that. So very much appreciative of you and everything you do by supporting us. Thank you. Tomboy's from there too. She went to Idaho State as well.
Musical Contessa says it. Steve mentioned it was in the morning.
11 a.m. start time for football there. So yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right, let's see here. Bombshell just said in another interview, Chrissy states the time at 9:30. Okay.
13th is one they'll never forget.
We were, it was Sunday around
We were watching football.
1-ish, and we were
like
watching
every
football.
family, or a lot of families on Sunday.
And then our son was here. Everybody was home except for she was down at her home
We
in LA.
gather.
And my niece called me and she was freaking out. And she said, Christy, have you talked to Kaylee? And I said, yesterday, like last night. And she said, something bad happened. She was just bawling. And I said, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? And she said, I think Kaylee's dead. And I said, well, what do you mean? And she
All
said,
our stomachs just dropped.
she said there was somebody just called me and they live down there. And she said there was a party last night. And Kaylee, somebody went in and shot the party up and Kaylee was shot. I was like, what? And I just.
Okay, now I want to stop there for a minute and start with that. Okay, first and foremost, I know things change between hands when people have conversations, so on and so forth. But there was a party, somebody shot it up, so on and so forth. That's not even remotely close to what happened. So how did it get to that point?
That sounds like something you'd get through a Snapchat chain of people relaying information that they're not quite clear on. And with the 911 call going out at 11:58, it's going to take quite some time before that gets relayed. You're probably not going to hear about that here. If the 911 call prompted this call, it should be well after noon, I would think.
I would. Well, that's true if it's a 911 call, but if it's not, now we need to refer back, in my opinion, at least, to the text messages, the Snapchats, the Instagrams, and other things that are being had.
Testimony of Dave and WSU Kim. This is fitting their testimony as well.
Yeah, and the text messages between the two roommates, in my opinion, of course, may have a lot to do with this as well. Okay, that's something I just wanted to make sure that I'm stating. That's why we're looking at this, at least on my side of things.
Hey, Dago, SRB wants to know who was in urgent care that morning.
I have no idea. Annie, where are you? I know she dropped off. There's a link, Annie. You can come back up if you.
Yeah, Richard's saying Steve G was actually in urgent care, and I have heard that. That's something I've certainly heard before.
Okay.
Amy said Steve G for a rash.
Oh, that's new to me. Okay. I heard something about urgent care, but I never heard about him. So that's quite interesting.
Oh, and Gaia is saying the game was in Germany, and that's pretty significant because those games start like 3 hours earlier. So now we're back to like 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning if they're watching. One of those Europe games.
100%. That is very possibly true. Oh, there's Annie. Steve is in urgent. Christy said it in an interview. Okay. Thank you, Annie. So that changes this now too. Okay. Here we go.
Threw my phone. I threw my phone. I started screaming. I started telling everybody to call Olivia and to get all her roommates on the phone. And I started calling Maddie, and Maddie wouldn't answer. I said, no, this can't be, because Maddie would have called me. If Kaylee was shot last night at a party, Maddie or Jack would have called me. Like, no, and I called Kaylee, and I went straight to voicemail. I was calling Maddie, I was calling Jack, it was ringing. I turned on the TV, and I saw it was like 11:22 King Road. His car was in the driveway, Maddie's car was in the driveway, but it was saying an unconscious person. And we're saying, okay, maybe this isn't like.
Hold up for a minute.
On the
Yes, sir.
He said she was calling Maddie.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And there's no record of any of them. We don't have any record of Maddie's phone to know what time. That will confirm when they found out.
All right. Yeah. No, there's no records of that at all. At least not yet. Whether that comes out in the trial, I don't know, but I'm sure they have it. Law enforcement does. Let's see. Rash on his face from shingles disease. Can't remember what she called. Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you.
The police, Steven, our son, started calling the hospital, and he started calling the PD and saying, my name is Goncalves, and we heard that my daughter Keely Goncalves was killed in an accident, and they said, oh, we can't give you any more information, we'll call you back. Well, we just, next thing you know, some more phones started ringing. Our daughters that came running down, 16 and 17 years old, came and said, Mom, somebody just called me and said that Kaylee's dead. And we're like, what? Like, who was it? She's like, I don't know, it's somebody that said that they're there and Kaylee's dead. And we were like, oh my God, like, this can't be, and it's just very, very, very dramatic.
Yeah. These protocols of somebody showing up at your door 10 hours later is ridiculous.
Because we had hours of panic before sheriff
It was terrible.
It was about 4:30.
So you guys,
So she's saying it was about 4:30 that law enforcement showed up to tell them what happened. 4:30.
But didn't he say about 10 hours? What was the comment of 10 hours? What does he say?
I think he was over exaggerating the fact that it took them so long to get there. Is all I was thinking that meant. That's
so
all.
You can't. I'm just thinking we can extrapolate their original call.
Right. That's pretty much it right there.
they never called you. You guys found this out from family members that were in the area, and you guys didn't get notified. You actually reached out to them, and you guys still didn't get notified.
He wanted to call him twice.
And I get it. Their protocols are all about, like, maybe they'll commit suicide or something, but they have to be updated because social media.
I just realized who was asking them the questions, and I about threw up on myself. Sorry.
They're so fast, so quick. That's why we are using social media. I'm not using the most common channel.
We called Karen, and we asked Karen if she had heard anything, and she goes, "Yes, I was told that I need to get down here, but there was an accident."
Was good. We
thought maybe Maddie was the unconscious person, and we had already been told by several people, like 100% Katie was dead. And we were like, 100, she's in their ball. They were like,
Maddie was just unconscious.
And then we're like, but Karen got a call saying to come down there. We haven't got a call.
That was a good sign.
So we're like, oh.
And I kept giving them hope. I kept saying, if it happened last night, you guys would know by now. I kept giving them hope. I said, they just released an article that the roommates are being questioned right now. They probably took their phones, Mom. Like, I just kept giving them hope because I live in Los Angeles. I wasn't here. And that's all I could do. But like, it's just this feeling in your gut that like, I just sat with.
I knew as soon as my niece, as soon as Sabrina called, I knew that it was real.
Yeah.
And she was freaking out.
And then cops showed up around 4:30.
Yeah, the sheriff came around 4:30, and then he told us that there were 4 victims, and we said, "Is one of them Maddie and Logan?" And he said, "Told us yes." And we realized that it was Keely and Maddie.
We still knew she was going down there. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, Karen was still on her way, and she still tried to fight. And then she got down there, and she got there about 20 minutes after we got the news. And
another person who was broken by the news of Kaylee's passing is her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. Not only has his life been picked apart, he's been scrutinized by social media.
In your heart, he had nothing to do with this.
More than, even just logically. I think that a lot of people assume we're blinded by this individual, but contrary to that, we're very capable of removing our emotions for Jack, which is absolute love, and just looking at the situation logically, looking at this individual in front of us, looking at a pattern of behaviors of him that we've seen throughout 5-6 years. So emotionally, in our hearts and in our heads and in every sense of the word, it's not.
We did a job
thorough
vetting him.
I asked him to, did he have any scratches? Did he have any bruises? He came here immediately after it happened.
We can prove that he had none.
No, I checked his shoes.
Yeah.
I checked his car. I checked his hands.
I
checked his neck. Yeah. He came over in shorts.
Yeah.
Within hours.
And he was happy for Kaylee.
Yeah.
Whether they were, I think they were close to getting back together. Maybe they weren't. Maybe they were. Whether she was moving without him or not, he had nothing but love.
We went and investigated Adam. Did you tell him?
Mm-hmm.
We went through that whole thing. Adam is about her trying to get back with Jack.
Day
one. They're roommates.
Day one of this all happening, Jack was right there in the trenches with me, reaching out to people Kaylee had called. Who is this?
The first 3 nights are on our couch after he came. He could not leave us.
That's why the FBI agent said, Steve, slow down.
Mm-hmm.
We realize you guys are ahead of us. We realize that you guys have this chain of thought, and you're going where we're going. But we're an organization, and we have to check it a little bit slower than you. And you're just breaking through it, and you're ready to tell everyone. He's like, slow down.
And I know it sounds weird that we asked him to show us his arms and stuff if we trusted him so much, but I think that
people. I think people would look at you negatively if that wasn't the reaction.
And I said, and I looked him in his eyes, and he was crying, and I was crying. I said, I'm so sorry.
We hate doing this too, but we have.
But it broke his heart.
Yeah.
And he was just like,
Nobody's sticking up for
like,
me.
lift it up.
And we
sure,
were sticking up for her.
And I said, okay.
We're
I said,
not
I'm so
blindly
sorry.
stupid parents.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry when your child
Yeah,
meets
exactly.
her demise.
And it did not make me feel good either. But I mean, I was just like.
But when people are like, how do you stick up for him blindly? We're not blind.
No. Yeah.
We have
And we know that
done
kid's
our
heart.
due diligence. We
know
have
his
looked at this stuff.
family. He's been around my babies when my babies were born. He would watch them for me so that I could go to the grocery store by myself.
Right.
He had nothing but love for Keely and Maddie.
The thing that got me is I love that woman I've been married 27 years with. I've lost my cool. I've said things I shouldn't say. My daughter broke up with him, and within a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, she had an interaction with a date. She said, call me a bitch. And she was like, I've been with one boy, my boy.
And I said, he's never called you. And she's like, never, Mom. And I said, really? And she goes, never. And he said, you could go make me a quesadilla. And she said, what did you say? And she said, I'm leaving. And she goes, and I left. And I went home like, oh, Jack.
She's like, I might not ever find another Jack.
And I'm like, you might not. And I said, honestly.
We would always tell her that, yeah.
Because she's like, she knows I'm a flawed guy, but we're still married 27 years, had 5 kids with a happy life. She's like, your dad's definitely called me some names.
I think it happens in any relationship.
But
But it's always the people that drive you up the wall are the ones you love the most.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, she said, and I was just like, she's like, never. Yeah. Never. And I was
We're supposed to believe he just takes out 4 on his way to. It just seems like
Overwhelmed custody of the dog. Like there's just
Haley was leaving.
He was looking for every excuse for.
That's something to keep in mind, you guys, too. I know I've said this before, but just don't forget it. Was it a day? I don't remember Twiz exactly, but 24 or 48 hours after this happened, Brian went to the doctor's and had a doctor's appointment.
And got a haircut.
Nobody noticed any bruises, scratches, anything.
Did he trim his eyebrows?
What's that, bud? What'd you say, Sarge?
Did he trim his eyebrows at the hairdressers?
No, but he probably should have. But again,
these guys.
It's really so hard to say that somebody that commits a quadruple homicide goes to the day after to a doctor's appointment, goes to the grocery store, goes to goes to work. I mean, without fail, like nothing happened. I can't, and it gets a haircut, for God's sakes. I don't. That makes no sense to me. But okay, 100. What do we mean, Tina? What are you saying, hun? 100 what?
Hopefully it's 100 to your PayPal.
Yeah, that would be nice, but and very much appreciated, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'll figure it out. No worries. Sorry, guys, to interrupt.
For him to pick the phone up.
Yes.
To read those texts.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
She
I
wanted
will
him
leave
to
tonight
come.
with the dog if you don't pick up. That type of thing.
Oh, so yeah. And they even when they broke up, they still communicated.
Yes,
it
every
sounds
day,
like
all the
it's
time.
like
The whole time she was
that
home.
bar
it
scene,
was just a
they were around him.
Yeah.
They
Not
were
this Jackson one over here in the corner. No, she was around her ex, and to me, that's comfort level. That's body language. This is the person that I'm comfortable in.
We talked to him about the conversation that night. We talked to the other guy about the conversation that went on that night, and they both, they were just like, "Hey, what's been up? How you been doing? What's been going on?" And she was trying to talk him into going to another bar down the street or something like that. And he's like, "I worked all day. I'm tired. I'm going home." And he left and went home. And we think things could have been different.
We questioned the time in that video. We're not sure if it's accurate. So people might look at that and take it to, based off of the records that we have, there could definitely be some questions on the timing of that.
Right.
For sure. But I will just say, I can't verify the timestamp there, but I know for a fact that after they left the corner club, they walked to the Grub truck. It's about an 8-minute walk, so we need to factor that in. And then they ordered food. They were at the Grub truck for about 10 minutes, and they didn't leave the Grub truck until the Uber driver had arrived at 1:49.
And those
So
cameras
if you
would
work
suggest-
backwards, that timestamp doesn't match up.
I would
So
suggest.
I don't know I'm not going to say it's completely false or anything, or how false it is. I don't know. But I'm saying from the timeline that I know for a fact, working it backwards doesn't match that.
Gotcha.
And it had just been daylight savings, so maybe they hadn't updated their cameras or something.
We are not going to go to bed and wait for other people to resolve a family problem. This is a family problem. And
This isn't just
both those girls are our girls, and I'm not handing over. I thought about it. I thought, like, here, just take care of my family and make sure that you find the right guy. And I eventually got to a point and said, you know what? My family, we're all G's. We call ourselves G's because nobody can pronounce our name. We are not going to sit here and let somebody else do a job that we can't add value to.
And you guys have added value. I mean, you, Olivia, found the Twitch video that actually solidified the timeline.
We watched the Ring video that showed them pulling up, and we're like, that's them. It's 1:56. That's what time they got home. And there's the car leaving, and yeah.
Nah, Jessica, I don't think I saw that. Did anyone notice in the truck videos, Dylan is beyond messed up, like barely able to walk?
That's Maddie. That's beyond messed up.
Yeah, that was Maddie. She was pretty messed up. She had a lot to drink, I think, that night. If that's what you're talking about. When you're walking to the Grub truck, yeah, that was Maddie and Kaylee that were there. Dylan was not there that night at the Grub truck that I saw in that video, and I went over that video for months. I do not believe that she was there, nor did I see her anywhere near there. So, Ring video. I don't know about that, Joanne. I'll look back into that stuff though, Jessica, just to check.
So we're working.
And I have my phone. Kaylee's phone is my phone, so we saw all the calls that she had made, and we with an exact time. And
I reached out to every person she called. I had them send screenshots of the communications that had happened on that day, of texts with my sister, of the call with my sister. How long was your phone conversation with her? Just to do whatever I could in those first few hours, because unfortunately by the time we even found out, they've been gone for more than 12 hours.
What America needs to know is you can be a victim all the way up to the point where you just hand it all up, or you can say, you know what? We have a moment in time to make an impact, do our due diligence, listen to what people are saying, write down deep notes, and you can be a part of solving it and work on it. Anyone who thinks that one officer or one department can do this alone for people, they're crazy.
Yeah.
This takes the whole community. This takes all of us to solve. We can't put this on one man, one officer, one police person, one deputy, one sheriff. We have to all come together and say, you know what, this is on us. Are we going to let these people exist and go undetected? Or are we all going to come together and say, this is enough? We are going to stomp this guy out of our community. And I'm telling you right now, we're coming for you. You're going to get stomped out.
Yeah, I feel like America is behind us on this one. I mean, it started with, the community, and then Idaho, and then United States. And I mean, it is just insane. I mean, I have people from Amsterdam.
I was going to say it's worldwide now, because I've got people that are in my chats from all
Finland, little countries in Asia, and Africa. It's insane.
The only role that we can play is to keep this hot. Then that's what we'll do.
Jessica, I'll need another correction from your Supers Loose. But didn't one of them in the call say something about a creeper?
That's WSU Kim that keeps on calling him a creeper.
That was Kim that talked about somebody that was outside the house that was seen that they were calling a creeper. Yes. I don't know if that plays into this at this point, because things have changed. We could find that out.
She never really accurately explained what that meant either. She just kept on saying, I don't know. That's what they tell me. Creeper. Right. And I think she left it sort of up for interpretation.
For all we know at this point, that could have been what they're referring to as when they're in the 911 call, where you hear her referring to at 4 a.m. they saw a guy in their house. That could be the creeper. We don't know that yet.
To me, this does sound like pre-arrest, don't you think?
Yeah, it definitely does.
They don't seem to know who is
they're not saying anything about a suspect at this point, so I'm going to gather it is. So this must have been recorded. This is put out January 13th. So I'm going to venture to say that, yeah, it was probably recorded pre-arrest, in my opinion. Unless they get to some point where they start saying his name. I don't know. We'll see real quick here.
Yeah. You know, I'm not going to sit there and say I have the tech that the FBI does. I'm not going to say I'm smarter than these people or anything like that. But I'm saying our role as a family is it's ebbing, it's flowing, it's molding. It's this one day, it's this another day. And we are there for whatever that is. But it's never going to be for us to sit back and do just nothing. You know, if it's pushing, if it's letting off the gas, if it's, you know, going down to Moscow, going door to door, asking for cameras, asking for testimony, whatever it is, we're not going to stop.
Jesse, do you remember Dave stating? I know Dave stated about somebody being in the Banfield across the field, kind of crouched down. Is that what you mean about a creeper? Yeah, I think I remember Dave making that statement. And that somebody went back over there to they dropped something or went pick it up. It's been so long, you guys. I'm trying to put this stuff back in place in my mind. I do believe that was what he stated. I don't remember hearing Dave saying anything about seeing somebody around the house itself. So that's another interview I'm going to be going over at some point too. I'm probably going to have to break this down shortly and come back this afternoon and finish this up because there's so much more I have to talk about. Not right now, just saying that may come down to it here shortly within the next hour or so. But I'm just saying because I want to look at that interview with him too. Jesse, what's the name of your channel again, my friend?
Just Jesse Shule Picks, I believe it's called. I work for a larger company, so I'm not really actively posting anything on YouTube at the moment.
Gotcha. Okay.
But if you type in my name, you'll see all sorts of videos for other companies.
Okay, there you go, Sarge. Gotcha. Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate it. Leslie, wait a minute. Hold on. Do you remember the photo that came out where there's a guy with a mask on knocking on people's doors? I don't right now, Leslie, but like I said, there's so much that I have inside there I have to bring back to the surface. So it's okay. I think Sarge was just curious about it because he wants to see what you're talking about, what you do, Jesse. That's all.
Yeah, if anybody wants to search my name, they'll see it.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries.
Not gonna let this become normal. We're not gonna let this become normal.
No, you don't go to sleep at night and somebody sneaks in your house.
You don't go to sleep at night not knowing at the end of the day you did absolutely everything you could have that day. To just your own. Okay?
I want.
She'll help us.
Kaylee. Maybe she can help resolve Kaylee's story. They were already working together for other people's stories, but maybe this can help resolve her own story, which is just terrible that this happened to her. But that was the daughter I had. She wanted to help other families find this justice. So if I could find somebody else who already she wanted to work with, then that's the person I want to help solve this case.
She always tried to get me to. Like, I'm not a podcast person. I don't talk. I don't listen to. And she'd always tell me, and I'm like, yeah. I just turn on the radio, AM station or whatever.
And then the crazy part about I think all of it for us too is that we never talked to Kaylee about like how would you on your funeral?
No.
So a lot of these decisions we're making in the dark. So when we can find those personal connections, it feels like a natural path to go down because it
helps with the process of healing.
And that's another thing I want to say is I really admire your family for being in the spotlight and not being like afraid and not just kind of walking away. And you guys are awesome. Like I don't even know how to describe.
We are afraid. We are worried. People tear us apart. We are definitely worried, and they do tear us apart. But it's not.
It doesn't matter.
That's not as important as our daughter's justice. Our daughter's justice is so much. Like, I might not be employable for 100 years.
I might have blackballed myself as well.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter, because there's just so much.
I have to have justice.
It's so much bigger than us now, and we would give everything for it every day, everything every day for the rest of our lives for it. Because Kaylee would do it for us. Anyone, Maddie would do it for us. You know,
all our children would do it for us. But to know what she went through, and to think that I can just pretend like I've done enough.
Yeah.
She went through absolutely a nightmare in our head.
Terror. Pure terror.
So then we have to tell ourselves, if we do that kind of effort, and I think that's the new way to figure out how to get through this, because we're finding out there's a lot of cases that are cold.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cases that are cold. People think just shut up and listen. Guess what? There's those parents are calling me right now and saying, don't be quiet.
Yeah.
Don't make the same mistake I made.
Don't let it die.
You need to be vocal. You need to be uncomfortable. You need to take heat. You need to take risk. You might not be employable, but you might get, you could get justice with that. And that's what we're willing to do.
And those are other victims' parents that have reached out to you, telling you some of their stories.
Other victims literally saying, I follow the rules. I did everything to a T. Multiple times these parents have came out and said, my kids went cold. So I'm thinking, if it goes cold, I'm going to say I gave it my all. I did everything I could.
And we're not trying to say we're not going to follow the rules. We're just saying you need new rules, because obviously the ones that you're using aren't working in every case. Mm-hmm. So we're going to do what's right by us.
Family told us our baby was dead.
Yeah.
6 hours later, they tell us those rules aren't working.
Yeah.
Media goes so fast. So yeah, we're gonna play with some a little bit more. I mean, I
get normally wear to bed.
If you have a
okay, so this we get that. We didn't get an exact time, but there's absolutely no mention of pranks there. That's brand new, guys. So that's a good point, Jesse.
And there's no mention or any way to narrow down the time that they were notified by a student or a friend.
Not unless we were to see those messages per se. But I'm telling you, if we take this with what they're saying, if we take some of what Kim said and you throw it out there, and knowing what we've seen in the text messages that they're on Instagram and all these social media platforms, in my mind, it brings me down to you're talking to somebody who in turn is talking to somebody else. That's how this information got out, obviously, in my opinion. What were you saying to those people? Which tells me you knew something, maybe not exactly what was going on, but you knew something.
If Jeff H was still around, he'd be having a victory lap, because there's no conclusive time there. And I can't pretend that I can state that there's a time there, but I can suggest that you put it in perspective with a football game. A lot of people mention the game in Germany, and that does come to mind that there was an actual earlier game that day as well. Mm-hmm. And the fact that they're complaining pretty seriously about the very, several hours before they were notified. And you'd think if this cousin or niece or whoever was calling to notify them this post 911 call, the response would have sort of been in a reasonable time. You know what I mean? Like they made it seem like the amount of time that passed between that phone call and the time that they were notified at 4:30 was this absolutely unacceptable long stretch of time. I'm not sure if 3 or 4 hours meets that criteria. You know what I mean? Like I could see 6 or 7 hours being a lot more egregious in that way.
Right. Absolutely, Jesse. I absolutely agree with you.
Well, at noon, the police were involved. We could, round up. And they were told at 4:30, so that's 4.5 hours. The question has to come back to who knew before the police were involved and at what time, right? That's what we're trying to figure out, I assume.
And that's why I keep going back to, now that we've seen these text messages, we've seen Snapchat, Instagram. Out of everything that they were on, Snapchat and Instagram, I'm going to say are the ones that may have put the information out there. Those are the most regularly used. Basically, Snapchat, if I'm right, Mama Bear, most of the kids these days use Snapchat for every bit of conversation, right or wrong.
Snapchat, Instagram. Those are the main ones.
That's what I
And
thought.
both Dave and WSU Kim were specifically referring to Snapchat.
Yes, because I remember the big deal being that Kim said because Snapchat messages go away in a period of time. There's no way to prove what she was talking about. Everybody wanted to see. So
yeah, I have a hard time with that because of what they released to us and the behavior of the phones and then the interaction with the police that morning. There's no indication of anybody acting as if somebody has been deceased except Bethany. Bethany is tore up, right? So
Bethany
I'm not sure that
really,
people that arrived at that house would have had knowledge of deceased victims within until after the police arrived. That's kind of how I'm seeing it at this point.
No, I understand that, but at the same time, why is Bethany so upset? As she's
Well,
talking to the line.
that is a contradiction because, and then the statement of unconscious has to be, how would they be so sure of that without having witnessed or known of something in the house?
Well, it doesn't seem like it's a logical conclusion to jump to with no information. There was, as far as we've been told, there's really no information to suggest that Xana was drinking. Like I said, this is a house where everybody's drinking all the time. And, the people that I drink with, I'm not worried about them passing out drunk. You know what I mean? It's just not something that is top of mind for me. They know how to drink. They drink a lot. They party a lot. I'd be more worried about, overdosing or something like that.
Sure.
I'm not suggesting those are the kind of people I hang around with. I'm just saying that seems more logical than passing out drunk. So the fact that they just jumped to that, it doesn't. There's no real justification.
And it's with absolutely no information based on the 911 call and what they've told us. That's based on absolutely no information precluding that they didn't have any idea, but you just guessed that she was passed out, or did you go in that room and look? Because if you
and why are they mentioning that she was drinking? I mean that just doesn't. That sounds like a smokescreen. That sounds like adding information that doesn't need to be added. Your roommate's not answering.
Yeah,
maybe your roommate passed out.
Everything Dylan does is to take the focus off of her. I can't remember. I thought it was a dream. I don't know if it was real.
And I just tell you what happened.
It sounds like a guy arguing that he didn't run the guy over when he was drunk.
I mean, to me, saying she was drinking last night would be saying like Sergeant Friday was eating steak last night.
I did, by the way.
They're always drinking, So what?
He's always eating steak. Yeah,
that information seems out of place.
Right, Jesse. Right, it absolutely makes sense. So like I said, we hear it twice where she tries to refer to. Can I just tell you what happened real quick, please? I mean, it's an urge that she's wanting to put out there. So last night at 4 a.m. and they cut her off, and then she does it again, and she's doing it through somebody else. Can you tell them about the person that was in our house? It's referred to in that sense in a desperate sounding way, in my opinion, at least twice. So why? Okay.
And it contradicts the whole drinking thing. Like, are we talking about somebody that was drinking? Or are we talking about somebody that was in the house at 4 a.m.? Because the two don't mix at all. And the neighbors that just showed up should not be accepting this as a narrative either and repeating it. They're told that we're here because Xana was drinking last night, and then they're told, oh, and by the way, they just told me there was also a guy in the house. That should set off massive alarm bells to anybody with
it was, you're right, and it was presented that way too, because as she's saying, she's like, oh yeah, and you can hear in the background pushing it, there was a guy in their house too.
So that tells us that they did not share, at least with the immediate people that came over, anything specific.
Well, it sounds
about
to me
the
like you
condition of
use
the people.
those people as a smokescreen, right? You use these people because they don't know anything about it, and
that's a good point. Yeah, because
and
otherwise,
then that's your cover story for the 911 call. You get two people, and that's why they're passing them the phone. Right here, you take the phone. You talk to 911.
It takes them away from the situation. Exactly. That's a good point, Jesse.
I said that earlier with everything she said that the police put in the PCA. Everything she described, she started to describe herself and then switched to a guy in black. He's 5'10", he's 5'10" or around, a little taller than me. Not muscular build, but athletic build. She's describing herself. She fits within the realm of that description, and then she jumps from that to giving you information that you couldn't find a guy based on that description and anywhere in the universe.
Nope. Nope.
Everything she does deflects from herself. And here's the other thing. I wanted to say this. The September 2021, where a man invaded a home with a knife that was 5'4" or taller, okay?
Yep.
Is identified by two of the people that he never attacked because he got kicked in the gut.
Mm-hmm.
When Dylan observed this man, no one has ever clarified where she saw him walking towards her from. Because if it's from the living room, then the man from September 21 fits the description Dylan gave the police of 5'10". Because
Good.
that floor is 6 inches, 5 to 6 inches higher, going from the living area to the hallway of Bethany's bed or Dylan's bedroom. So where she makes this identification is crucial. And there's been no clarification of that at all. But it took them 2 years to tell us there was a similar crime with a man and a knife with two college girls a year before this thing where they're blaming Koberger for it.
Right.
So this isn't in other words, are these two crimes connected? It seems to me that there is a high probability that what she saw the man walking towards her, he was walking from the living room towards her while she peeked out of the bedroom, making her height ID 5 or 6 inches wrong.
That's true. Yeah, that would be true. I do have to agree.
So many unanswered questions, and these people don't want to give us the answers. They just want to give us the information so you can get all the guilters happy.
Agreed. Definitely. And that's what they're doing. It doesn't matter what we say, what we argue, the way we turn it to based on what's true, looking at the factual basis side of it, there's always somebody that's turning it around again. Welcome, Jet Set Jay. Good to see you.
Right, and let's clarify that he was already crossing the hallway when they looked at each other, or he was still eliminate that potential question.
Hold on, Sarge.
No,
Jet. None of the victims are being thrown under the bus, and I think most people in here have more than enough common sense. So I appreciate you stopping by. Have a good day. Unbelievable.
We're not throwing anybody under the bus, but these pieces of information should have been vetted and released to the public without any ceiling. None of it is crucial enough other than it puts the police under scrutiny. That's all this is doing. It's not arguing the innocence or guilt of any individual, but this data should never have been held for 2.5 years.
No, Steve even said that.
You can't say that we're shaming victims when we were given a PCA by Bill Thompson and told us that this is all we need to know. And the PCA says one thing, and then 2.5 years later, they released a text message thread that blows that all and proves that was misleading at best, if not outright lies. And not only that, the prosecution releasing their version of this late on a Friday, and then we find out a few days later when the defense adds their supplementary motions to it that there's that even that was out of context, and there's even more stuff starting at 7 in the morning.
What about the single source of DNA? They made it sound like there was only Brian's Koberger DNA that they collected from the crime scene, and that's an outright lie. And they let that lie perpetuate, right? And so these people jumped onto the guilty train, many of them, because they never knew, like us, that there were 7 other DNA samples in that home, including Brian's, and then a potential 8th within gloves they never checked the interior of. So with all of these samples of DNA and you only focused on one, I don't care if that one produced my name. I want to know why you didn't look at the other 7 with the same scrutiny. It doesn't make any sense. It's not like they took blood off a washing machine in the basement. Gloves outside the door that you say he left from? Blood on a sheath that you say contained the weapon? Come on now. The fingernail. I mean, we all know. And that's what's infuriating when you're trying to have a discussion with some of the people that you see in the audience. Wow.
Okay.
Sorry.
And if Steve G can get on national television and say that Brian Koberger is sticking his thumb out to snub it in the face of Idaho and all this speculation, the victims are due their grace, but they're putting off an awful lot of speculative information out there themselves, the G family, and I think that he's not immune to criticism of his own behavior. So far in this case, he's been a wealth of misinformation.
And in fact, I found out. I actually watched it. I think Jules put a video out on it too, where the sister Olivia she's a admin in a Facebook group and listed as the group expert. She's a family member, so it makes perfect sense. And again, this is by no means for me to slam or abuse family members, but it's wrong. Okay. She goes in, and I read this word for word. It was written in Facebook. There, she claims that Brian Koberger, based on what she read and understood, should absolutely not be excluded from the fingernail DNA. That's misinformation at its best. Okay.
Right.
That is absolutely the opposite of what we're saying. So that shouldn't be happening. Not from a family member, at least.
I think the majority of us, if not all of us on the panel, are sticking with innocent until proven guilty, and we're just seeking the piece of evidence that does provide the reasonable doubt to be comfortable with the Mr. Koberger being prosecuted. And the fact of the matter is that everything they allege the man did that night has been proven to be false. Everything they said Dylan did is false. Everything they said Bethany did is false. And that should throw red flags up for everybody. It's not means that you're shaming these victims. But when the police report that's issued for a warrant for a multiple homicide is issued and the statements within are false, the man should never have been arrested, even if he's the perpetrator.
Right.
That's how the justice system is supposed to work.
And a gag order and a propaganda war. The mainstream media being fed certain things so they can regurgitate it and create a false narrative. I mean, this is what we've been being fed. We've been lied to. That's the way I feel. I feel like this is COVID all over again. We're being fed a story.
Do you think the media personalities would have carried that narrative if they'd known in the beginning there were 7 DNA samples?
No,
I don't think the media personalities have any integrity whatsoever, Sarge. I think they'll go with whatever narrative the company they'll toe the company line, whatever they're told to say.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But if there were 7 known samples that were publicly available to us, then they would have to confront that. If they would have known that the girl never went to sleep
now, then.
Well, because now they've already bought into a narrative. There's no they're on the train that they're on.
They're pot committed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm not excluding this man from perpetrating the crime. I think that's where people they don't have the capacity to see understand innocent until proven guilty. Now here's the proof: your innocence is gone, bro. Go to jail. That's how it works. And for Americans, that's our point of view. Should be on anything alleged, right?
The sad part is a lot of people will think, oh well, one guy, he doesn't look. I don't like the looks of him anyways. This is a one-off. And they don't really realize this could happen to you or a family member of yours. And this isn't a one-off. If you're following some of these cases, if you watch Delphi, if you're watching Judge Cannoni and the ruling she's coming down with in the Karen Reed trial and the corruption in Massachusetts in the legal system there, American citizens, I'm not American. Canada's got its own problems. I chose to leave North America and live in Thailand, which is a third world country that has its own problems. But you guys should be horrified by what's happening in the justice system, not just in this case,
I am.
in several other cases. And until people speak out and demand the truth, it's going to keep happening. And eventually it will be you or one of your friends or your family.
Yeah.
Well, you could make a better case. If you took my past and you splattered it all over the news and said I killed them 4 girls, there'd be people waiting outside the prison to shoot me.
Amen.
My past doesn't have anything violent or rape or anything with kids but I committed enough crimes in my past where if that were displayed to the public under the guise that I was a suspect in a multiple homicide, I'd be convicted immediately by the majority of the people that listen to that news broadcast. This guy, what do you got on this guy? I see just some regular guy that had some trouble and recovered from it and went on with his life. And now all of a sudden, I'm going to change the new word, bad luck. I'm going to call Brian Koberger as my short term for bad luck.
Because it just doesn't make any sense. Why him? I mean, it could have been any one of 20,000 people, but it was him. And it makes no sense as to why.
I don't get it. From Potts, and I can't remember what it was.
Welcome back, Annie. Thank you for rejoining us. If you can hear me.
I think she said that she'd be right back. She wanted to show you something.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Ooh, show and tell. Ooh.
Yes.
Oh, shit. I'm here. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, shit. You just scared me. Yes, you're here.
I'm sorry. Am I too loud? How's my audio?
No, you're fine. It's just I was not expecting it, and there you were. So, no, it's good. You're great. You sound awesome.
Sorry. I'm here.
Oh, good. What's up? What did you want to show us?
I can share my screen with you, right? Because you're the host.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. I'm going to share this with you. We could take a little look-see.
Let's see.
Jesse got bounced again. Here, Jesse, hold on. Must have said
Me,
something.
are you using a picture of my ex-wife for your avatar?
I thought that was my ex-wife. Creature.
Mama
Okay.
thought that one.
Can everybody see this?
I can't.
I can now.
All right.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So this is the state's response to the defendant's motion in limine number 2 regarding vague, undisclosed expert testimony. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but this is like my document that I've already downloaded and marked up, and just kind of for my own reference purposes, highlighted a few. So Eric Seat is the person I was mentioning earlier. Eric Seat is the one who had the mixed sample that the state disclosed. Go look at lab report 3 if you want to know who Eric Seat is. Okay. So it says here, the state filed an expert disclosure for Mr. Seat on December 18th, 2024. In accordance with the court's guidance on January 23rd, 2025, that's when they had the sealed hearing. The state filed an amended disclosure for Mr. Seat on March 3rd, 2025. That disclosure addresses the concerns, meaning the YSTR testing raised by the defendant in his motion. So if anybody wants to know where they're going to find like information about Eric Seat and stuff, it's in a lot of the motions. They've been talking about the mixed sample YSTR for a while. So that's only highlighted for me. I wanted to show you this. So Gilbertson is the gentleman who went with Payne out to Pennsylvania.
Yes, ma'am.
Darren Gilbertson. It says this. So this is the state's response. Remember, the state's response. The defendant disclosed expert opinions claiming that more than one assailant was necessary in order to accomplish the homicides in the suggested time frame offered by the state. The state filed a rebuttal expert disclosure for Detective Gilbertson that he would provide testimony that investigators conducted timed runs at 1122 King Road to gain an understanding of the approximate time needed to carry out the homicides. This was done to see if one person could have committed the 4 homicides in the approximately 13-minute time frame claimed by investigators. The result of these timed runs indicated that one assailant could have carried out the 4 homicides in the suggested time frame. So the reason I wanted to show you this is, number one, the defense has disclosed expert opinions that they're claiming that one or more assailant was necessary in order to accomplish the homicides. The defense has also said they're going to show you a pattern of life of the alternate perpetrators. And the state says, well, no, we had Darren Gilbertson here do these timed runs. And law enforcement was able to show, oh yeah, we could do this in 13 minutes or less. It's very interesting. They want to do these timed runs with trained professionals to show that these trained professionals could do this in 13 minutes or less. It's just my observation. I found it because you know me and my brain. My brain.
Definitely a good
Is it the amount of time the professional required to accomplish this single-handedly?
It says 13 minutes.
Listen, did he do it in 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 13 minutes, 9 minutes? How long did it take the professional to reenact
the state says that it was done in approximately 13 minutes.
Okay,
it says estimated by investigators, 13 minutes.
All right, so that tells you the intensity amount of knife strikes that had to have occurred, because that crime could take much, much less than 13 minutes. So I think that really lays at the feet of the prosecution, the intensity of the crime, the amount of strikes that it would have taken for someone to do it. And it took them 13 minutes to get rid of 4 people. That's a lot of time. That's bordering on like you got to really.
2 things that struck me out of it. One, a trained law enforcement professional was able to show that they could do it in 13 minutes or less. Number two, the defense has their own experts who are going to say there's no way, and you would have needed multiple assailants. And the defense is also claiming that they're going to use the devices of these alternate suspects to show a pattern of life for not only the alternate perpetrators, but the victims and Brian.
Say this again.
It's just my opinion. My opinion is what the defense plans to do here is show that like his pattern of life doesn't interact with theirs. However, these alternate perpetrators, their pattern of life very much interacts with the victims.
Okay, thanks. The summary. That was a great summary. Well,
that's just my opinion of what I think the defense means when they say pattern of life.
Yeah, we've all questioned whether one man could do it, and I've always been of the opinion I'm sure one man could have done this, and I think a skilled man could have been able to do it. But with the 13 minutes, that tells you the amount of time each victim or the pair of victims they must have had to interact to inflict the amount of wounds that they know and we don't. They know the number. We have no clue. So somebody said 54 on Kaylee. Just, however, we don't know the true number.
I mean, I never.
The contributing factor for how long it takes.
I never really paid attention to any of that because it hasn't come directly from like law enforcement. It's always like some MSM or some shit, that came from somewhere else. However, we do know that Steve did say that the points of damage don't match. And when the interviewer reiterated, like, you mean that like their causes of death don't match. He said, let's stop playing games, blah, blah, blah. So even back then, Steve's pointing out like their points of damage don't match. If you look at the PCA, Brett Payne almost describes each victim, his visual observation appears to be different for each victim. Two of them have visible stab wounds. One has sharp force injuries. One has injuries that came from an edged weapon. So it's almost like even Brett Payne is observing different injury patterns. So that just makes me question, are the medical examiners for the defense and the medical examiners for the state, are we going to have a thing here where like different times at different stages of lividity, rigor, things like that? All of those things are going to come into play as to, times of death for each thing. And the defense has stated in many of these documents that the timeline is very much at issue for the defense. They're going to argue the time of the crime is not correct.
Yeah, and I think they got a good argument for that. She's pointed out and gone so far as to show the dog didn't start barking until 4:19 or 4:20 a.m. and it continued on for 25 minutes.
Something tells me, with some of the experts that they've hired and stuff, it's just my opinion based on some of the things I've read, that they're going in the direction of not only do they know who they're going to name as alternate perpetrators, they actually have the digital data they think is going to back it up. They plan to present it as an offer of proof. They've already put that. They plan to proffer it. Something tells me they're going in the direction of alternate perpetrators in a staged crime scene.
Yeah, and I don't think that they're going to have a hard time arguing that. And they're trying to block that. All these motions to block that prevent Brian Koberger from defending himself. All our evidence can be entered, but he can't enter alternate evidence. It's insane.
Well, it was I don't know, maybe 6 months ago, 7 months ago, something like that. It was a while back. I remember seeing a new expert disclosure hit the docket from the defense. And when I went and read it, it's for Barbara Wolf. Barbara Wolf was disclosed as a new defense expert, and she's the chief medical examiner for Florida District 5. But some of her credentials in her CV, she teaches like lawyers and members of law enforcement. And she's written some books on recognizing a staged crime scene. How to recognize one, how to spot one. If you're one of these people in your investigation, or if you're a lawyer, if you're a prosecutor or a defense attorney, it doesn't matter. She basically, so I don't know. I feel like that's kind of the direction that the defense is going to go here that they believe there's alternate perpetrators and they believe the crime happened at a different time and they believe the scene was staged. That's just my opinion, though.
That's an interesting opinion because we do know that there was that the time was changed.
It's a solid opinion too, Dago.
It
you
is.
got Ethan's DNA under Maddie's fingernail.
Yeah, but Ethan fell in the range of inconclusive and or exclusionary, just like Koberger.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
So the point that his defense is getting at is that you, for whatever reason, focused on his inconclusive data, even though everyone else you created a likelihood ratio for was also inconclusive. They all sit in the same shoes as Koberger.
Right.
So if you're going to pursue him, then why didn't you pursue the others? That's kind of what they're getting at, is that all of these likelihood ratios that you created for everybody, all of them fell in the range of inconclusive or exclusionary.
Yes. Well, let me ask you something, both of you, one at a time if I can. Well, all three of you, I'm sorry. At this point, with what we've seen so far, all these changes, everything that's been flip-flopped, everything turned inside out, upside down. Annie, let me ask, like, what do you think? Let me just put it this way. Educated guess, okay? As you
I'm not educated.
Now, yes, you are. Yes.
I don't know shit, Dago.
Yeah, you know more than most of us do. Uneducated. I'll leave it that way for you, okay? That way you don't have to pull that. An uneducated guess on your part after everything we've seen, based on everything we've saw over the past 2.5 years. What do you think could have happened at this point now?
Oh shit, man! I don't even. You know me. I don't even like to go there.
I know.
I've always been of the opinion that what I think happened in that house is absolutely irrelevant.
Well,
right?
it is.
To what's going to be presented before a jury. So, what I think happened doesn't really matter, right?
I mean, it doesn't for any of us. I'm just curious, right?
You know, what I think happened in that house, no one would like it. This is why I don't talk about it, because literally what I think happened in that house is, you know,
I get it. I think I know. And that's okay. You don't have to answer that. That's fine.
You know, it's just the way I've always looked at it is there's been a few things that have come out in some of the documents that have corroborated what I think happened.
Well, why don't you share a piece of what you think happened? Why
Sarge, I can tell you right now that you're not far off from a few others, Annie, because I know Sarge thinks that things may have began from the
for an example, Ms. Potts, I don't see the crime scene as being entered from the outside with someone carrying a knife and a sheath. I think that sheath and knife were part of that residence to begin with. My understanding of looking at the crime scene, there's no forced entry on any of the rooms, and that's verified by the fact that the young man opened the door and looked in and came out just completely devastated. So being equal, somebody, I think the crime originated through either people coming into the home pre-crime or were in the home during the crime, before and after. I think the involvement is not a single individual that just randomly came into the home to do this. Doesn't fit. Because where's the argument that he broke in through the sliding glass door? The lock was Jimmy. You know, there's just no information to suggest to me that a car was involved. To me, that's a red herring. They can't make a clean assessment of a vehicle being involved. So if somebody didn't drive there and do this, which is what I conclude, then where did this perpetrator originate from, if not from within the property itself? And that's how I've looked at it from the beginning. I've tried to look at the crime scene as a criminal. There had to be some indications of an infiltration and an exfiltration. And that, to me, sounds like somebody let somebody in. That could be part of this story, right? Or somebody left the door open knowing that somebody was going to come in. You got different text messages from a particular individual. Are you driving, adding new contacts? What's going on here? Did the perpetrator come in from the outside, as the police are alleging? And I don't think they can make that as a fact. I don't think they can support that factually.
Now, I'm going to say, based on what you both have said real quick, that what Miss Girl has here that I put up on screen is kind of where I've been most recently. because of things like Annie said that we've seen in some of the documents and things like that. And I'm not saying it was one of the victims. I'm saying that, and if you go back, Charlie Fry said, no, Fry, I'll just say Fry. I'm sorry, I screwed that up. I mixed two people up. Stated, and a lot of people take it in the wrong way, I think, but he stated in one of the first press conferences that there were other people in that house that night. Okay, there were, in my opinion, there definitely were. And I feel that what Mr. Girl said here is a very good possibility that there was something that went down within the home from people that were, again, I'm not saying these were the victims. I'm saying some people that were close to the victims, okay, within that circle. And that's where this started from. And it got carried away, per se, and turned into this. That's my opinion at this point now. That's all I'm saying. So that statement, that's why I grabbed that real quick. That's a big statement, in my opinion. Mama Bear, I don't know if you have anything on this or what you feel, or I don't know.
I don't know.
I kind of figured that was going to be what you'd say.
I look at it as, what I think happened there isn't really important. What's important is what's going to be brought forth, put before a jury, and what I find intriguing, this is why I enjoy this stuff, is because I'm kind of a doc nerd and I like to see what both sides are presenting that they feel is their evidence to support their version of the case, right? So that's where I find the interest in it. To me, what I think happened there doesn't really, it's not important. There's a couple things that have kind of made me say, okay, well, that kind of confirms a little bit of what I thought, but it doesn't, that could be anything, right? A broken clock is right twice a day, right? So take it with a grain of salt.
I agree with it too. And I often say it's not a matter of finding out who did it. It's a matter of examining the evidence being presented and whether it makes sense to the allegation that someone's charged with. So I always start from innocent till proven guilty. None of my opinion is I'm trying to make sense of a crime scene that they described to me that I keep finding out over and over again isn't exactly true.
Right.
The description of what they've told us isn't accurate. So a lot of my summation has come from relying on what we would call a fact. The PCA is a factual document, and I accept facts at face value until or unless a contravening fact overrules it. And that's all we've been dealing with, are contravening facts. The girl was not asleep. She didn't wake up because of a dog, someone playing with a dog. Why any of that's in the document is perplexing to me. Because when you take the information that we do now have, why couldn't the mix of that information created the PCA? Why lie?
Well, and that's kind of why I was saying this about asking that question. I don't think it, first off, critical. I don't think it was anybody that was lying in wait. I think it was somebody that may have just been there, maybe either hanging out with them or waiting for them to come home. That would normally be there, possibly. Okay, that's my point. And the reason why I'm saying I was asking this question about what we think happened is because I think that is the biggest, most important part of this, as to try to figure out why Brian Koberger is in jail for this right now and is going to be going on trial and facing the death penalty for this. Because, come back up, Eddie, the link's still there, bud. You're welcome to. That's why I asked that question, because I think that's a huge part of this. If we were to know what actually, in my opinion, happened that night, may explain why or how they got to him as the suspect, is what I was asking. So that's why I went there with that. Welcome back, Eddie. Thank you for joining us again.
So this whole time has been troubling me because my notes said December 28th was the Chronicles of Olivia interview.
Mm-hmm.
Now, keep in mind, these notes are in real time. So if
I know yours are. Yeah.
Yeah. If something gets struck down in the meantime, in 2 years passes by, it makes things really confusing, and it makes you second guess. So my question, first of all, I emailed you the source that it can be proven that it was on the 28th that this interview took place and was filmed. But my question to everybody is, why the deception? Does it matter if they're trying to represent that it was January 13th that it took place? I mean, does that change what would that change? And is it important?
Probably not, and probably nothing. Honestly,
Okay.
nothing. Yeah, it doesn't. In
Oh,
my
you mean
opinion,
the date of that interview? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it would change anything.
What's this lady's fucking problem with me? What? Because I won't tell my theory? She's got a problem with me? What's the problem, JR girl? It's okay. Dago knows that I don't share my theories. If I come up and I talk to him, I'm usually talking about documents and
that's fine. That's everybody's right. So there's no reason
I don't have to share my theory. Like, what's the problem?
Not at all. Nobody needs to. That's what's fair. If you want to, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. That's the way this place works. So
And I sort of just share the struggles I have with the information that's been available to us, because it does shift. Some things are revealing that are like, wow, that's crazy. For instance, all the recent data dump, that's crazy. And I don't know that we'll ever be able to.
That's why I brought that up. And like I said, everybody has that option. As always, it's never changed here. Because I just wanted to know, I wanted to express my side of it, because I think that if I can come to a conclusion as to what I think happened, whether it's true, true or not, hopefully it'll be true at some point. And maybe it'll lead me to understand why the hell they got to Brian Koberger. That's all I was saying with that. That's all. Because I don't believe that Brian, at this point, it gets worse and worse every day. And further away from him every day. The more we see, the more that happens, the more that's exchanged and talked about. It gives me just more reason to say no.
For example, if Anne has been contradicted, and she hasn't been at this point, when she said the car was going the wrong way in the wrong road at the wrong time, well, that has not been contradicted. The fact that she said that there were no DNA connecting him to the crime in any of the places we can name, that has not been contradicted.
Sure hasn't.
There's been no contradiction to the arguments that she's made against the accusations by the people making the accusations. And in fact, their information that's now being forced, because Judge Hippler said, you got to unseal this stuff. You're starting to see a pattern of behavior by the police themselves that's interpretive in a way they interpret the data. But does the data really say what they're pointing at? And that's where it doesn't. And so when someone says, what's an alternative theory, you'll notice I don't run to the Banfield or to the frats or to the drug dealers I avoid any outside and try to stay with just the data they've shared with us.
Of course.
And try to make that make sense as to how this crime could have happened. And the 13 minutes, I doubt that 13 minutes is accurate, because you have a car that they claim is involved that didn't park until after 4:07 in so many seconds, that then had to ingress the property and get upstairs. So the actual wielding of the knife didn't take place until maybe 4:09. You got to give a guy a minute break. You're breaking into a home, folks. You're not walking in like you own the joint. They're telling us the kid got into a home that he'd never been in, that we now know he had no connection to. So you got to give yourself time to sneak up on the house, make sure no one's seeing you, open the sliding door, get in, and then decide to go up or go in. So that stuff, you got to forfeit a minute. You got to forfeit half a minute to go from the car. So you're at 4:09. The car pulled away at 4:20, which means he had to leave the house within a minute and a half of 4:20. So now you're back to 4:18 and a half. You, in other words, the 13 minutes doesn't even apply.
Right.
And I'm surprised Anne is with. I think she'll argue that in trial. But so when you narrow it all down to the facts they're giving us, it just simply doesn't point to a single perpetrator. I don't care what his name is coming in from the outside. It just
That's
doesn't.
my whole point. Right. Welcome, Twiz.
Yo.
Twiz.
Hi, Twiz.
What's up, buddy?
I just want to let everybody know, if anybody's trying to say what's going on or what happened in the house, we don't know shit about what happened in the house.
Right. That's absolutely.
Other than Brian Koberger Brian Koberger was not in the house because he was in Lewiston that night. That's what we know.
Right.
That is a fact. I was asked to play this. Does anybody know who this guy is? I was asked. I was sent this twice now, and I didn't get to play it the first time. I'm sorry, Leslie. This is out of East Idaho News. Hold on. I was asked to play this as a... Okay, hold on. Let's see if it works. I don't know that I can play this.
That looks like a screenshot.
It is. Listen to this article, and it's got this guy's face. Yeah, it won't let me play this, Leslie. But I'm guessing that this is somebody that, from what I was explained to me, is that is possibly another suspect. Is that right, Leslie, or no? I don't recognize him from anywhere.
You might be able to like Google the headline off it and see what happens, but
She said, at Dago, please play video. Shows Brian taking down camera in Idaho with his car. Please check email.
Huh?
With car.
That's new. Who said that?
Leslie and Billy.
That's what I just pulled up, I thought. Hold on, I'm looking again.
Is that on your channel there?
Okay, this is one here. Neither one of these are playing, Leslie, as videos. Hold on, let me pull the other one up. Give me 1 minute, folks. Lord.
Rolo says it's not Brian.
This isn't Brian in this photo. I can tell you that right now. I can definitely tell you that based on the.
Yeah, someone's saying that video isn't true. Seahawks fan is saying it wasn't true.
Yeah, this is not Brian. I can tell by the eyes, the nose, and just in general.
The eyebrows.
Oh, dude.
The eyebrows. Yeah, it won't play, Leslie. It's not an actual video. It's just a screenshot of one. I'm sorry, hon. But that's not
That's
him
what
either
I
way.
thought. I was like, it looks like the CEO dude.
It looks more like Luigi. Yeah, it does.
It's a false story, and media stories often are false or misleading, or intentionally, or just through sheer ignorance. There's
a lot of
not
them
really
out there.
applicable.
Yeah,
Hey,
there's a
Dago,
lot.
real quick, if you wouldn't mind,
Yeah.
that email that I sent you, would you be able to show that real quick? It's just text.
Yeah, 100%.
Similar to the
Hold on.
previous one I showed you. I can assist you to scroll to the part.
No worries. This is the Olivia. Yeah, I got you, bud. No
Yeah,
problem.
the independent.
Absolutely, Eddie.
You know, because bringing receipts is important, and seeing is believing.
Agreed.
Just me up here saying it won't, express.
Yep. All right, here we go.
So just scroll through. Okay, you probably.
Okay.
Can you see it well there?
I can. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can, but I can.
So
I
that's
can
like
make it a little bigger. Hold on.
It's the third paragraph.
There we go.
Okay. Let me see. It starts, the third paragraph, I believe, starts. Goncalves family has now shed new light on why she must have been calling her ex-boyfriend Jack Decour. Okay, about midway through that paragraph.
In a sit-down interview with the YouTube channel Chronicles of Olivia, filmed 2 days before Koberger's arrest, the Goncalves said their daughter broke up with Mr. Decour ahead of her purse. So it says right there, in a sit-down interview with YouTube Chronicles 2 days before his arrest.
So there you go.
Right. Absolutely.
That's interesting. I don't know why.
I think probably because it took them time to get back home, to edit it, to do all this and that, and that's why it didn't come out till January 13th. That's my
that
opinion.
makes it. Yeah, it's heavily edited.
Oh, big time. Yes, you can tell, and you can see you can definitely see the cuts in the video throughout the whole thing. I said that a long time ago, but yeah, there's your proof and point right there, Eddie. I get it. If you're like me, these things will drive you insane until you figure out the answer to it. So I get it.
Can I ask
I appreciate you so much, Dago. You're so accommodating. Thank you.
Anytime, all the time, every time, my brother.
Can I ask a question of everybody that's in the room? A simple answer.
I can try.
What part of this take out all DNA, and what part that's left shows beyond a reasonable doubt that Brian Koberger was involved in this crime?
Absolutely
Is there
nothing.
anything you've seen, and this goes for everyone in the chat room, even Eddie. He ran out of here though.
None of it. My wife's in the backgroround and said none of it. So none of it.
What do you think, Miss Potts?
Yep.
There's an interesting thing.
What'd
They're
you say? I
saying
was
that
looking for a document. What'd you say?
I said, is there anything in this case, taking away all the DNA discussion, that would lead you to believe, beyond a reasonable doubt, or even consider that Mr. Koberger was at that property during the times listed?
So far, no.
Yep.
Okay.
Everybody else is answering to nothing, zero, not a dang thing. Now, like I said, my wife is in the background doing crafting and said, "Damn thing, not a damn thing." So,
And that's what matters when you find a DNA sample, regardless if it's transfer or not. It's circumstantial, unless you can provide beyond a reasonable doubt the presence of the perpetrator, that would then make the presence of the DNA part of the crime scene and not just happenstance.
right, and you know something, Sarge, and Annie and Twiz and everybody else that has been part of this for 2.5 years now. There's so many of us that see this for what it is. Okay, and almost every one of us has been shut down at least once, if not many, many times, on what we think and feel and what we see and how we feel about what we see. Of course, there's just as many of us on the other side of this too. But for that many people to see something this the way it is, that's a problem for me. I could see if it was 1 or 2 people, or even 10 or 20 people that looked at this and went, something's not right. But thousands of people have looked at this and went, something's wrong with this, guys. There's something not right. That says something to me. It doesn't mean that it says we're not crazy. Okay. So, and like,
here's an example. Listen, people haven't been taught to think. At one time, gravity was considered a force. Then Einstein came along and said gravity is the distortion of space, or the bending of space. But then when you ask them, if space is empty, what's being bent? They can't answer the question. And people no longer pursue an answer to the question of what is gravity. That's why they call it a theory of gravity. They don't know. Okay.
Right.
So in a situation like that, that's an extraordinary example of people. They just surrender their thinking. They no longer pursue to try to understand what it could really be. And when you look at all of the data that they're giving us, to me, your goal is to assemble the data in a way that puts Mr. Koberger in the home during the hours of 4:07 to 4:20. And that's what you're looking to see. Forget the DNA. You need to show that the DNA could only have entered that home through his direct presence during the time of this crime.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I'm thinking, that's where I'm seeing Ann is really showing that there is no way to show that.
Yeah.
And
Can I
with the prosecution? Sure, I'll shut up.
Can I share something with you?
I would love it if you would.
No. Yeah, go ahead.
No, Annie.
We want to hear it. Always.
All right. It'll be quick. It's not long.
No, take your time. It doesn't matter.
All right. It's only a couple pages. So this is I'm sorry. So the building next door to me, they literally just released about 40, no less than 40 children from the building over there, because it's really nice out, and they're all out here screaming like they're being murdered, but it's because they're having fun. So
yeah,
if you hear them, sorry about that. They're not mine.
It's okay.
All right. So this is going to be the right here. Defendants. Let me get my life together on my screen here. Defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine regarding the alternative perpetrator evidence, right? Their argument: Mr. Koberger has a right to present a full and complete defense for the crimes of which he is accused. Yes, agree. A lot of this is just the case law that they're citing. What I highlight is, it says here, when presenting a full and complete defense of the crimes charged, Mr. Koberger should be given an opportunity to proffer evidence of an alternative perpetrator so that such evidence can be properly evaluated for relevancy and admissibility under the Idaho rules of evidence. And then it gives you what to do when an offer of proof is not made clear, blah, 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 etc. We don't need to go through all that. Here, okay. The state argues that literally thousands of tips regarding possible perpetrators were received by law enforcement during the course of the investigation, and that none of these tips were substantiated, with the exception of information regarding the defendant. The state is correct that over 45,000 tips have been disclosed, and tips continue to come in daily. This case is full of alternative perpetrators. The state has chosen to focus on Mr. Koberger at its own peril. Mr. Koberger will produce offers of proof related to many alternate perpetrators in this case that will meet the Idaho Rules of Evidence 401, 402, and 403. Many alternate perpetrators can be connected to the crime.
Wow. That's deep. And I'm okay. That the last part where you said Mr. Koberger will provide. I can't
Want me to
wait.
read it again?
Yep. Yeah, that one part. Go ahead, if you will. For anybody that didn't hear this, please listen to this. This is pretty big to me. Go ahead.
And if you want the document too, if anybody wants to follow along, it's the defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine regarding alternative perpetrator evidence.
That's what I wanted. Alternative perpetrator evidence. Thank you, Annie.
So Miss Masseth here says this case is full of alternative perpetrators, and the state has chosen to focus on Mr. Koberger at its own peril. Right. Mr. Koberger will produce offers of proof related to the many alternate perpetrators in this case that will meet the Idaho Rules of Evidence 401, 402, and 403. Many alternate perpetrators can be connected to the crime.
That is huge.
That's powerful. You know, to me, they have to eliminate the other samples as being involved in this crime. And the only way to have done that would be to have identified them and then been provided an alibi from each and every one of those samples. If they've neglected to do that and can't present that argument as the prosecution, then you have 7, potentially 8 potential individuals that could have committed that crime. And therefore, you can't hang the whole crime around Koberger, even if he was involved. There's a lot of leeway in the idea that if multiple people are committing a crime, you can't all charge them with firing the gun. One person did that, right? And there's 6 people with him. So there's 7 people that are a party to the crime directly. And one person's going to get charged with murder, and the other 6 are going to get charged with parts of that, right? Their accompaniment, their array. And this is where you get, when you're trying to nail this guy for being the doer of the crime, it doesn't exclude him from being a participant in the crime. But if you try to, in other words, it would be easier to get him as a participant. Yeah. And yet they chose to go with him being the only sole person to do that, and then turn up all this evidence of other DNA samples directly related to the crime scene. That's a big hill to climb.
It is. And if you take that and go back to what she just read, to their own peril,
right?
They will provide many alternate perpetrators.
Yeah.
Guys, many possible. That's a lot of, many means more than 2, 3 or 4, 5, maybe 6, 8, 10. Who could be how many?
In her closing argument, she'll make this point in her closing argument.
Oh, that's going to be, yeah.
Well, I'm trying to find the document too, where they talk about how the they plan to show the what's the word they use for it? Pattern of life.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Trying to find the document where they talk about they have the devices. They have like the devices and digital data and stuff of these alternate suspects, and they plan to show a pattern of life of not only Mr. Koberger, but these alternate suspects as well, using their devices to do so.
Their pattern of life. In other words, the times at which each person became deceased?
No, I think what they mean by pattern of life is that because the defense knows the state is going to attempt to use Brian's pattern of life to show that he visited the same stores as some of these victims, that he maybe shopped at the same places. I think that the defense is going to use the patterns of life of the alternate suspects whose phone data and other data and devices they have to show, okay, well, yeah, we can show you Brian's pattern of life and how his pattern of life, maybe he shopped at the same stores, but he never came in contact with these people. Right. Whereas these alternate perpetrators, their patterns of life, they interact with these victims every day.
Yep.
We don't know that Cy Ray didn't do he's got the full download of 3,800 people with their cell phones connected to those towers. It's within his ability to, that's what he does. It narrows it down. Are any of those 3,800 perpetrators, their phones connecting? or putting them in a location closer to that home? And are any of those names connected to any of the other people connected to the victims, in other words?
Twiz.
So there's a whole bunch of work that he can do to provide the defense with an alternative suspects.
Right.
Well, all 3,800 of those people are a better suspect than Brian because he didn't show up on that tower dump.
You're right. You're right. 100% right. Yeah.
I would also just like to point out that they didn't say that the K-bar knife that he supposedly purchased on Amazon had a tan leather sheath that said USMC on it either, did they?
No, they didn't. They did not verify that the
Yeah,
USMC
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
but there is an
bought a
item
K-bar.
number for it. Wait, there's an item number for it, and you could actually find it on Amazon.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily the one that he bought.
Right. There's generic versions of that.
That warrant, I believe, is from before he was arrested because they were trying to see who in the area purchased one.
Oh.
I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that warrant was just a general warrant to see who had bought that ASIN number.
Okay.
Yeah, because like I said, when I went back a year and a half ago and I was looking at all these knives and showing these swords and knives and weapons and everything, there's like 4 different variations of what would be a K-bar knife. And I think one of them had the USMC stamp on it. The rest of them, they look like this knife, but they're cheap versions of it. There was no USMC stamp, any of that kind of stuff. Based on what we were reading in this stupid PCA and the other documents, the one that they found has the United States Marine Corps stamp on it, right or wrong. I don't believe the one that I just contradicted myself. You know what I'm trying to say? The one that they put in the documents didn't say for sure that was what was on that knife or knife sheath, right?
In the PCA, it says that they noticed a tan leather sheath with USMC stamped on it.
Okay,
that's
so
the sheath that's found at the crime scene.
Right, but now later in the documents, it states about this knife and doesn't claim that it has that stamp on it. Am I wrong? More recent documents, I believe. There's a more recent document where they're referring to this and it doesn't have that on there then. So I don't know if that's just misprint or whatever, but
or they're trying to change their story, but
that's what I'm saying. Is that a misprint or are we changing this again?
Their story's been changed on every allegation in that PC.
You guys want to hear something crazy?
No. Yes. Yeah.
Of course.
No.
Always, Twiz.
I know a person who bought a K-bar knife in Moscow about 6 weeks before the crime.
Really?
Turn yourself in. Come on, Twiz. Be a man.
What do you mean?
He's making a joke. But
I didn't buy it. I didn't sell it.
Sure.
But you know somebody that bought one, kept it, and they still have it, or what's the deal?
I have not seen the knife, so I can't verify this story yet.
Okay.
But there's more to the story, but I'm going to keep that on the DL for a little bit.
And that's fine. And please verify where you live right now, by the way, if you can.
Pullman, Washington.
Meg D.
That way, anybody. I got to venture to say Twiz is probably better looking than BK. I'll give him that.
Don't make me laugh. That hurt.
I don't think we've ever seen Twiz, have we?
I have. And you watch some of the court hearings, you'll see him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was sitting back there behind.
There's a few shots, but limited, you know.
Are you holding up a peace sign behind Kohlberger's head like rabbit ears?
He's kind of like a Bigfoot. He's kind of like a Bigfoot.
If you can't get a do that, Kohlberger, I don't believe you were in court.
Maybe I'll do that on the 9th, but
there you go.
The cameras won't work for it.
You only see him when he wants you to see him. Oh, Jesus, Terry. Uh-oh. You got a fan.
I absolutely have a picture of me, Brian, Ann, Cy, and Bicca.
All together?
Yeah.
Dang.
They grabbed it from the hearing.
Dang.
How did they allow that?
Well, it's from the YouTube. Like it's from their recording. It's zoomed in, so it's not like a clear picture.
Gotcha.
But
real quick, I wanted to read this. Mama Bear put this in the back for us. That DCD, for those of you that didn't understand this is what he was diagnosed with, by the way, too. Is DCD is a neurodevelopmental condition that can co-occur with, but which is distinct from the ASDs, which is autism spectrum disorders. also known as dyspraxia, DCD, is characterized by impairments in the development of motor coordination, which is motor skills, movement, certain things like that, including, but not limited to, dexterity, limb speed, and yeah, that's a big one. Dexterity, limb speed, and gross and fine motor skills. Like the ASD's dyspraxia has a high heritability on the order of 70%, a strong indication of a biological etiology. DCD is associated with structural and functional disruption of motor control and coordination networks with minimal modulation by psychological factors.
I have something I want to say. Listen.
Yes, sir.
I suspect that the FBI used his entirety of even including his medical information in that sample. And that's how they associated Brian Kohlberger right there.
Yep. And this is a childhood disease, folks.
That's a guess, folks.
Not something new. This was a childhood thing. Okay. It is noteworthy that Brian continues to show evidence of significant motor and coordination. Coordination's a big one. Issues as revealed through formal testing by doctor order. Okay.
Do you know what I was told the other night?
Of course we don't until you tell us.
Okay, well, we all know that what I'm saying is that Brian drove from Willowwhite Park through Lewiston back up to Pullman, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was told that the fact that he could make that drive means he's the murderer.
What?
Are you serious?
Well, he's coordinated enough to drive windy roads. Of course he could kill people.
Oh my gosh.
Put it in the bucket with all the other dumb shit, Twix. That's all you gotta do.
Boxing trained him to be a stabber. Have you guys heard that one?
No.
It's not even the same movement.
Filleting fish that he was incapable of doing, which does lend to this illness, folks.
It does, but his
if he's having issues too with motor function and hand-eye coordination, then it would make sense that maybe he'd want to take some boxing courses to help with that.
Correct.
Or, I mean, in the middle of the night when it's dark, you have the ability with no hand-eye coordination to stab people in the dark.
Well, I think this explains why he was fired from the fish company.
It is. He was sucked at it. They said it. So
well, this also explains too why in one of the documents that we just read that I brought up, his defense team is saying that they are going to be able to present evidence that you would have needed more than one perpetrator to commit this crime. The defense already has their experts that are going to testify that multiple people were needed to commit this crime in 13 minutes or less.
Or even a better argument would be that if a healthy, educated, trained in combat police officer took 13 minutes, Brian would still be there. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Agreed.
Would have been out. He'd be chasing them around the neighborhood still, if he could even do that.
My son has dyspraxia. It also causes poor muscle tone, so not a lot of strength. So when you're fighting with somebody, come on. I mean, these things, this alone, in my opinion, says a whole lot by itself. Okay, it tells its own story.
He didn't seem too out of the ordinary in any of the traffic stops we witnessed, in all fairness, for the brief moments of interaction we did see, or him walking in and out of the courtroom. You wouldn't see that. In other words, you wouldn't be able to say that there's something physically handicapping the guy. He seems right. But I understand that when you're taking 13 minutes to take 4 lives, the amount of interaction and effort that it would take would exceed that kind of diagnosis of an illness.
Well, let me say something then too. And Jesse, real quick, Jesse, that's a great comment. The guilters have excellent flexibility and dexterity because they do mental gymnastics all day long to try to make square pegs fit into round holes. Good point, Jesse. Good point. But I want to go back to not only
put that on a shirt.
Agreed. Not only does he have this issue, guys, but he has obsessive compulsive disorder. Okay, in a bad way. So me, I have OCD. Okay. And you can ask my wife, she's here. I can't handle disorganization or big messes or I don't know, giant spats of blood everywhere. Anything like that is going to disturb me to no end. And I'm not saying everybody's the same, but we have a lot of things that contribute to the factor that Brian has issues. Okay, granted, but they're the issues that go against this, in my opinion. They point away from this, in my opinion. They're real. They've been diagnosed. They're there. So
who does a selfie with the top button of a shirt like that? It's a dress shirt. Who buttons the top button with no tie? I mean, he isn't. He's not a ladies' man. He could, not to say that looks are the only thing that make you a ladies' man. Men are afraid of women sometimes, no matter how attractive they are. But he seems awkward with his thumb up like that. The picture, the smile.
He is Sarge. He's awkward as
Seems
hell.
like a pleasantly awkward guy that probably isn't going to be approached by many people like, hey, want to go get a beer? He just doesn't come off as that kind of a guy.
No, agreed. There's too much. There's just too much that say to me, like, I can't see him being comfortable being in that situation alone.
I know.
Okay. Not to mention everything else that goes along with it. It just doesn't make sense. And then you add this to it with the poor motor skills and the hand-eye coordination issues and the dexterity issues and speed. Come on.
Well, Brian, I will say Brian considered himself the way he wrote about himself in his raps. He called himself the gentle giant. So don't know what that's worth, but he definitely referred to himself as the gentle giant in his raps. If that gives an idea of what he thought about himself, right?
Yeah. Wasn't he hanging out with an Asian girl, and Asian women generally tend to be very short in stature, very small?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I believe he had I think she was Korean or something they brought up. Yes.
Yeah. And
I
then
heard
her
that
eyes
he was
and
in like Clarkston with her that day.
I don't know. Yeah. I
don't know if that's true or not.
No, but it's out there.
If anybody's curious, I still think he listened to I Just Had Sex by Lonely Island and sent that picture to his mom.
You're just a mess.
Yvonne. Yeah, see, I'm with Yvonne. Yvonne's hitting the nail right on the head, right? So if you struggle with dexterity, especially your fingers, your hands have problems, and it would make sense that maybe if he is sending that picture to his mom, he's like giving her the thumbs up that like I could button my shirt.
Yep, I got you. That's a good point, Yvonne. It makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. I mean, guys, if you look at his hands, okay, that fist that he's making, I mean, it's like he's really, if you look at his knuckles, how white they are, it's like he's really trying hard to get his hand closed. You see what I'm saying? It's not that hard to make a fist, and it doesn't white knuckle. But when you're squeezing hard to keep it like that, in my opinion, that's going to make your knuckles whiten up that bad because they're really, really bad. Okay. Why would you have to do that unless you're struggling to make that fist? That's my opinion.
Remember when people were commenting too about how red his hands are?
Yes.
Back in the day, right?
Yep.
So obviously, clearly, he's got I don't know, vascular, whatever. There's something going on,
Right.
Never mind the fact that they've already said he's an avid hand washer because he doesn't want things getting in his eyes, and he doesn't want mold or anything toxic. So he's changing his shower curtain often because he's afraid of mold and things like that. It actually makes perfect sense for his awkwardness.
You want to know who he reminds me of, you guys? And I said this a year ago too. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with the show Monk, Adrian Monk. That is exactly who Brian reminds me of, is Adrian Monk. Okay.
It's a shame that none of these streams have really paid much attention at seeing him as an individual and trying to put those pieces together, because like I was highly offended when the police officer interpreted him as committing a criminal act by turning off his phone. That to me is offensive, and I'm a bad guy. I'm a criminal, so I wouldn't object if you thought I did that, right? Because that's something I would do. But this guy is just, now you see this about his medical condition. You see the picture they just released. He doesn't come off. There's just nothing in his makeup, his past. Even if he stole his sister's phone, it's so minimal. I mean, the guy didn't have enough courage to go steal from a stranger.
The court of public opinion, the propaganda wheel that's been strolling hard, nobody will look at him as a human being. That's what Willie said. He got pissed because, like, the dude's a human being like everybody else. He's not this monster until you prove that he is.
Right.
That's a fact. Nobody looks at all the real things about him, like we're looking at right now, that say that right there is a good reason why he may not.
Didn't his dad try to make friends for him to go swimming or something?
He talked to the guy that was going to go to the pool party, the neighbor with him, and said, hey, why don't you try to hook him up with some people to get him out there and doing things?
Yeah. So he just doesn't have the characteristics. Now, could someone like that all of a sudden snap and become the boogeyman? Yeah, but
of course,
look at him in court, and he's so prone to being respectful and doing what he's told and sit there silent. And
And
He's
even
not,
yeah, even that going back to it always pissed me off. Going back to the traffic stop with the female police officer, I've watched. I don't know how many people go, look at how he's looking at her. Look at how he's talking to her. Look at what he did. Nothing but be respectful to her, and he was.
And he wanted to understand the stupid Washington driving laws because he's not from here.
Right, and he really
because
did
he wanted to follow the law.
Right,
but he's a criminal. Does that too, right? Right, Twiz? Yeah. The point is, that's it, right there. That's it, right there. There was no.
There's no way any of you listeners or anybody that's following this case on YouTube could enter a courtroom being accused of what he's accused of and maintain the composure this kid's maintained for 2.5 years. You just couldn't do it. You hear these cops lying, you hear these things being said that you know aren't true, and there's no way any of us that we claim we're normal. I don't know about that, folks. You'd be in the ear of your attorney. You'd be huffing and puffing over there. It'd be, what do you mean I was at that house? If he did not do this, and he himself knows the truth, and even if he did do it, he'd be keen to point out the discrepancies in their evidence to his attorney while he's sitting there.
He's never.
You guys ever gone to court with a lawyer and not communicated with that lawyer during the hearing? Of course you have. If you've been to court.
Even in Pennsylvania, Jason Labar, his attorney in Pennsylvania, came right out and said that Mr. Koberger is aware of what's going on. He assumes law enforcement has his GPS data, and he's looking forward to getting back and clearing this up.
Yep.
So isn't it interesting, the GPS data, timing advance reports, things like that? Oh, well, that just happens to be the thing they produced for 3,800 people on the tower, 2 victims, a different suspect, and miraculously they don't have his.
Yep. Yeah, it's a tragedy.
The cell data has always been the most important thing. Brian said it before he came back here and has been asking for the cell phone data since February of 23.
Yep.
The alibis, cell data, everything is cell data. Timing reports, alibis. Everything is cell data, and the state doesn't want to use it. I wonder why.
And I said that in the beginning on Dago's show when I first came on live. The PCA is his alibi.
Yeah. Yeah, in a sense.
The
Especially
police themselves. The work the police did will show that he wasn't there if they do their job fairly.
Autistic people are known for their patterns, right?
Yes, sir.
Go look at what it says the day after how he drives to Lewiston. It's straight down 195. With the new 7 minutes that they've just disclosed, where is he heading? South out of Pullman, down 195 towards Lewiston.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, he's the type of person, like I said, that gets up and does everything a certain way every single day. Okay. And will follow the same routes every single day. We'll park his car the same way every single day. We'll back out of a parking lot the same way every single time, every single day. That's all there is to it. So there's too many of these flags that are pointing away, too many arrows pointing away from this that I can't. The more we do this, the more we look at, the more we bring out. I don't see it, you guys. I just don't see it. And what I want to know, like Annie was talking about here a little bit ago, that there's going to be proof of many other alternative perpetrators. And then when that happens, I want the question asked and answered. Where have they been all this time and why? Why did you stop on him and not look into the rest of this? What's the point behind that? What are you protecting? What are you hiding? What are you doing? And you know, for 2 years, all of us have been called crazy for thinking any of that.
Well, we don't know what they gave her as far as their investigative information. And, you know, they did exclude some people. The question is, were any of those people connected to the DNA samples? And that's almost a no, because we are to believe that they did no work on those DNA samples to get an identity. So, you got 45,000 tips. Okay, so you excluded 50 you thought might be involved. But what about the 7 other samples of DNA in the house, or the 5 or the 3 or whatever it is? Can you sit here today and say that those people had nothing to do with the crime?
Why are they only looking for male samples?
Answer that. I'm sorry?
They're only looking for male samples.
And they had male blood on a railing, male blood on a glove, male blood on a sheath.
Well, why aren't they looking for female samples? Thank you. Good point. Yeah, I thought that a long time ago.
Oh, I get your point. Sorry there, Twiz. That was
Well, let's not forget too that even back in like June of 2023, Bicca Barlow in her declaration says that prior to Mr. Koberger like even being named or charged, there were 3 to 4 other male profiles uploaded into CODIS. Oddly enough, none of them were male blood B or male blood D. So who, you understand what I'm saying? So if male blood B and male blood D never went through CODIS, who are the other 3 to 4 that they did put into CODIS prior to Koberger being
I know who one of them is. It's Twiz's friend with the knife.
Well,
Yeah,
I did a
that
little research
70-year-old
on
man
it.
who's
I
shorter
did
than
do a
Dylan
little
would really
research
show
on
it.
it.
Okay.
And it can't be a victim, number one. It can't be someone related to the victim. And it has to be DNA that came directly from the crime scene. It can't be, cigarette butt, something like that. It has to come directly from the crime scene or a victim. And it can't be a victim or someone related to the victim or a boyfriend of the victim.
But
Well, how about this? Maybe it didn't come from the crime scene. It came from the people that they cleared.
They were cleared too fast, maybe?
Yeah, like Jack D, Hunter Johnson, perhaps. I don't want to name names, but I think it's been said that they were tested to just like exclude them.
Yeah, but what I think she's saying is female DNA that could be there at that point. Well, can you hear me, Kane? Hello?
We're here.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Can Kane hear me?
Listen, there's no doubt that the 2 young ladies upstairs could have been heartbreakers to other girls' boyfriends. I mean, they're all the young women in that home were very attractive, and any one of them, whether they had any intention to go out with a different guy or not, any one.
All I know is that whoever these other 3 to 4 people were that they took their DNA and put it into CODIS, it's DNA that came from the crime scene, because you can't take. It can't be a boyfriend, it can't be a family member, and it can't just be random DNA. It has to be DNA from the crime scene. So whoever these 3 to 4
race.
Right. So whoever the 3 to 4 male profiles are that were uploaded to CODIS prior to Koberger being apprehended are 3 to 4 male profiles collected from the crime scene.
Yeah. Meaning it could be somebody else that was in that house. Would be somebody else that was in that house, possibly. Friend.
Yeah, and it's not going to be Jack D, and it's not going to be Jake. It's not going to be anybody's boyfriend. It's not going to be anybody's brother, father, none of that. It has to come from direct evidence from the crime scene.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to jump down, but I want to just say this for the guilters that we come across is that when all of this other DNA evidence was made public, they had every excuse in the book that mimicked the same excuses being made for the transfer DNA's presence. So the railing doesn't matter, the glove doesn't matter, and blood on the sheath doesn't matter. It could have been there any time. Yet the only DNA that matters is the one the police have been telling them is the perpetrator. In other words, don't question us. This is the guy. And you guilters will, like Jesse said, square pegs and round holes.
Follow the narrative. That's all they want. Follow the narrative.
But I appreciate you having me up here. It's been awesome.
Oh,
I didn't take a steak out of the freezer. I've been here all day.
Go eat your steak, Sarge. We'll see you again soon.
All right, we'll talk to all of you. It's good seeing all of you. Miss
Bye,
Pie.
Welcome, Kane. Thank you for joining us. How
hey,
are
Diego,
you?
thanks for having me. How's my
Hi,
audio?
Kane. Absolutely. Sound good, brother.
Awesome. Hi, Miss Potts. What's up, Twiz? I wanted to get up here and support my boy Twiz. I don't know if it's one thing you guys mentioned about his ADS or whatever it is, ASD, is the coordination. And nobody seems to be focusing on that issue that he has. So when you're going to do a run through as the cops, and you can supposedly do this in 8 minutes, how do you all of a sudden have the coordination? You guys were talking about it with the shirt, right?
Right.
So that weighs pretty heavily into it. But not to steer the show in a different direction, but something that Operation GCD podcast has brought to our attention is that on the 11th of November, the FTX crash with Sam Guy and the $500 billion lost, and you
Right.
notice Steve G wearing the hex hat in the beginning, and so when you have a margin call, people got to pay. So you notice as time goes by, he switches from a money guy to he's got the religious hat on, right? And he's also kind of changed his tune about how the prosecution is presenting their case and communicating with them, and you almost feel for him that he could be fooled by what he's seen with the picture here that he said he's been sitting on for so long, and the click data and all that. But I think Twiz brings up the most important thing is that timing. Is it timing analysis, Twiz?
It's a timing advance report.
Advance report, right, is going to be the most important thing to come out, which they have not released yet, because that'll show where everybody is.
Right.
Is that right, Twiz?
It's per device, but they could get it for every device. Maybe.
They should.
They turned over, the state turned over in the discovery the timing advance reports of all 3,800 people on the tower, 2 victims and a different suspect.
It all depends on which carrier they have and if they wanted to get them in time. So Brian's actually kind of lucky that he has AT&T because it keeps the timing advance reports for the longest, if not like the second longest from all the carriers. And some of the carriers, they delete that stuff after like a week.
Okay. They can't pull that back. They can't pull it at all.
That's what it says. They delete it. They only keep it for like a week, 2 weeks. AT&T keeps it one of the longest.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, but they have the original timing advance data.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is if like they went back on him like 8 months or 6 months or whatever, like if they wanted to do that on somebody else and it was after their carrier deleted the data, how do they get it?
Right. Got you. Absolutely. That is interesting. And I do agree with you, Kane. Jesse said the same thing. I think a lot of us noticed the hex hat and then how the hex hat slowly went to the other hat and things like, that was kind of an evident visualization in my opinion. Very much.
Well, Brian was dabbling in crypto too. They disclosed that in some of the latest documents, his crypto account.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. That is true.
So, where you guys at on the knife and the sheath and the end search? He didn't order one after, but apparently he was looking for one. I know how Miss Potts feels on that.
They cherry picked that. They went in my opinion, because I'm always on Amazon, and all they did was look at a previous search or a previous purchase or whatever, and said, "Oh, he was looking for one again after the fact." Bullshit. Miss me with that. I'm sorry.
Well, the interesting thing with that is that second warrant started November 1st through December 6th or something like that. So why would he have been clicking on a sheath before the crime? And just the possibility would be somebody stole his sheath. Or he lost it.
Or he lost it, yeah. No, I get it. I mean, I don't believe any of it. I just don't think it's what I don't think that's what happened. I don't think he did what they're saying he did. I just don't believe that. After I looked at that, and then I went in and looked at my own Amazon account, things like that, I'm like, no, that's not what that was. And there was something in the document that Tomboy had brought to my attention, and I was looking through. No, I believe you, Stevie. It's no worry, bud. I don't know. I don't know why. What is that? What do you think on that, Twiz? What is your actual opinion on that?
I don't really care. Prove he was in Moscow first. Prove he was at the house second.
That's the big one. Yeah.
Until that happens, I really don't care about anything else.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing right there. I think you guys is that they're gonna have to prove that he was there, which he wasn't. So how are you gonna do that?
I've looked at this data, like the cell data, so much. I've heard what Ann said. I've heard what Cy said. I talked to Cy. All I'm saying is Brian Koberger wasn't there. They know it. So everything else kind of doesn't matter. And the state isn't even trying to use that data. Because there's the thing, the defense is saying the timing advance reports will show Brian wasn't there, right?
Right. Yeah.
On the flip side of that, the state could use the timing advance report to show Brian was there. And they're not doing it. They could free him or be the nail in his coffin, and the state doesn't want to use it.
100%.
I think it's because they know it can be proved wrong, and that will make it worse for him, in my opinion.
Oh, just wait. I could tell you how Payne and Balance made that map of his trip home. I know it all. I don't even have to see the evidence because I know how it works. I can recreate it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I can reverse engineer it. Tell me why. I don't know if you've seen it, but I put a clip on my page with Ann saying the word Lewiston on May 30th of 2024. Why would Lewiston even be on her mind? There's two ways out of the park. One, back up to Pullman. The other, through Lewiston. The cell tower in Lewiston provides coverage south of Genesee or south of Moscow on I-95 near Blaine, north of Genesee. It all fits.
Mm-hmm. Liz, let me ask you a question, bro. Did you just say that Cy told you that he was definitely not in
no,
in
and
Moscow?
Why are you saying that? All I said
it
was
sounded that way from what you said.
Oh my God.
All I said was I talked to
Kane
Cy.
is such a shitster. He's such a shitster. I love it.
Well, what you guys touched on that drew me in was you're talking about there's some type of psyop. There's something coming from up above, and if you look at it from the bigger picture in totality, right? You can see the direct correlation, and I think that people have called Scott Green the puppet master, but I would call him the puppet, and he has to draw the hard line, and he's the perfect person to do that with.
So if he's the puppet, then who is the master?
Well, there, like I was referring to with the STX crash, FTX, is that there was a bank that was laundering money in Moscow that was owned by FTX that closed right when it was coming. And then you have some ties with the Mormons and you have some ties with the Masons. And overall, you're looking at the Process Church. Are you familiar with Process Church?
Unfortunately, yes, I am.
Yeah, and so I think they're at the root of all evil. And if you look at everything, you have a lot of scapegoats in this case. You have Payne, who's incompetent in his first detective case. So you have a lot of opportunity for the state to go, oh, that's why we fucked up, because of all these people. Judge who retired, the ISP officer who retired, and they've dropped the ball every single step of the way with the deliverance and non receipts of the DNA, right?
Right.
And at this point, it's almost to the point where you can't. What are you going to do? Go down and burn the state down? You know, I mean, you really have nobody to finger at this point, which leaves leaves you to wonder why they're sitting there spinning their wheels with Koberger. And J.J. Vance put it so well. At this point, the prosecution has played its cards. We've seen what they have, the big mountain of evidence. And it's this clickbait thing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know?
So, I mean, do you think, like, no, it does. Absolute sense, Kane. I appreciate it. With that last piece you said, do you think that, prosecution has spent their load and that's it and they're done? There's not going to be nothing else that they're going to try to come with.
I think that all the answers for that, Dago, are going to be from the beginning of the case. I think we got a lot of the answers from the mayor himself, crime of passion, also from Kathy Mabutt, where she described the wounds and she called the G and spoke with an underage girl there and revealed some things that maybe weren't appropriate for an underage girl or that she wasn't supposed to. And then directly after, you have the gag order goes into place, just shut everybody up. There's no more, we're going to reveal that in a later press conference or anything else.
Right.
So what was the question again? I'm sorry.
If you, I have ADHD, so
I
bear
just
with
ate
me.
lunch. All my brains are in my stomach right now.
It's okay. If you thought that the prosecution, once trial hits, is going to try to drop something else big again after saying that they came with all their big stuff,
right in the beginning, and so I don't see anything else out there that they could bring to light at this point. Ms. Potts, have you gone through the newer documents? Is there anything else revealed? I know there's 8,000 pages, and that I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it seems to me that the first document drops they did with the 30 or whatever were all very skewed towards the prosecution, right? And so then after that, they just boom dumped everything. It's just like the 56 terabytes of dick pics that they handed Ann Taylor in 52 card pickup form. That's what they're doing to us, trying to keep our wheels spinning. But I keep saying we have 5 more months to figure this out, so we have to kind of sort through.
Yeah, no, agreed. I can agree with you. Good way to put it. I agree with that. I don't know. I mean, like I said, I've never believed, I'll say this. Anybody that has, and I'm going to use their own words, this is the guy, we have him, nobody else is involved. We are 100% sure we have him. We know what we got. We got a strong case. We got this.
Just trust us.
Yeah. Trust the process. Exactly. Thank you. Just trust us. I have not yet seen that anywhere as far as I'm concerned. Nowhere. Not on the prosecution side. Now the defense has come little by little. And so just about everything we've needed to see at this point. I have to feel that at this point, if there was a bomb that was going to come, it would have been played already. Okay. Nobody's going to wait till the trial to drop this big. Well, there he is. There it is, guys. There's a video of Brian Christopher Kober getting out of his car with a knife in his hand, walking into the house, coming back out covered in blood and leaving. That's not going to happen, in my opinion. If it does, I'll eat every word I just said and then some. But I don't see that coming. So what else could they possibly have? I think the biggest thing they had that they shoved down all of our throats was that he bought a knife from Amazon. Okay. And then what? Did he keep it?
It's not even a rare knife.
Right. There's no actual receipt showing that yet. There's no.
When you hear the whole story about my friend who purchased one in Moscow, it's not a rare knife.
No, I know a lot of people that own them. A lot of people have these knives.
Exactly.
It's popular, truly, folks. So
okay,
again,
but wait, because when they did warrants for the knives, the searches they were doing for the knife, the knife they believe matched the sheath, there was a list that came back, and it showed how many were purchased in Idaho, how many were purchased in Washington, how many in PA, and I think Arizona and Oregon were also on the list. It showed 1 for Idaho, 1 for Washington, 1 for PA, I think 1 for Arizona, and 2 out of Oregon. If I remember correctly, one of the states showed 2, and all the other states showed 1.
And well, I'll add something. I think Miss Potts and Jules of True Crime Reactions have both pointed out, and I think Lana as well, is why didn't they mention the Marine Corps logo? on his purchase, because that's a specific knife that, from what I understand, I've heard anyway, that you cannot purchase on an eBay or on an Amazon.
Oh, you can
as
buy
a
that.
new
we
item.
brought that up a little bit ago. Yeah.
You can
So
buy that knife on Amazon. That's the one Jeff H has.
with the Marine Corps logo
stamp on it.
Yep.
Okay. Excellent. All right. Well, then I'm misinformed on that, but it's odd that they don't mention that they do cherry pick everything, and you have to wonder with shedding back to Steve G is what did his private investigator? Because I find that private investigators typically unveil more than the PD does. They have alternate sources, or they have alternate sources within the PD, or they reveal more than the PD is showing. And so, what did he tell Steve G? But I think that the prosecution laid all their cards out in the beginning, and they twisted it to make it fit this narrative, and that's what we're seeing now. It's everything that we heard in the very beginning is now coming to light, and you see the interviews with Dylan. You see the activities. How were they sleeping? It's bullshit. How were they?
They weren't. They prove that now with the text messages, right?
There's not a thing that one feels that, they say, trust us, we're the only true source. They're everything but.
Yeah, no, they absolutely were not. Now that's been proven with the text messages. Period. I mean, there's no two ways to look at it.
You know what I just think is interesting, though? I think it's interesting that there are people out there that will try to convince you that the K-bar knife is more significant than the huge ass bushcraft knife they literally used to slice whole watermelons in midair that they were in possession of.
Yep.
When you have the coroner coming out saying it was a very large knife that was used. A 7-inch K-bar is not a very large knife at all. I don't know why people think it is. It's not, compared to the knives that they were actually in possession of, and we can see them on their social media with them.
That is absolute fact. More than once. The video of them slashing the watermelon, the video of Dylan holding whatever the hell that thing was. I mean, machetes, folks. Okay. And no.
Dylan holding it. That's important. In my opinion.
I know. Yes, I know.
Yeah, but I think if I remember correctly, that picture of Dylan was photoshopped of her holding that cleaver looking thing up. I think that was a Photoshop look.
Well, wasn't that a video? I thought there was a video attached to that somewhere.
The video was the watermelon thing for sure. I saw that, but it could have been. I only got a still shot of that, but I don't know.
I just know there was a lot of social media posts from a lot of different people in and around that house, whether it pertained to knives, blood, horror, whatever. It is true that they did play pranks on each other. That's not a new thing. I know a lot of people think it's a new thing because Steve just said it and everybody's running with it. But
really
even with their social media, if back in the day you were anybody who went through their social media and dug through it, you saw that they played pranks on each other all the time. And for whatever reason, a lot of it is like horror stuff, which is fine, whatever.
Creepy stuff. But,
But I just look at it as like, okay, so at like 7-inch K-bar, when you have the coroner saying it was a very large knife that was used, the sheet that's found is to like a 7-inch knife, and where you have statements that would appear to be different wound patterns as well. Know what I mean? And then we have their own social media showing them with these big, huge, like bushcraft knives,
Yes. Absolutely.
That's my idea of a very large knife. The 7-inch K-bar is not my idea of a very large knife.
It's really not. And to do the damage that was done to all four of them with one little, listen, guys, our bodies have bones in them too. Okay. There's a lot. Those blades aren't as strong as you think they are either. Okay.
Tips break off. Are notorious for the tips.
They break all the time.
Right. So Mr. Corner, whatever, show me just the tip. Where's it at?
Yeah, that's the thing, Twiz. If if the tip did break off inside one of the victims, that could be one of their aces in the hole. And when you talk about are they still holding some cards, that would actually be akin to a murder weapon, which they haven't recovered, right? And Echo 444, thanks for the gifted memberships for Dago. That's very nice.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, Echo, thank you. Real quick, sorry to interrupt everybody. Gifted 5 memberships. Really much appreciated. Carrie Pristula, Harlan Oscara, Stevie Irwin, El Bariqua. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. I can't find it. Where'd it go? What the hell? Where's the 5th one at? Wait a minute. Did I miscount it? Did Circus? What the hell? Oh, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I can't see the 5th one. Anyway, congrats. Welcome to the sauce. 5 new meatballs in the sauce, guys. I appreciate that so much. Echo, God bless. That's very generous of you. All right, guys. Yeah, that would be huge if they did have a piece, but they are, like he said, they're notorious for breaking. Okay. 4 different victims. You went through 4 people and this thing stayed intact. There's ribs, there's bones every which way. There's a lot of wounds. Okay. I don't know. I struggled with that. I still do kind of. I'll just be honest with you. I don't know, Echo. I don't know where it went.
Are you still following up? Sorry, Diego.
Oh, you're right.
On the lead with the coroner's report on a certain individual. I don't want to dox you on it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, should I drop it?
Go ahead.
Okay, well, you were talking about you wanted to see the coroner's report on Xana.
Yeah.
Well, I want to see it on all of them, but
one's good. Yeah.
But here's the thing, like, let's just go along with what we were saying earlier. If the crime happened from inside the house, even if it was friends at the house that were involved.
Yeah.
Did they bring?
Yeah, you look at those videos like that.
Did the K-bar originate from the house?
Well, and you know what, Twiz, Sarge has believed from day one that for some reason that the sheath was and the knife that went in it may very well have belonged to one of the roommates that had it there for protection. Based on the way it was found, tucked underneath the blanket, underneath her leg, she slept with it. Maybe she had a reason to think she needed to. That's his belief, and it's always been his belief, and he will not let it go. So, and I can tell you, hold on, sorry. There we go. ADHD. Anyway, I can tell you, I'm kind of comfortable with that because it does make some sense to me. Okay.
I've heard that. So, I do like that one.
It makes sense to me. It does. But go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
no, but one of my first times on Dago's panel, I was talking about how Xana's defensive wounds could have been from her stabbing someone. Because if a knife slips in your hand while you're stabbing someone, you cut yourself.
I remember that long time ago.
I think he's referring to her fingers almost being chopped off, right, to us?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, it's interesting too, Twiz's theory on that, considering when you look at the text messages.
Yeah, where did that text come
from? Dylan's only calling Xana and Kaylee. Bethany and Dylan seem to really only be interested in Dylan and Kaylee for some reason.
Xana was wearing all
Kaylee
black.
and Xana, sorry.
And Xana was wearing all black.
Yeah, where did that comment come from?
That caught my attention too.
Well, I'm just saying, based on Twiz's theory, if you look at the text messages, it's funny that he even says that because it looks like for whatever reason, Dylan and Bethany are under the impression that whatever they're hearing is going on between like the roommates, the other roommates in the house up there, not necessarily an outsider, but I don't know, that's just kind of with the limited information of what we have. And then now him saying that just kind of made me think of the text messages.
Annie, take that too. And as much as it's been kicked out of this, we were told recently that somebody believed that they saw or heard, I don't know for sure if it was Kaylee going up and down the stairs real fast.
It was Kaylee. She said it in the the transcript that was released later says it was Kaylee that she heard.
Right. So let's put those all together. And what does that say? You know what I mean?
Well, it's coming from Dylan. Can we believe anything that Dylan said?
I don't know, but it is interesting, just as much as those text messages are too.
Miss Potts, I know you didn't want to share your interview. Sorry to go.
Oh, you're good.
Share your opinion on the totality thing that you shared on my show, but would you care to share what your theory is on the dog? Because I think it's very interesting.
What do you mean?
As far as where the dog was during the crime.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I just think that based on what Payne and Mowry did for their little dog test or whatever, they're saying that the barking went for 30 minutes straight from like 4:25, so for another 30 minutes, right? Like approximately 4:55. The dog's barking for 30 minutes straight. I'm of the opinion that it's because the dog is out on the balcony. I don't think the dog is outside in the yard. I think he's out on the balcony.
Yeah, I've heard other people think that too.
And now we know why in a later filing, somewhere in an argument, the defense is claiming that someone else, whoever was in the house still after the perpetrator left, after suspect vehicle 1 left, they're the ones who let the dog in, which is why the dog suddenly stops barking after the 30 minutes. And then when you actually look at the text messages, now that we have a little bit fuller context, just go look around the time of, 4:25 to 4:55. What's happening in the text messages? Is it there? Is it gone? What time does it go to? I don't have them in front of me, but
I do. Hold on, I'll pull it up real quick.
I know that the 4:20 to 4:22 or something is when Dylan calls everybody. But then the 4:22 to 4:24 is when her and Bethany have that little text exchange. But then the defense came and gave us so much more. So
yeah, I look at these probably 3 times a day. So
what's happening between 4:25 and 4:55?
4:20. There's a lot that went on 4:23.
So there we go. Stop. We'll just stop right around 4:23, 4:24, right? I mean, what's happening right around that time approximately that the dog starts barking and doesn't stop for 30 minutes?
So here, this is where it comes in. What's going on? Bethany outgoing message. Bethany to Dylan. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Bethany to Dylan. Xana was wearing all black. Dylan to Bethany. I'm freaking out right now. Dylan to Bethany. No, it's like a ski mask almost. Bethany back to Dylan. Shut the F up. Bethany to Dylan. Actually, Dylan back to Bethany. Like he had something over his head and I can't read that clearly. Over and mouth, maybe. Okay. Like a tactical mask is what it was. Bethany, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. Bethany back to her. Yes, so am I. My phone's gonna die. Fuck. Come to my room and run down here. That's a lot right there within that.
Okay, so look right there though. So 4:27 DM outgoing call. Doesn't say to who. 4:27 DM outgoing message Snapchat. 4:27 outgoing message Snapchat. Then look who she's calling.
DM
she's
is
calling Kaylee. She's calling Xana.
Yeah, right.
Bethany is calling Maddie and Kaylee.
Yep.
Right.
And
then Bethany calls.
I'm sorry, Ms. Potts. These people.
No, you're good. I was just saying. So when you go look at the timeline from 4:20, approximately 4:20 to 4:50, 4:55, which is the time they claim this dog is outside barking. It would appear he's out on the balcony while whatever's happening in the house is happening. It's also during the time that they're all texting. Notice it stops at 4:37 when Bethany accesses Instagram.
For 3 hours, right?
You don't get the up to the 4:55 time frame of where the dog would be being let in. And we know based on this, what's released here, the people in the home are Bethany and Dylan. So who went up to the 3rd floor to let the dog in, but they didn't call 911 because there's no way you didn't see what was up on the 3rd floor if you went up there to let the dog in because he was going insane.
Bingo. Thank you.
I love that. I love that because it's explained so much.
It really does. It really does. Yeah. I agree.
Well, this is why the defense is also saying whoever was still in that house alive is who let the dog in. And what they're getting at is if you were still in this house alive and you went to the 3rd floor to let the dog in from the balcony, there's no way you didn't see what happened up there.
Amen. I wish to God the dog could testify. That's all I'm saying. That would probably close the case right there. But yeah, that's very, very good point, Annie. Very good point.
The what was it in? Okay, so Dylan, we were getting into some of the docs today in Chelsea Whitaker's show, and apparently at some point, this is with the interviews. She drew a picture of a mask, and it was like a square hole. She couldn't make out the nose, and all she could make out it was heavy eyebrows. She doesn't know if it was one eyebrow or two. And she couldn't make out the color of his eyes. And she doesn't recognize him getting off the plane when he's arrested.
Maybe her description is complete bullshit because she's trying to push it away from someone she knows.
That's interesting.
I like that, Twiz.
We all know she lies.
That's that's
really. And check this out.
I was asleep at approximately 3:20 a.m. I was suddenly woken up around 4 before 4:17 or whatever when the black dressed man was walking through my house killing everybody.
Yeah.
Yet I added a contact to my phone at 3:51. There's a lie in there somewhere. I don't know where it is.
Let me pull up my Gmail real quick.
Right. This is what I believe. If this is true, this is what I believe was seen. Which is a tactical mask, of course. Okay, it wasn't the balaclava I used to wear when I was on the fire department because that's your whole face. This is and this there's bigger versions of these where you can open it up more, where you can see the eyebrows and it just goes this and this. Okay, so this is mask wise. If anybody's curious, this is what I think was seen if it was seen. So, this one's actually a little. It's probably more like this one here. I'm sorry. Yeah,
that would look more like the map they originally sent Ann Taylor.
yeah. That's just so everybody gets that. Anyway,
how was the original timeline of the crime from 3 to 4 when they had Dylan's and Bethany's phones day one?
That's a good question. Where did that come from? Does anybody remember where that timeline came or why it was changed?
From the police, right?
Right.
Why did it change? They had their phones the entire time.
The only true source.
They had the time of the crime really before police even showed up on the freaking scene, because how many times during that phone call they said 4 o'clock there was a man in the house?
Yeah, right.
They're whispering in the background to the neighbor lady who has no idea what's going on.
She tried.
They were breakdance fighting.
Yeah,
do any of their text messages on this list? Does it show what they were doing from like 3 to 4? Or where does it start? I forget.
Dylan's contact.
Right here.
Oh, right. The contact at 3:51, but. Okay, so it kind of starts. It kind of starts at like 3:51, huh? Okay. Well, 2:53 for Maddie. Okay. That's interesting.
3:51, she puts whoever that new contact.
No, wait, it just so happens to be that the original time of the crime is what's missing. From here.
That's what it
is. Is it easy to text? I'm not gonna throw names, and this isn't meant to point fingers at anybody, but let's just think about this for a second. Is it easy to text or Snapchat or anything while you're stabbing someone?
No.
I mean, not that I can imagine, no. Not that I can imagine.
It is very interesting, though, that the original time of the crime that they said, which was approximately between 3 and 4, happens to be the exact data times that are missing.
Yeah.
Interesting.
True. All we have is 2:53. Maddie tries to call Bethany. That's it. It stops right there.
Right, approximately 3 and then to approximately 4. Nothing.
And if you think about that, before that, what times, you guys remember what times that Maddie and Kaylee were trying to get a hold of Jack from. It was like 226 to 250 something, I think, ongoing. And then it stops for whatever reason. And then we see a phone call at 253 from her to Bethany for some reason. That just made me wonder, like, if that had any correlation there. I'm sorry. But yeah, that whole thing's missing, Annie. I don't understand why they wouldn't throw that in there too, but
well, it is actually quite interesting now to go back and look at it and see, okay, so the original time of the crime was approximately between 3 and 4 a.m. and that just happens to be the exact time frame of data missing from these text messages. Huh.
And Twiz, do you remember where? I know one time you told me a bunch of times in this. Do you remember Brian's timeline from the time he left Pullman and headed where he headed?
Yeah. Well, according to the PCA, which I saw something in one of the filings recently that makes me believe that's not even Brian's car on campus at 243 and then 253, 240, 244, 253, something like that.
Yeah, okay.
They said that his phone stopped reporting the network at 247 when it was in fact 254.
Yeah.
But that all just means that's a phone call right there. 250, 247 to 254 is going to be a phone call. All that means is that his phone call ended.
So it was on a 7-minute phone call and then it ended, right?
Yeah, but he was traveling either south in Pullman or south from Pullman. Hippler's response said both, so I don't know which one is true.
Okay.
But...
Interesting. I just want to know, like you said, now you got me thinking about this, why the timeline changed from 3 to 4 to 4 to 420 or whatever the hell it is. What caused that to happen? What was
why do they have the crime listed from 4 something to 425 when they know that the car that they're saying did it left at 420?
That's good.
Is there enough hot sauce in it?
Yeah. No.
No.
Wait, say that again, Twiz. I'm sorry, my wife was talking to me.
The state is claiming the crime ended at like 425, but they know the car that they're claiming did the crime left at 420. How does that make sense?
It doesn't. It never has. That's the whole point right there. And then if you look at these text messages, okay.
Well, that's why they added it in, because you can see from 420 to 425, that's when Bethany and Dylan start calling everybody and texting each other and telling each other about the mask and the whatnot and the
right. And yeah, 419, I think, is when Bethany calls Dylan. There it starts.
Yeah.
And they're saying, what'd you say? It goes to 425. Brian wasn't even in the house, according to them, at 425. So
exactly.
He was on the road already, halfway gone at 421 or 422, whatever, 420. So
yeah, but I think the reason that Payne extends it to the 425 time frame is because up until approximately 425 is where the girls are texting each other back and forth about this person in the house with all black and a ski mask.
Right. Okay. Wigwam. Gotcha. Yeah, there's more of that bullshit. And Dylan or Bethany never tried or texting Jack. I don't think they did contest that. I don't think they would have a reason to, but well, no, I see what you're saying. Why didn't they, with all the noise going on, everything? Maybe, yeah, that's a good point, actually. Very good point. And Dylan or Bethany never tried calling Hunter. I think they texted Emily or called Emily because thinking she was probably with Hunter. In my opinion, that's just an opinion I have. Just saying.
When's the first call to Ethan? When's the first call or text to Ethan?
That was early on, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's at like 2 something, I think.
Go up.
424 right there. There's one from Dylan to Ethan.
Go back up, please. Sorry, I thought I saw an ES.
You're right. It's right there.
422.
Okay, go up.
That's it.
Okay, so Ethan's called at 422.
And then
When's he called again next or texted again next?
At 4:24 from Dylan. Bethany was the first one. Dylan's the second one.
2 minutes.
And then
anything again after that?
That's where I'm going now. I don't think there is. Nope. There was only 2 calls to him.
Interesting.
Welcome back, buddy.
Thanks.
That's why
That's very interesting.
I've been looking at these like 3 times a day, trying to figure something out. If there's a pattern in these for some reason, I don't know why I do that, but I do it.
I'll give you the pattern. Dylan lied.
I know that. We know that. Yes, I know that. That'll never be let go. I know that. She wholeheartedly. And why? That's what I want to know is why.
She's covering for something, and it ain't Brian Koberger.
No. Why is
that? It does seem to be there's pressure on her from somewhere, and so let me throw a whole new twist if I can remember here real quick.
Okay.
In the past, and I'm going to read in a second right from the email from Operation GCD podcast. But in the past, there has been a history in frats and sororities of drug dealing, right?
Yep.
And one of the places that had the biggest bust was over at the Wazoo campus.
Yeah.
And I'll get to that in a second. But it's been suggested that where Dylan wasn't even a student, just like a fake sorority member, a fake student, and was just in charge of the dealing operation. So let me read what he sent me. I have more to this. I just want to read a piece of it to get you guys on the same page. So go ahead.
So do what you need to do, brother.
Okay, so Alpha Kappa Lambda chapter of Wazoo was suspended for 5 years for coke trafficking and fake frat member and fake college student. Their national chapter revoked their license for 5 years. So for 5 years, the Wazoo chapter did not exist. Fast forward to current day, the Alpha Kappa Lambda chapter of U of I, that was the frat that Caden Young was the frat president of 22-23 school year and died of a hotshot overdose March 2023. Also a 5th year senior in the U of I chapter of the same frat as Caden Young, none other than Stephen Goncalves. Boom. Is that a little did that make sense? Okay, so in the same chapter of did you lose me? In the same chapter of Alpha Kappa Lambda chapter of U of I is Steve Goncalves. The same chapter where the 5th year senior. And so this is
junior though. Junior.
Yeah.
Junior, yes, sir.
Brother.
Steve
Brother.
Junior. Right. Correct. So fake sorority members and possibly even a fake college student is in that history. And that's what you had at Alpha Kappa Lambda chapter of U of I. Caden Young.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not unprecedented. And a lot of things lead me to believe that is a correct assessment. Other than that, so we'll talk about that. I'm going to have that JJ Vance on the show tomorrow to discuss that more. He's got a whole package wrapped up with that. But they were definitely dealing right there. So it's a common. It's not maybe a common thing, but it happens that these sororities and fraternities are in the dealing side of things.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Welcome, Country Brat. Yeah, that's
Taylor keeps bringing up fraternities and sororities for a reason.
Eddie just sent this to me in regards to one of the timestamps on here. I'm gonna play this real quick, guys. Just bear with me for a quick second. Hold on.
We got a huge doc dump today, and I'm sure a lot of you are wondering about the identity of this JM person that Dylan and Bethany were texting right before the 911 call. Now, this is all speculative, but this is who I think JM could be. Allegedly, this guy is Bethany's fiancé. Again, I want to stress that everything in this video is speculation, not fact. These are my opinions, and I am not accusing anyone of anything. I theorize that this guy is possibly the brother of Bethany's best friend, Jenna, who is referred to as JM in the new docs. First, I want to clarify that the timestamp in this photo is based off Eastern Time Zone, which is 3 hours ahead of Idaho. So the actual time this picture was posted is 2:54 a.m., not 5:54 a.m. I found the timestamp of this photo very interesting, considering what we now know about the text messages between the two unharmed roommates and their friend.
Hold up. 2:54 a.m. November 13th at 22. Oh, okay. Sorry.
JM. Maddie made a call to Bethany at 2:53 a.m., and a minute later, this photo is posted on one of JM's social media accounts. And let's not forget, this is right after Maddie and Kaylee made repeated calls to Jack D. The McClure family has a long-standing, multi-generational affiliation with the University of Idaho. There is also a link to Givens Persley, the registered agent on the property records for 1122 King when it was donated to the Board of Regents for the University of Idaho. Coincidentally, Judge Hippler used to work at the same law firm. University of Idaho has a building named after members of the McClure family. It's called the James and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research. I would like to reiterate, I'm just connecting some dots. I have not looked into any direct relation with Bethany and Dylan's friend JM, but it's a hell of a coincidence. Remember, I'm just speculating, so please do not take my theories for facts. I'm not accusing anyone of any crime. I am just using my creative thinking and pointing out scenarios that may or may not be possible.
Yeah, hey, look, I got the...
Okay, so this takes me back to when Fry said there were other people in the house that night. When did these other people supposedly leave? Did they stay in the house? Do you know what I'm saying? That picture was 2:54, she said. And then if we go back to the, you guys still with me? Hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry. If we go back to, it's not up there for you guys to see. Sorry. Hold on a minute. $210 Dylan contacts the driver. 213 EG text to DM confirming that he was driving. 253 Maddie calls Bethany. 253. So if we're to go by that timeline, these people are all in the house at this time, right? Those girls and everything. That looks like a minute, 2 minutes in difference.
Well, I mean, that's just when the picture was posted.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was thinking they took that picture that night. I'm sorry. All right.
It could have been. We don't know, but it was just posted then.
Yeah, well, yeah, the timestamp at the bottom said the 13th and blah, blah, blah. So that's why I just thought they took it and posted it at the same time. My apologies. Wasn't thinking, I guess, hard critically on that. My apologies.
The one with them all in the black dresses, though, if I remember correctly, there's also pictures of Dylan with Kaylee in the black dress. Maddie's in the black dress. It was a
black tie event.
It was what she got the +1 for. Whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the Betty's Ball or the Pi-Fi, whatever the hell it was that they were. It was the night before, I think. It's from the 12th.
Yeah, they went to the party
on the 13th. It's interesting that they're posting them at approximately 3 a.m. And this just happens to be when you look at the text messages. So Maddie Mogan calls Bethany at 2:53, and then we have nothing until 3:51. And that just happens to be when these pictures are being posted by Jenna. That's interesting.
That's what I mean. That party was that night at the frat house. The fight breaks out, blah, 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 whatever. Okay. And then and Bethany was supposedly there with them too. There's that. So anyway, take that, go back to this, like you just said, and then
What the hell is that?
I'm sorry, what?
Nope. Go ahead, Dago. I'm gonna mute.
Oh, you're okay. And then Maddie tries to call Bethany, and then that's it for the next hour, basically. And that's when Dylan puts a new contact in her phone. There's something with that, I think. I don't know. That kind of stuff bugs me. I don't know. I don't know. It just, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I look at these all the time, because I swear to God, I see things, then I don't, and I want to know. It's driving me nuts. So my apologies, you guys. Is there something in the chat I need to look at? I don't.
So it is pretty interesting when you think about it, right? That Jenna is posting photos of them from the night before. I think it's from the night before, from when they went to whatever that party was or whatever, the dance they went to. And then it just happens to coincide with like the time frame that we have about an hour here where it appears no activity, huh?
Right.
And that time frame where there's no activity also happens to be the original time frame of the crime occurring.
Yep, the original timeline. Thank you. That's where I was kind of going with that. I just didn't want to sound stupid, but
interesting.
All right. Terry said the Betty Ball was on Saturday. That wasn't the plus one. That was the Pi Fi party, Jean's party.
Yeah,
on
but
Friday.
The Betty's Ball, if I remember correctly, the Betty's Ball was for Maisie's sorority.
Yep,
right.
That was Maisie's sorority party, right?
I think the one that Dylan invited Kaylee to, that was for, it was a Pi Fi, but I think it was the same night as the Betty's Ball, if I remember correctly.
It was the night of the 12th. Yeah, because that's the one that Ethan got into a fight at, supposedly, right or wrong.
I don't know. I have no idea.
That's my understanding. And then they left and went to a bar from 9 something till roughly midnight or 12:30 or something like that. Ethan and Xana, and then went home. That's again my understanding. Hey Leah. And
well, how can they go to a bar if they're not 21?
Some call it, yeah. Some bars probably allow for that. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe because Ethan was a frat member, and I don't know. Just guessing.
That is a good question, Miss Potts.
They do have like bars that you can go to and be.
What are they, like 18 plus?
Until like midnight.
True.
Oh, gotcha.
True. I don't know about in Moscow, but like the Coug is like that here.
Gotcha. Oh, gotcha.
They
Okay,
could have
so like
fake IDs.
Yeah, or like if it's 18 plus, I know like the 21-year-olds will get the bracelet, and then like the 18 get the stamp or something. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. They have that here.
Or fake ID. I mean, I could see that, but I was trying to give them some grace and not sit here and imply they're using fake IDs or something.
Hey Kelly, I'm good. Yeah, so that is quite interesting. About if that picture was taken and posted that night, and then we have an hour. That's what I'm saying. That got me starting to think again. That's what I'm saying. These messages are really drilling me. They really are. Oh boy. You get an X on your hand if you're underage. That hasn't changed because that was here too. The fight must have happened before 12. Xana's dad knew about it when he spoke to her around midnight 12. That's true, because that's when she supposedly said, we're ordering pizza and watching movies. We're in for the night. That was what Jeff had said. So, Molly Mays, welcome. It says, what if the murders actually happened between 2:53 and 3:51?
Well, I mean, that's literally what it looks like when you see the phone activity here in front of us, right?
Yeah. Everything after it is staged to make the time frame seem later. I can't say that you're wrong, Molly. It does look like that in some
pretty wild, huh?
It is. And that would explain the change. It could, but why? There's still a why, motive, and as to why that was changed, who knows?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, there's more questions, and there's so many more questions, and I'm sure there's going to be more stuff dropped. So,
is that Kane? Kane, did you seriously did you create a Mr. Annie Potts? Is that you, Kane, who did that?
Negative, Annie. Negative.
I just noticed that, and I was like, what is going on?
Kane pleads the fifth.
I know. I honestly, that's not me. I'm just me today.
Kane, don't lie, Kane. Is that you or is
I
that
wouldn't lie to you. I swear. Hand to God. Nice to see you, Leia.
Where do you see it at, Annie? I don't even.
It's over here in your chat. Someone has the screen name Mr. Annie Potts.
Yep.
Mr. Annie Potts.
And I want to know why they're using my first name.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
There's one at 5:33 p.m.
I don't have my timestamps on.
All right. Well, hackers, go ahead. Go do your thing and find out who that is for me. Report
Imitation
back.
is the highest form of flattery, Miss Potts.
There you go. Yeah, we're going to do this again soon, you
Well,
guys.
if they wanted to say Mr. Miss Potts, I guess that would be fine. I don't like it. They're using my first name, though. Who is that?
I get it. Don't make her mad, guys.
Oh, is it Willie? It's probably Willie.
It could be Willie. He does
Who
that.
is it?
It does.
He changes his name all the time. So yeah.
Before you shut it down, Dago, one more queer thing about it, I think you might have talked about it in the beginning, was the text to Eric Gower.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's questionable too, big time.
And then you have to wonder how they formulated the narrative that they gave us out of this, it's a completely blatant lie. What they presented to us, what the surviving roommates were up to, and what was reality. And then the same goes for the other thing. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Happens to the best of us.
Sorry, but this is created, and it's how do you explain? And then so the only things consistent in Dylan's interviews, which they say, oh, she's a trusted witness because she's consistent. The only thing consistent is that she doesn't remember shit.
Or that she's lied about so much stuff. Yeah. That's fact. If you ask Twiz, he'll say that she lied about everything. So yeah.
I'm not saying everything. I'm just saying there's a lot of lies.
Well, they did too. That's the important thing. They did. They completely fabricated all that shit.
They sure did. As far as I'm concerned, the entire PCA is a lie. So, that's my opinion. Nobody has to agree, of course, but that's how I feel. So, yeah.
Interesting.
And I do have a big issue. Well, not a big issue. I'm just really curious. It could be absolutely nothing, but it could be absolutely something too. The 2:10 text message from Dylan to Gower asking if he's still driving. Were you leaving? Right. Where were you going? Why are you? I mean, that's just a weird. Or were you asking for another reason? Did you drop them off already? Are you still out there? What's going on? That one bothers me in a bad way for some reason. I don't know why it's eating away, but yeah. And then
because allegedly he had just left the house. He's like, basically, yes, I'm driving. I just left your house, idiot. You know, it's like
1:56, I believe it was, if I'm right. That the girls were dropped off, went in, got the dog, brought him out for a walk, according to Kaylee's sister. So yeah, it's literally not even 20 minutes that he was just there. So I want to know why. I'm just saying, I want to know why. It could be nothing. Or 14 minutes. Thank you, LR. Why? And how did she know him? Because my understanding was, unless I read that wrong, as that Gower was a very close friend to Kaylee. Or was he did he do this for everybody? You know what I mean? I didn't know if that was the way it was or if it wasn't. If it was, okay, that makes sense. If it wasn't, how did Dylan get his number and things like that? That's all I was wondering. So
all I know is I have a daughter this age, and I got to tell you, I wouldn't be comfortable at all. I don't give a shit, family friend or not. I'm not going to be comfortable with some 30-plus-year-old man who's married with, you know, a kid or two, escorting my kid around at, you know, 2-3 o'clock in the morning. It's strange. I don't even understand why 19-year-old Dylan at the time has this man's number.
That's what I was wondering.
In her phone.
Right.
Why is a 30-plus-year-old man, what's he doing? So just out of the kindness of his heart, he drives drunk girls around early in the morning for free because
allegedly because his daughter was killed by a drunk driver.
That was the story I got.
He's set up through the school to drive for the school.
Gower's daughter supposedly passed on from a drunk driver, and that's why he started doing the rideshare stuff.
Where did that come from?
Well, it was.
I knew him in a chat one day.
It was the story. That
Absolute bullshit. It's absolute bullshit.
Okay, because I also had a woman that called into here shortly after he came out. His name came out. Said she was a very close family friend of theirs, and she told that whole story to me too. But I'm not saying you're wrong, Annie. I trust you. I promise.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, the original Eric Gower was like 60.
That's who this one was. The one that I talked to, they told me he was what, Mama Bear, like 55 or 60.
Okay, then that's definitely not the same person.
So it's not the rideshare driver is not that man?
No.
Because I know initially we were told that it was a younger guy. They said that's not true. It's this older gentleman, and so on and so forth. So here we are again. More misinformation.
Nope.
That's interesting.
Rolo's been hollering at me this whole 7 hours to get your attention.
Okay, what am I looking at here with Rolo? I looked at some of what he said. Nope, that was a fake caller when I exposed him in Dagos. Okay.
Yeah, it's my understanding. The private driver here at the time that this crime occurred, he was I want to say 31-ish, right around that age.
That's who we looked at first. Yeah, I remember that.
Right, with a toddler and a baby on the way. That's the correct person. That is the driver. He is also tied in with the church that the girls attended. That is the right.
Okay.
So no, it's definitely yeah. I don't know why. I don't think Eric Gower would have had a teenage daughter if he's only 31 years old, unless he had a kid at like 14, 15. Did he have, you know?
No, that makes sense then. Yeah, I had a woman called in, said she was very close family friends to them, and told this whole story. I said, they can call me, they can talk to me, Gower and his wife, whatever, whoever. And she said they weren't comfortable doing that because of the investigation at the time, so on and so forth. I never heard from anybody again after that. So
yeah, no, unfortunately, that's the problem with, that's why I tend not to do panels a lot, even on when I go live. Like, I'll come over here and talk to you guys, but like, I don't even know, because I ain't gonna have somebody coming up saying a bunch of bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, the fact of the matter is, even when the first Pennsylvania PCA came out and they forgot to unredact his name, right? We heard it two different ways: Gower and
Grower. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Steve is confirming that this is someone who had been driving them for a while, since they were going there and stuff. You know what I mean? Because the younger guy, the younger one, he's the one who volunteered. He did this for the university, apparently. I don't think he got paid for it. It was part of like a, driving drunk kids home so that they wouldn't walk by themselves. I don't know. My whole point to even bringing it up was just, I have kids their age, and I have daughters that age, and I would not want my daughter in the back seat, possibly inebriated, of some 30-something-year-old man's car. And I don't understand why this 30-plus-year-old man wants to be out in the middle of the night, early hours of the morning, driving young, drunk girls around. I don't understand that.
It makes sense. I know. I get what you're saying. Absolutely.
Can I throw another bone out there for you guys?
Absolutely.
Jen from Criminal Confidential is one of my partners on The Verge, and she's coming in here in a minute. But one thing that she's shown over and over, and I don't know if you guys want to play it or if you've seen it already, but is the moment at the Grub truck when Jovito asks, is the password potato? And you hear people yelling, Xana, Xana, no. And everybody goes to their phones at that moment. And one thing I noticed about the video, some people have cleaned it up. I forgot who. Sorry to not give credit, but you can see Joe Vito's phone for just a split second, and it looks as if he is at a login screen when he's asking if the password is potato, right? Go back now to this exchange of texts between Dylan and Bethany, and you see Yik Yak.
Yeah.
And so I've have we finally made a connection between what everybody was watching? Because you have to remember, if these people were watching, they're coppable, right? They're coppable.
Especially if they said nothing about it, right? Yes.
At this point, you might as well have stabbed them yourselves. So that I keep wondering now, what if anybody has Yik Yak? Yik Yak, if you're not familiar, is a local thing, and it's advertised as a college. Get to know everybody, and it's within a 10-mile radius. And so this is a very closed. It's anonymous. Keyword there, anonymous Yik Yak, that you can log into these chat rooms or whatever, and you can have you can vote and you can interact with. So that this is my suspicion with the Yik Yak moment there, as far as this document goes.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, I don't. What do you know the timestamp on when that went down?
That's interesting. That's a great question. When Jen gets here, she can answer that. I think she was just getting in from the store. She'll be here in just a moment. And kudos to you, Dago. You're the only one that can keep up with me and Twiz on the long hour drives here. You're a hard driver.
Oh, I'm
love
used
it.
to this. We used to run 6, 8, 9, 10-hour streams, guys. I'm used to it. I'm gonna be closing this one down here soon because I got to do a couple other things. But yeah, I'm doing these, especially when it comes to this, because there's so much to catch up on. You know, you know what I mean. There's so much to talk about, so much to break down. So I don't mind doing it. And I have a passion for this case. I always have since it started. So it's an enjoyable thing for me. I appreciate that. I do very much. Yeah, I remember hearing something because I covered the Grub truck because people would not let it go for a long time. I covered it way more than I wanted to, way more than I needed to, way more than I should have. And I remember at some point somebody bringing something to my attention about everybody flipping out, going to their phones and looking, seeing something, and I never could find it. And like prove or verify any of that. You know, I never could. But that's interesting what you said. Very interesting, especially now that we have these numbers and these not numbers, but these texts and everything like that. I gotta wonder something. So I even said something about that yesterday, especially when we're getting somebody's taking pictures at a certain time and things like that. That was interesting to me. So I can go along with what you're talking about there a little bit, for sure.
No, that was a really good question as far as do the timestamps match with the 420 or whatever. But can I share a link with you in the private chat or anything?
Yeah, absolutely. Anything you need, sir. Anything.
Let me give me a moment here. I'm gonna pull up that video that I'm talking about exactly.
Absolutely. Thank you, CZ. Epic stream, listening while cleaning, putting away groceries, and working in my yard. Thank you so much. It's been an all-day thing. So yes, absolutely. Appreciate you guys. My husband just asked, are you still listening to the same? Yeah, we've been here all day. We've been here all day. I know. I apologize. There's just been too many great things, great people, words from, Annie and Sarge and Jesse, Twiz, Kane now, Annie. Too many things to talk about. And I absolutely, and Eddie, I absolutely enjoy it. Did you send me another email, Eddie? Let me see here. Hold on. I keep doing that. 1 second. Wait, what? Oh, Jesus. No. Hold on 1 second, Eddie. Let me double check to see if it's a different one. And yeah, you can drop a link in the back chat anytime you want to, Kane.
I've got it now.
No, okay. I already got that email, Mama Bear. Thank you. And thank you,
There
Eddie,
it
for
is.
that picture too. Okay, hold on here. Oh, what memories we have here. God, I spent so much time here. Okay. Is that TikTok? All right.
You got it. That's it.
Yep.
How far are we on that? You said it was a pester, right? Okay. How far is that trouble? How far are we on that? You said it was a pester, right? Okay. How far is that trouble? How far are we on that?
Hard to see. What time was this here? There's no timestamp on this, right?
This is, I think when Maddie and Kaylee were still at the Grub truck. So around that time, 1:30, between 1:30 and 1:45.
Okay.
But if you stop it just in time, you can see the login screen that I'm talking about. And Joe Vito, he has his back to you on his phone just for a split second. It's hard to do. But you can hear them. The audio might have been a little bit distorted. It was a little bit on the loud side. So
Right.
Maybe try the volume down a little bit, and you can clearly hear people yelling Xana, and then you hear him say the password is potato, right? And everybody goes to their phones. That was
Okay.
my point of this.
Gotcha. Let me see if I can catch it then.
How far are we on that? You said it was a pester, right?
Right there. Yep. Right there. And so I would like, the timestamp thing is something I hadn't really registered with my brain yet. But to see that login screen right there, I would be very interested because if when everybody gets a second, check out the description of what Yik Yak is.
Yeah.
And it does use a similar background color for their advertisement. So I guess I'll just, when I get my new phone connected, I'll my old one I can't see anything on, but I'll download Yik Yak just to see what's going on there if it matches.
Right, and I can't tell for sure because it's more of a distance, and it could just be because they're phones. Okay, this is probably a big reach, but if you look at his phone and get a glance at this girl over here's phone, they look like it could almost be the same screen. Okay.
Oh, good observation. Good observation. Yeah, you
that.
stopped it right on the exact second. That's great.
I'm pretty good at the pause game. That's the only thing I'm good at, really. I did a lot of it with it. Yeah. But they're both bright white screens. And again, it could be absolutely nothing, but if that's the case and everybody's looking at this, that's interesting.
Well, Jen is here now in the chat. Jen, do you have a timestamp for this moment right here?
Welcome, Jen. Thank you for joining us.
Give us that. Oh, Jen I think she'd have to come up to give us this link. It's StreamYard, Jen, so it's not going to hurt you.
There's a link pinned at the top of the chat. You're welcome to join us.
So, that would be interesting to hear. She says she has another one. You want to hear someone yell potato in another time. What is, though, Jen, the timestamp on this? We're trying to correlate it with the activities on the document here. So we'll see if she clicks in or not. It takes her a minute to do anything. She's getting old. No,
take your time. I get it. Thank you, SRB. Yeah.
So I think it's very interesting. What do you think, Miss Potts, about all this business?
What do I think about what?
The potato and all that stuff.
I mean, I don't know. I think he's asking for the password to the Wi-Fi for the Grub truck.
Well,
I think they're hooking into the Wi-Fi at the Grub truck, waiting for their food, but I don't know.
Everybody at the same time, huh?
I mean, I don't know.
She
There's a
has a
lot of
second
people.
one.
Well,
That would
there's a
be
bunch of people in the back over there, like on the right, like Peyton and a couple of the Sigma Chi boys back there, and Molly Gray and all them. They don't have their phones out. It's just Joe and that other girl
Peyton
over there.
Villa.
Right? I mean, I don't
Peyton
know.
Villa definitely does simultaneously. There's always a chance that not everybody was in on it. But it's an interesting thought, and that was a great look by Dago calling out the timestamp. So I'm interested to hear what Jen has to say about that.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. They're saying the password is potato, but I'm under the impression they're trying to like hook into the Wi-Fi or something. But I don't know. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, at the same time, you hear Xana, no, Xana.
Really?
I think, yeah. And play it again, Daniel, please.
Yeah, hold on.
How far are we on that? How far are we on that? Oh, you said it was a pester, right?
And she's making the point that one of the guys in the grub truck was a Mortensen. We don't know. We haven't put any relation between the two. And then also one was a Thompson. And again, it's unverified as far as whether there's any relation to Bill.
All I could really hear was what sounded like someone yelling the word no really loud.
Really? Right when it comes in, you hear Xana. It's pretty clear to me. Perhaps the audio is maybe
I
still a
feel
little
like I can
louder.
hear a girl yelling like no, but
Yeah, they say no. They say Xana, no.
Oh, gotcha.
I've heard it enough times now on the show. Thanks, Diego.
How far are we on that? Oh, you said it was a pester, right? How far is that truck? How far are we on that? Oh, you said it was a pester, right?
Yeah, I hear the no. It's just I haven't heard it as many times as you have yet, so I'm not query to it 100%. I'll get it eventually if I watch it again and again.
The full video is at Jeff H's site. Jen was saying, so we can get the timestamp off there.
Oh, okay. I can just
if need be. Jen, are you going to be able to come up here real quick? Jago's ready to shut it down. You got to really press the talent. You know what I'm saying, Dago?
Understood. Understood.
Could be small potatoes. That's hilarious.
Lakers jersey.
Well, you know how much I love talking to all of you, but I'm gonna go make dinner.
You do that, Miss Annie. Thank you so much again for joining us, and I will hopefully see you again.
I hope you guys have an awesome night.
You too.
You too, Don. I hope you feel better.
Kane, are you going live, Kane, later?
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
I'm cleaning today, so I figured you could appreciate that. I'm gonna get this place spick and span. I can't live like a pig anymore.
Okay, good. So then I'll see you tomorrow then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Bye, Miss
All right,
Annie.
you guys have an awesome night. Bye, Mama Bear.
Good
night.
Better.
My Mama Bear's been so quiet. She's just been sitting there as an observer tonight. Is that Jen?
Yeah,
I heard.
much.
Thought
Hey,
I heard Jen.
Diego, real quick, Rolo wants you to know that number 9 Lakers jersey guy is Cole Berenberg, whose DNA was found under Maddie's nail.
Oh,
number
Homie
9
hugged
is
Maddie and did the sleep sign.
I didn't know that. Number 9 is Cole. Okay. Interesting.
Well, I think they definitely had some contact there at the Grub truck right there, so that might explain that.
Was that what you wanted, Rolo? Sorry.
Yeah,
It's been
thank
hard
you,
to get
Rolo.
a word in edgewise.
While we wait for Jen, one more thing. Twiz, you got anything to say, bro?
About what?
About any of this mess?
Grub truck? I don't hear it. I think the Grub truck's a nothing burger.
Okay, so Rollo, one of his theories that he's put forward is that Bethany wasn't there, that she left her phone behind, and when she came back to everything, she was horrified. Is that right? And they were using her phone to text back and forth for verification. Hi, Twisted Tea. Is that right, Roland?
He said number 8, not number 9. His bad. So number 8 is Cole.
Oh, really? Number 8. Okay. It won't show any of your information, Jen. You can just log in. You'll be safe. Oh, okay. Wait, she's calling me. Hold on. Here. Oh, what did I do? Hold on, let me put her on my mic, guys, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Here she is. Hey, Jen. Wait, still ringing.
I just heard you say that it's not going to show email address. Hello?
Hey.
Hey, I'm doing it now.
Oh, you're logging in?
Yeah, it says I have to connect my YouTube account.
Yeah,
so.
it won't dox you. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I just didn't want my email address that's on there, like on the fucking screen.
No.
Hold on, I'm doing it now.
Once you do it, then you can always just click right in. It's much easier on. I wish I had the StreamYard thing. I can't get it to work on mine unless it's real jaggedy. So maybe.
Let me hang up because I can do two-step verification.
Yep.
I'll call her. Let me hang up so I can do the two-step verification.
Sounds good.
Okay, Rollo, you've said it 2 different times. Is it number 8 or number 9? Because now you're saying it's number 9 again.
I was pretty sure with all the coverage we had on it, the number 9 was Jack Katovich. My understanding was that it was Jack Katovich. From how many months did we run this Grub truck shit?
He said, I showed them attacking the girls in Banfield, number 8 and number 9.
Huh?
I don't know.
Cole has connection.
He's done an analysis of the 4 guys on the Banfield video. You do see shapes moving in the background, and I
Yeah,
think
the
that's
4
what he's
guys that
referring
go
to.
running past, or the 4 people running past.
Oh,
And that
listen, guys, we've done, and I mean we've done. You can ask Mama Bear. I have broke down. Rollo knows the Banfield. I mean, I've spent days and weeks and months on this stuff, so yeah, I know all about it all. And I think I remember Rollo showing me some of that stuff. Yeah, I do remember that. Welcome back, Alicia. So yeah, we put a lot of time into this stuff too. Jesus, I can't even give you the hours that we've spent in this. It goes above and beyond probably any other case I've ever looked at. So, and it's all been worth it in my opinion to be able to debunk things, break things down. But now, honestly, with everything that we've seen just in the past month now, it kind of reverses a lot of the shit that we've already looked at. So I don't know. I will always look at something somebody wants to show me on this. Absolutely. Only because things change so often with this and so much with this. And now how many lies were told from law enforcement, from other people, how many things have been, turned inside out now with this. So looking at it again, seems like from the beginning, it's crazy, but it's worth it. So.
Okay, he said number 9 is Colby Pugh or something like that. Peugh hugged her. Number 8 Lakers jersey is who DNA is under nails.
Cole Brandenburg. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that, Rollo. I just started looking into Cole again because that just now came up again. And I remember Bear, if I'm right, I don't think you were here yet, Twiz, but in the very beginning, the first week of the case, we went through a whole deep dive on Cole, didn't we, Bear?
Most likely.
I think he worked at the bakery.
We went on a deep dive through everybody that first week.
Yeah, I mean, he worked at the bakery, delivered to the Mad Greek, this and that, which is where I'm like, well, there's a connection that he could have, Maddie and Anna worked at the restaurant, blah 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 blah. He was in the army, so on and so forth. He's a hunter. He's this. He's that. So yeah, I mean, we hit all of that stuff. But
And this is where I would need Molly.
Yeah, and then he just disappeared because they got Brian. They didn't need anybody else. And I just wondered, like, where the hell's this guy been? You know, I'd really like to look into him again. So, shoot. Give me 1 second, Mama Bear. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
What else you got, Twiz?
Oh, you know, Brian was in Lewiston. I don't know. Not much
Beyond
than that.
Beyond that, you've been sharing a lot of other stuff in your posts the last couple of days. Anything else you want to share on that? What was the hold thing all about?
Oh, it was for Mrs. P.
Keeping back the army?
No, ever since like the K-bar thing came out, people were messaging her and being like, I think Brian did it now. And she's getting all upset. So I was just telling her to hold the line.
I mean, technically, we've known they had something along those lines all along, right?
Yeah.
So it's not such a shocker that, you know, it's just that now, as opposed to the stalker narrative, the mainstream media has something else to get debunked later that they're pushing out there, don't you think?
Yeah, you know, they got the white car. Amazon clicks, purchases, perhaps. Still doesn't prove he was there.
Welcome, Criminal Confidential.
Oh, yeah, I did.
There's Jen.
I'm so proud of
Appreciate
myself.
you joining us. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
How are you? Thank you for joining us today.
Good.
Hello.
Hi.
What can we do for you?
So I was saying, if you start like right at 4 hours, at for the timestamp on Jeff's video, that's the one I usually reference. Something pops off, and I hear someone scream "Jack" like a woman's voice, and then then that's right after is when all the potato password, all that. They're doing something. They're watching something,
Okay. Hold on. Let me back this down. This is on one of Jeff's videos then?
If you look up Jeff H full Grub truck video, the 4-hour one. I've watched that video like an embarrassing amount of times.
Oh, don't feel bad. So have I.
like probably I would say at least 500 times. I can recite it verbatim. It's sad.
I might actually have you beat. So
wow. And every time I still find new things, which is crazy.
That's why we watched this video. I think, Mama Bear, would we spend like 3 months on this video? Or 3 months on multiple versions of this video.
I wish I could find the chat. I've seen there's like the portion where the Kaylee and Maddie are there. I've seen that chat, but I'm dying to see the entire 4 hours.
Yeah, no. I think we did have a video that was the entire 4 hours.
Because in the chat, right as soon as Kaylee and Maddie walk away, 2 people in the chat, both like you can put time and then an exclamation point, and the chat bot will give you the exact timestamp in that time zone. 2 people in chat both request the time from the chat bot the exact moment the girls walk away. I find that really weird.
Yeah, that does sound kind of strange.
Yeah. Like simultaneously at the very exact time, like not just one person, 2 people. It just stuck out to me. I don't know.
No, absolutely. See, those are the things that you got to look at all those little things to make things make sense sometimes. So I appreciate and respect that.
Yeah.
All right. So you said right around the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, just do 4 even, right? 40000.
Yep, we're there, right there. Okay. And hold on.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yep. Did you put the last bag in?
No, there's no noodles over here.
Okay.
Actually,
Yeah! You're here! Let's go!
Gosh, I forgot how loud they were.
All right, guys, we're back in. Mike Lobb, let somebody else answer the question. So I'm still behind. We're looking at 4 people working. We got 4. We got Hans responding to that. Man, I'm bad at reading stuff in order, aren't I? Finally ran out of something. I know. They would also need more injuries and robots to compete, though. We don't want to compete, guys. We don't want to compete.
You heard him? He said more injuries and something to compete. Like, what is he talking about? Injuries.
Say that again, hun. I'm sorry.
Did you hear him? Joe, he said something about we need more injuries, something to compete.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I did hear a piece of that. I was trying to listen to the other side of this too, so I must not.
There's so much going on. It's a gift that keeps on giving.
Right, and they're so loud. I forgot that.
I know,
I'm just trying to like close this out, open that up, but I'll go back and listen to what Joe's saying real quick.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Would you like chicken or pork? No. Got it. Grumpy or happy? $9.50 for
Polar opposites, no in between them. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I got 1 chicken taco right here for you.
And then really ordered 94.
Oh, that's too damn bad.
Thank you. Love it. All right, that's the line again.
Oh, thank you, Joe. Okay. How far are we on that? You said it was a pesto, right?
Was it for a second?
Like a quarter left.
Yeah, I know. Fucking working, man. I got 1 cheese sauce left in the roller. What's that partial in that? What's the partial in there?
Dago, pause it for a second. So did you hear? He says, round 1, let's do it. And then everyone takes out their phones. Yes. And then that's when you hear it's like everything, little bits and pieces are like nothing, but then, in totality, as Fry likes to say,
mm-hmm.
it's something. I don't know.
It could be. It absolutely could be. Like I said, there's so many things that are going on in this video at one time.
Yeah.
And that's why we spent so much time on it, trying to find it all. You'll never find it all. Obviously, but see, that's new to me. I don't remember that from watching.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were paying more attention to the crowd, but for reasons it's too much to get into right now, but there's reasons why I've kind of focused more on the workers.
Okay.
So listening to their conversations, it sounds like they're talking in code a lot, and there's just a lot of stuff that just doesn't make any sense,
Sure.
But what I'm really starting to think is some of, if not the entire 4 hours, definitely portions of it are like from other times stitched together. I mean, think about it, how easy it would be to do that, because you have the 4 quadrants. And instead of it being code per se, it's not code. It's just not making sense because it's not from the same time. Am I making sense?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
You are, but hold on, Jen. And Dago, we're not law enforcement, but is it possible that there are individual, full frame, isolated audios of each one of these quadrants? Does anybody know that?
Not that I know.
There could be. I mean, you could probably separate this into, or break it down into each specific quadrant. Is that what you're saying? And play each video like by itself?
I have seen full screen video, and I don't know if that's just somebody has zoomed in on the quadrant, but these are 4 individual cameras recording to a DVR. So what's to say that there's not each individual video, and then you would be able to get a much clearer picture and possibly audio from each one individual. That's what I've been waiting to see.
I'm sure there's a way to break this out so that you can pull each video of each quadrant out separately and watch that video specifically. I don't have the technology to do something like that. I'm sure there's somebody that can, and they maybe have. That would be an interesting thought, though, to be able to do that and see what the hell's going on for each video specifically, so you're not distracted by the others. I agree. Good point. Good. I have to look into something like that just to see.
Okay, remember? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm good. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, remember the video I did about Jack D's sister? I don't know if you remember, Kane, but I don't know if you want to play it at the very beginning. I swear it looks like the cashier is like trying to communicate something about Kaylee and Maddie when they walk up through the camera to someone in Twitch. You know what I'm saying? Like he looks at them, nods at them, and then he, it's a whole thing. But if you want to play the beginning of the video or listen to it later or whatever, it'll explain it better than I am right now. I'm tired.
Is it the one that's named
Jack D's sister?
What is it?
Jack D's sister.
It's called Jack D's sister.
Yeah, the one in the white coat. I swear it looks identical.
Well, go back to why.
It's like they're being marked. It's like someone was watching them. You'll see it once you watch it, and you see what I'm pointing out. Like it'll make sense what I'm saying.
Is that a video or a short, Jen? I don't see it on your page.
It's a video. It says Jack D's sister.
I see it. I got it.
Yeah, it's in the very beginning, so it's like the first minute and a half. So you can just.
Gotcha. Here it is. I'll put it in the back chat.
Okay.
Here it is. We're keeping Dago from his. Sorry, Dago. There it is. Yep.
Music though. It's fun to watch other people miserable. Yeah. Have a good night. Bye. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I think I would like the
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I would like the
You hear me? Said, yeah, they're both here.
Hold on 1 second.
That was Tebow, the guy that got arrested.
Oh, yep. So what you want to do is we'll actually do this.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
How many more do you need? That's the second one? Awesome.
Dawn's mom.
He's clicking a pen.
Maybe I didn't have a free one.
It's right here.
And then what was the next?
Don't forget to remove the spoon.
Carbonara Mac of the week.
Just watch.
Excellent. And then click see rewards.
Enjoy.
And it looks like you've not quite have enough points yet.
Oh, that's okay. That's good.
$10.
Perfect.
Right now.
I do have a big burrito pork. A big burrito pork here for you. You have a big burrito pork here for you. I do have a big burrito pork here for you.
While she's ordering, he's clicking his pen, and then he does that, nodding with his head. And then as soon as she walks away, and so after she pays, he's like, "Where is my pen, guys? I lost my pen." And you can barely hear the pen clicking, but I swear they're being marked or pointed out between him and then Joe V's, Coke can behind his back, which try to hold a soda can behind your back like he was doing. It's very awkward. That's not like a natural position. I swear they're being pointed out to someone on the Twitch stream.
I remember that I remember that being pointed out a while, long time ago.
Yeah.
So yes, I remember that. 1 second here.
I do have a big burrito pork here for you.
Cool. Thank you.
47. Thank you very much. Where'd the pen go, guys? Where's my pen? How are you guys doing? How are you? I'm doing fantastic.
I think the white coat girl looks just like Jack D's sister. Which would make sense why Kaylee was like uncomfortable, because Kaylee has Jack D blocked on Instagram. You know, you don't block people at that age group, like that generation. Like it's like you don't block unless like you don't like the person. So
Yeah.
I feel like maybe that would, because Kaylee looked like almost like she was like just like aware of, I don't know. It was a vibe. There was like a lot of tension, I feel like. And as soon as they walked up, Hayden and Joe and the girl were like kind of like, you know, holding their hand up to their mouth and like almost like they were like talking shit. I mean, talking smack. I'm sorry.
I know, it's okay.
What's
we're
Cole's
called
last name again?
Brandenburg.
There you go, Rach. Brandenburg.
I think that's how you say it. Yes, she does look a lot like. Are they from this area? Barenberg, sorry, not Brandenburg. Barenberg. Thank you, Leah.
Barenberg. Thank you.
I thought Jack was from Coeur d'Alene, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if she went. I mean, I don't know if she went to school there. I don't know. I mean, it was, who knows?
That's interesting.
I mean, Jack D follows Olivia, but not Kaylee. And Kaylee has Olivia blocked too. And when I say, I don't know for a fact, obviously, but considering that neither Jack or Olivia is following Kaylee posthumously, it's safe to assume like there's either an issue, which is an issue, or they're blocked.
The whole G family swears up and down that they were going to get back together. They all love Jack,
Yeah,
blah, 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 and all that, you know. So, but we don't know. We don't know anything for real. We don't know anything.
All I know is when I was that age, I would if I was happy in a happy relationship and I love my man, I would not be moving to another state. Like I don't see any woman, especially young, you know, woman who's in love and happy, blocking her boyfriend, her future husband, and moving. Like no way.
Right. Hang on a minute, hun. Twiz, did you fall out the window or fall out the panel, Twiz? Is he not?
I've fallen asleep.
Are you there, Twiz?
Yo.
Oh, he's there twice.
Two of you up here. That's
you
why
split in half, dude.
It kicked me. I don't know what happened.
There you are. Okay, we're good. Yeah, they're that's, I mean, I see you guys are the second generation of us now, pulling all these things up here that like I never even noticed this before. This is all new stuff to me. So I can see what you're saying. It's very interesting. I'm gonna have to go in and when I have some time and to completely analyze this video now. I didn't even know Jeff put this one out. I had another version of this that I was watching, but this is interesting.
Sorry, Twiz.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Well, going back to what Jen was originally talking about as far as the scenes of the Grub truck being spliced together. One of her videos shows examples of one guy who he first appears in an FBI hat, orders some type of mac and cheese, and then like 15 minutes later, he's in the line again and orders and is wearing a completely different outfit, and then a third time during the night. Is that correct, Jen?
Twice with two separate people throughout the night.
Hey, wait.
It happens twice.
Hold
it
on.
happens twice.
The guy has different clothes on?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And show that video, Jen, because that one's really amazing.
I don't know how to do that. Can you find the link, Kane? It's a short.
You can just post it in the private chat.
You know, it's in this video. The video we're watching. Just
fast forward.
Or I think it is. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe. Hold on. Let me look. If not, I have a short.
It's in the shorts. Let me look in your shorts.
Sorry, my wife was talking to me. How far ahead is it? Do you know?
No, right there. You just had it. Go back. Keep going back.
Yep, there he is. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Like right a little back. Okay, yeah, right here is good. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Hi, can I get the pizza mac and cheese and
Watch the way he like takes a deep breath and exhales each time he orders. Each time he's in different outfits.
He
The
did
body
just,
language is the same.
he did just look at the camera. I'll say that much.
So he's here 3 times. I'm going to show you all 3 times. So
cheese and bottle of Mountain Dew, please?
We're gonna have cans. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, that's fine.
All right, so I'm gonna be $11.75 for you. There aren't any. There you go, man.
Thank you.
Have a nice night.
I'll bring you guys
Thank you. Thank you, man.
you see how he stops and like takes a deep breath, like he's like he does the same thing. This body language is the same too.
Do you think this is the same guy as the one we just saw? Okay.
Yeah, just watch. You're going to see he like stops and exhales kind of at the same way.
Okay. Hold on. Let me check something real quick.
Have a nice night.
I'll bring you guys
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, man. You have a nice night.
You too.
Can I get a Mac expired? All right.
The voices sound different, but
All right, so it'll be $9. All right. Thank you.
this guy's voice sounds different. The whole
All right. Would you like anything else?
No. That's it.
All right, so it'll be $9.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
his voice sounds 3 different ways in one clip.
Dude, if we can do last night.
Hey,
speed it up like an extra 30.
That's creepy, Mish girl.
All right. Anything else for you?
No, that's it.
All right, so it'll be $10.25. I think honestly, my shoes are breathable.
Thank you.
Well, you have a nice night. Hi.
Hard cheese.
Dude, if we can do last night.
Hey,
speed it up like an extra 30.
They definitely do resemble each other for sure.
anything else for you?
No, that's it.
There's
All right, so it'll be $10.25.
there's definite likenesses. I'll say
Yeah.
that much. Of course, different hats, like you said. I mean, could they be triplets? Maybe.
I think honestly, my shoes.
I mean, listen, everyone in Moscow has a doppelganger or a triplet, so I wouldn't. I mean, there's.
I mean, we have the Chapin. There was 3 of the Chapin,
Yeah.
and I mean, it could be that they look that much alike that they could.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. It's just unusual.
It's interesting for sure.
His body language is like he's nervous. I don't know.
Well, and again, I'll say this much: I know it was cold, and a Grub truck like this, and not in the they do look a whole lot alike. I'll say, well, see, this one looks smaller and younger to me, but these two do look the same as far as like the nose and
Yeah, the nose is very
skin.
distinctive.
That's pretty wild.
So now this is the second person that I swear I found multiple times in different outfits.
With the chicken.
I don't see how these kids could do this. Like stand outside in the freezing weather, eat food. Like, no, never understood that.
You've opened up a whole nother can of worms there, Dago, as far as the alpha from the fight, right, Jen?
Yep. I was biting my tongue.
What's that?
So yeah, the guy who comes in a tank top.
Yeah, that guy. I remember.
Okay, so there is allegedly a house right next to 1122, right, Jen, called Shark Tank?
Yeah. Well, there's a picture that's captioned that says roof of the Shark Tank, and it's a picture of Xana and you know, their friends, whatever. And
That's where she's sitting on the roof.
It's on the roof of 1118.
So what's a Shark Tank, Jen?
A Shark Tank is like a training exercise and like boxing or like Muay Thai, that kind of thing. It's like a sparring where one fighter will fight multiple people in succession like it's meant to like build endurance.
Right. It's a training exercise.
Yeah,
So you keep going till you get knocked down.
Right, right.
Like a fight club.
Exactly. Yes.
It's like training
Sigma Chi.
per se. Yeah. And
Sigma Chi is very well known
Yeah.
for its fight club. And we
there's-
have a video of a guy who died in Vegas fighting in the Sigma, and they had a boxing ring, the whole nine. And we've shown over and over the Sigma Chi recruitment video where is it David Loach comes out in the boxing gloves.
There's a bunch of them. The immediate
Yes.
friends of Ethan that you see in all these photos, like those core guys, boxing gloves, lacing up boxing gloves.
Okay.
Training, and the guy holds up the pads and the guy punches the pads, like doing that type of thing.
And
a simple search on YouTube of Sigma Chi Fight Night is going to show you like hundreds and hundreds of results. I just feel like it's more likely. And a lot of these photos were like the girls are kind of dressed like alike, but kind of skimpy, like ring girls. They reminded me of like they're dressed like ring girls. And I'm not just saying, I'm not saying the victims. I'm saying just some of the victims. I think there's a picture of like Maddie and Bethany maybe where they're wearing like one's wearing black, one's wearing white. I don't know. They just remind me of like ring girls.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Understood. Interesting. I'm gonna have to, if you don't mind, of course, on my own time, I'm gonna go through this video and some others that you have and check out these things and go back to Jeff's video too.
Right on.
Unfortunately, I don't have time now because I've been in here for going on 8 hours.
Oh gosh.
We'll keep you another 10 to take
it. I'll be doing it again. I promise you. I'll be doing this again soon. Maybe not for so long. It got away from me. So, but yeah,
I would love to do a super deep dive on with Grub Truck with someone. If you ever want to, let me know.
Yeah. Oh, sure. I would definitely let you know. But I appreciate you guys joining us, all of you guys. Twiz,
thank you for having us.
Jane, it's nice to meet you. Criminal Confidential, you as well. Jen, I think your name. Yeah, is that right? Jen? Okay, nice to meet you. Appreciate you guys coming in with your input, every bit of it. Everybody that was here, everybody that was in the chat, you guys are amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you guys so very much. It's been a long day for sure. Like I said, I used to do some long ones like this when this case first hit. It's too much now, but I'll be doing more of these regular shows, like not so long, but I'd love to see all you guys in here again as we break this stuff down. There's a lot to it now, especially with things, and I guarantee you there's new stuff coming almost every day. So
there'll be some new documents probably Tuesday because they're due Monday.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree with that, and I look for them every time they drop. And we've been doing these every couple days, so feel free to join us, please, and thank you. I appreciate it because I love everybody's input, everybody's thoughts, feelings, opinions, and I think I said feelings already. And again, on this, so bring it, guys. Let's talk about it. That's what it's all about. So thank you guys very much. Again, Kane, Twiz, Jen, Mama Bear is probably exhausted. Annie,
she's already sleeping.
Yeah, yes. Annie and Jesse and everybody, I really appreciate it. It was a really great show, really long day, but you guys, I hope you have a great day. Don't forget, folks, to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are beautiful people, and I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye.
Later, chat.
Bye.
Down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right. Digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelations shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. starts a new scene, sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and lawless, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every